Sin Q, those two way back when, years ago, decades ago, inviting me to sit with them in the blue seats at Madison Square Garden in New York City to watch the New York Rangers. I'll never, ever forget that gesture on both Frank Petrosino, and that is from the Petrosinos of Brooklyn, of cops and firefighters, and Frank Petrosino, who's still a friend and will always be a friend. He and Anthony Secu have a piece of my heart for what they did, with a new broadcaster inviting me to sit with them at a Ranger game in the blue seats. And I hope if they're not listening, that somebody who knows them is listening. I'll never, ever forget them. Both of them have a piece of my heart. And Anthony Secu could have worked for the New York Rangers in PR. He knew everything about this team and its history. And Frank knew plenty as well. And I would sit with those two and some of their friends. And one of their friends was Bruce, the bus driver from Brooklyn. And I remember how crazy Bruce was whenever the Rangers would score. And, well, the blue seats, diehard fans there, of course. But the bottom line is, and the blue seats will always be there, but the bottom line is there are people that enjoy King George from the Bronx and Doris from Rego Park. I made friends. I mean, that doesn't happen, I don't think, that very often. But nonetheless, that was one of the perks. Yeah, you're happy that you can make, and believe me, it wasn't Francesa or Russo, and they are a part of the book, by the way. They're in the book, and they have things to say. So the bottom line, and Susan Waldman, and Ian Eagle, Mike Breen, and, of course, Jerry Seinfeld. Seinfeld wrote the foreword to the book, and a number of emails that we shared over the years are in the book as well, with his permission. And I remember she never was on the air. Joan Rivers, the late comedian, she called one night. I was talking about my apartment. My wife calls my apartment, our apartment, a dump. I call it lived in, and was talking about how messy it always is with monologues and yellow lined paper with coffee and mustard stains all over them. And the bottom line is Joan Rivers called in when I didn't want to go on the air. What she wanted to do was give me the name and number of a cleaning lady so the cleaning lady could tidy up my apartment. True story. But nonetheless, November 25th is the book. Again with the shameless plug. Martin is calling from Guilford. Martin, what's happening?
Oh my God, that Joan Rivers anecdote made me laugh out loud, Steve. It's funny. So, by the way, Keith McPherson, he's about the only one left on the program on the station I can listen to.
Oh no, come on!
Because, like you say, he's got. No, both. It's the truth, Steve. It's not. I'm not. Steve, you did a great job. You were. I'm not trying to get in a debate about WFAN. I'm saying I really, really like Keith McPherson. Okay, he's great, and I like the guy after him overnight as well. And Steve, you talked about that family of callers.
Yes.
That was you more than anyone else in this station's history that was able to cultivate those people that were part of the WFN family, which you should get obvious credit for. One quick question before I make a silly. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, they, including you, Martin, made it possible for me to be here, and that's not just throwing a bouquet your way or anyone else's way. It's true. If those callers you're alluding to, including yourself, if you're not calling, if you're not supporting, if you're not arguing with me, if you're not listening, if you're not calling in, I mean, the bottom line is that you don't stay here. It's that simple. And that's where you hope that when you start, no matter what business you're in, that you get off to a good start. What is the cliche? First impressions mean something. And you don't know. I didn't know for years whether I was going to be renewed or not. And yet the feedback was there. But someone earlier, Martin, brought up my mother and my father with the support they gave. No, they wanted me to be happy. There's no question about it. However, my mother thought I would find security as a shoe salesman. I told her I don't have a foot fetish. And my father wanted me to go into real estate. I said, real estate, I can't pay my rent. So the bottom line is this was the goal, the dream, the destination, to get and to play Broadway. Who doesn't? See, I never understood, Martin, maybe you can explain to me, why some athletes don't want to come to New York. Why? Because the fans care more than they do? I will never understand why they wouldn't want to play Broadway.
Well, Steve, I think it's because they only see the world from their own eyes. They just don't have perspective. They don't realize that there's people out there who want to love them. Yeah. And they're tough, but they want to love them, and it's hard for them to give it back.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, sure. New York.
Hey, Steve, are you going to bring?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you going to? Yeah, I know. I'm from LA, and there's nothing like New York. Are you going to bring a book tour, a book show in Connecticut? Do you have any idea?
Well, I hope there is an Amy Crawford of Central Connecticut, and I am in the process of arranging an appearance with her and her students. And Amy Crawford is a Peabody Award winner, and she's the Dean of Communications at Central Connecticut. And there's a Monday coming up that I will appear there and with books and so forth and go from there. But yes, I hope to have as many personal appearances. It gives me a chance to meet people I would never, ever have a chance to meet with this book.
I've never met you, Steve. I've never met you. I'm going to call up that university tomorrow and see if I can figure out when you might be there. That's good to know.
Well,
one quick question.
Sure.
One quick question about sports, not to be too mundane, but I know I'm prejudiced, but I'm sure you saw Game 7. I've never seen it. Maybe Game 6 in '75, but I never. But even that game, it didn't have the twists and turns and continual back and forth the drama of that game. That ranks. I know I'm a Dodger fan.
I know, Martin. They ruined my night. Game 6.
But
Game
Game 7 of the World Series.
The phlegm, the mucus, the mushroom barley soup was coming up watching the Dodgers win. I couldn't stand it.
But as a game, how does it rank to you? Is it near 1, 2?
Well, the 18-inning game, that kept you on the edge of the proverbial seat. And, of course, the Dodgers were going to win that game. Toronto had so many opportunities. And Game 6 and Game 7, second and third, no outs, you don't score. They had a base running, making mistakes, the ball underneath your glove. I mean, just awful. And here's Kirk. You knew he was going to hit in Game 7 into the game-ending inning double play. And with no speed whatsoever, he was out by a mile. And the Dodgers win. And Martin, I know you're the Dodger fan. I know I should be happy for you. The bottom line is, and it made me sick watching the Dodgers win. Anyway, that's about it. Paulie, we're out of time. The name of what you want me to do? What is it? Oh, no, Keith. Oh, no, we take a break, yes? No. Well, I don't know what part. A couple of minutes. What is it?
Take a call, Steve.
Take a call. Okay. All right. Jeff is calling from Kings Park. Very professional on my part, no question. Jeff is calling from Kings Park. And Jeff, you're on the fan. What's happening?
How you doing, Steve? Talking about before your successes and failures. What's going on there? We don't know, but it's all right. Hey, I would like to say I've been listening to you for at least 30 years. And you know what it is, whether you're a success or failure, your ability to connect with the audience is above everyone else's. And I think that's why when people call into the fan, you get such accolades and respect because you have connected with the audience. There's no doubt about that. And it's phenomenal to hear you on air tonight.
Well, you're very kind to say, and thank you for the call, but we're really out of time, and Keith McPherson is anxious, biting at the bit. I have so many people to say thank you to. There's no question about it. Keith is going to hop on for the last few minutes here. Let me just say one thing, because this is what I did say over the years, so it's nothing new. But the audience was there for me, and I guess you're there for them too, because it's a two-way street. That's just simple talk. But they, for so long, gave me a breath, gave me a chance, gave me a life, gave me a career. And I cannot, as they say in the trade, from the bottom of the proverbial heart, nothing but the best always until the 12th of never for anybody and everybody who gave me that opportunity by being there so I could be here. Anyway, Keith McPherson, I mentioned earlier, and this is what I think about you, kid. And, I have neckties older than Keith. What you have with Keith McPherson is humility and humanity. And learning along the way and not being afraid to make an error. As we say in sports, you're afraid to make an error, you're going to make one.
Sure.
And you are, listen, and you had never done this before, and letting your audience know that you are getting as much from them as they might be getting from you.
Yeah, when I first came in, I was afraid to take over after you. I was like, that's not a good idea. I don't know if, because when I auditioned, I wasn't told anything. I just auditioned and prayed and hoped. And, I went to school for radio. So I always had this dream of getting on the radio. And then when it happened, the way that it happened, I had no idea. And I kind of had some cold feet. But, even coming in, I said, there is no replacing Steve Summers. I'm not replacing Steve Summers.
But but there is replacement because that's how the business works. I started as a teenager replacing somebody who was very well known in the area. And again, when you're young and you show potential turning into performance, you hire that person especially, and you're one of these kinds of people that would pay for the opportunity. Money you need to pay your bills and your rent or whatever it may be. We all need some money. But the bottom line is when you are starting and looking forward for that opportunity, you would pay them. I didn't care how much, but I made scale for years. And when I did have a raise built into my contract, it was reversed after about 3 or 4 years. Thank you, Joel Hollander, for that. But the bottom line is that I would have paid the station for finally getting the opportunity to play Broadway. And that's what WFAN
You're an icon.
is.
You're one of one. You paved the way for all of us here. You've been extremely gracious to me. And I know anybody that has listened to me over the years has heard me sing your praises. When we first met, I think it was Christmas Eve, I did a show and you were here and you gave me your landline. And I've called that number at least 10 to 15 times. When I first started, I made it a point to have you on my show almost every month because I felt like I was inheriting your listeners, your callers. I felt like it was only right because who am I?
Yeah, well, you're a solo act, and you know what you are doing and learning along the way. I felt that way too. I think I learned probably, and I know this is going to sound a little gratuitous, but I think I learned more from the audience calling in than they may have learned from me. Again, it sounds, as I say, gratuitous, but true. I would say that I have said this off the air. I'll say it on the air. I don't mind at all. And because it's true, I'll tell you how smart I am. There's a lot more I don't know than do. whether it's sports or life in general. So bottom line is you can learn from your audience as they can learn from you. And it is.
I've said so much in different words. I always come in here. I'm like, I don't know everything. Call me up. If I say something incorrect, correct me. We can learn from each other. Like it is a two-way street. That's how it should be. I'm just the guy in the chair right now. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not smarter than anybody. I'm young. I'm learning. I'm still learning how to do this job. I'm still learning about this industry. I'm still learning, about New York and sports and radio and all of those things. And I'll always give you your flowers. You are iconic. Listening to you tonight, it's like stepping into a time machine. It's like a family reunion, and it's special. That's why I'm sitting in here and I'm like, don't cut this off. I'm like, there are people that want to talk to him. They've heard me ramble in the middle of the night for 4 years. Like, this is special. We appreciate you. And you can tell that as well by how many people are already interested in pre-ordering and buying your book.
Well, and I'm certainly, that's wonderful, and I'm grateful for that. And the responses have been positive. So we'll see once the book comes out. And when does it come out? November 25. The shameless plug. That's all I'm doing. So the bottom line is we'll see how well it sells. And I think it'll be, for a sports fan, a New York sports fan, a nice holiday gift, I think. Thank you for having me. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Thanks to Dave and to Chris and to Ryan. Paulie Rosenberg on the other side of the glass. Coming up, my friend, is Keith McPherson right here on your fan New York City.
Hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with zero down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Black Friday sales event.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of Internet Past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet. That's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base month rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
I'm New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin. Every year, too many lives are lost in alcohol or drug-related crashes. These are preventable tragedies, and it's time to take a stand. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer for everyone. We are all counting on you.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is here for the holidays. Enjoy a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's got everything you need to keep your holiday season running. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead directly on the Dunkin' app. After all, the holidays run on Dunkin'. No substitutions. Participation times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Nissan trucks and SUVs are built for next level adventure. Too much gear? Dirt? Rock? Sand? Get in a Nissan truck or SUV and feel unstoppable. Whether you want to take your next level of adventure in the Frontier Dark Armor, the Pathfinder, the Armada, or the Rogue, you'll be ready for what comes your way. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2026 Nissan Rogue Platinum. Visit jdpower.com/awards for information based on 2025 model year 2026 Rogue from new dealer stock. 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price. See dealer for details. Ends 12/1/25.
This winter is shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, let's get it, New York City. We got a lot to talk about tonight, man. Obviously, you just heard the legendary Steve Summers. And I'll probably start for these first couple minutes talking about the legend Steve Summers, because if he's out there, he can still hear me, and I want him to hear me. I want him to hear the compliments and the praise and the flowers thrown his way. And, you know, I was sitting in here for a little while. I've been here for over an hour, and I don't want it to end. And I know when he pops in, there are a lot of you that want to call and talk to him that never got the opportunity before, so I was kind of falling back, but, you know, we will get to all the things that popped up on your Twitter feed, Instagram feed, in the news, things that you might have heard earlier today on Boomer and Geo, BT and Sal, Evan and Tiki, 888-808-1019. Of course, I'm taking calls too, but yeah, you know, I started listening to Steve's show tonight as I was wrestling my son and bathing him and trying to get him ready for bed. And, you know, if you just turned the radio on and got lost in the theater of the mind, you wouldn't know what year it was. You wouldn't know what time it was, what day it was. It's Steve Summers time, the schmooze. Me here, you there. It's iconic. He's one of one. His voice, his way of words, the way that he talks about things. I just admire the guy a ton, you know. It's crazy for me to think that 4 years ago today was his final schmooze. And when I think about my own life and my own career and my own journey here, how much I did not know. And like I just said to him on air, you know, I was somewhat afraid, but a good afraid, like anxious, nervous, a good feeling, but also kind of like, hey, like, I don't know how this is going to go over. And, you know, I remember being in Puerto Rico with my wife and reading a lot of congratulations, a lot of people that did know me that were excited for me to get this opportunity, but then a lot of negativity as well, where people were like, this isn't going to work. Who is this guy? He's replacing a legend. And, you know, some people even felt like I was coming in to push Steve out, and that never was the case. And I've got love for that man, because when we first met, he could have been standoffish. He could have turned his back. He did not have to embrace me. And what I find in this industry and in a lot of industries is the old guard does not want to embrace the younger generation. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of guys writing articles. There's a lot of guys covering sports on TV. They don't want to get out of the way. They don't want to get out of their seat for the next young, talented person to come in and kind of make their name and make their way and connect to the younger people, right? You know, Steve is 40 years my senior. He was on the airwaves here before I was born. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. It's wild to think about. But I feel extremely blessed and honored as I heard a lot of the calls. And I'm like, you know, I've inherited some of your callers. I know I've inherited a lot of your listeners. And I know people have called me to say, you know, when I first heard you, man, I wasn't a fan. Or when I first heard you, I didn't think it was going to work. And, you know, you've improved. You've gotten better. And I'll say that, you know, it's hard work. Obviously, it's just talking. It's sports. It's not as hard as, you know, some of your jobs are in New York City. I'm not trying to say that. But I'm saying, like, if you have pride in what you do, and obviously pride in this being WFAN New York radio and wanting to live up to the standard, like, I have big shoes to fill. And I immediately came in and said, I can't fill that man's shoes. I'm not going to try to. But I'm going to walk in my size 12 Nikes, and hopefully I walk the walk and talk the talk every night, and that's enough. And what he did for all of these years and is still doing is embedded in so many of your thoughts and minds. And, you know, he just took a call from a kid that he inspired that's doing this. And, you know, I just was sitting out there reading a letter from a young man who I've inspired and wants, you know, to pick my brain. And I'm going to follow up with him and email him and set up a time for a Zoom call to give him some game and pay it forward. And Steve has done that for me. I have called his landline, which I love, because, you know, he picks up the phone and you're talking to Steve Summers. You know, not like calling WFAN 877-337-6666 or 888-808-1019. But, you know, I have his direct line. And like I said, when I first came in here, I made it my mission to not let his voice and, you know, his on-air persona die out. I wasn't coming in here to erase him or replace him. I made sure that he was on my show, and a lot of people said, hey, you know, I commend you for that. A lot of people wouldn't do that. And I'm like, I think there are some similarities between him and I. As he says, you know, humility and humanity. I think at night you can hear how we both care about all of you. Even people that don't like us, even people that'll call up and be against us or be negative or angry, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's important. You know, so many of the things that Steve says, I have said, but in different vernacular, you know, different lingo. And with that being said, shout out to Steve Summers. Go get his book. I don't even read books. I'm definitely going to get the book and read the book, hopefully around the holiday time where I have some free time. He paved the way for all of us here at WFAN, this radio station, an icon that so many nights people in this city and beyond listened to this radio station, and he was ready to entertain even when he wasn't feeling his best. And we appreciate him for that. 888-808-1019. Let's get into the sports talk. Let's get into the Giants first, because this is WFAN, the home of the Giants. And I mean, the Giants have been in the forefront of the news in the NFL. The NFL is king. If you turn on any show, I'm watching Colin Cowherd, I'm watching NFL Live, I'm watching NFL Insiders, First Take, Get Up, whatever. And now today was the day that Mike Kafka met the media. Not as the assistant head coach, not as the offensive coordinator, but as the interim head coach. And I want to hear tonight what you guys think about Mike Kafka. I felt like his tone changed a bit, as it should. I always viewed him as a reserved guy, a quiet guy, which I think is good as a former quarterback, even-keeled, not too high up or too down, not too fiery, not too much emotion. But he's going to have to show some of that emotion as the head coach. He's going to have to be a leader of men. And I think this is an audition. And I think the leg up that he has is the continuity factor that so many of us talked about with Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll had to go. All week, you've heard every single person that talks about football, talks about the Giants, talk about the 92, 95, 99%, winning probability that the Giants had in those games, that they fumbled away. You got to fire that coach. It's fireable offenses. But now here comes Mike Kafka, who had interest from the Seattle Seahawks. I forget what other team inquired about him over the years. Now he gets the opportunity to sit in the big chair, and he's not going to have Jackson Dart this week. And honestly, what would the point be to rush Jackson Dart back in these 3 weeks? This is another gauntlet. You have the Packers, who, if you listen tonight, I think they can beat the Packers. And that's not a hot take. I'm not being crazy. I'm not trying if you've watched the Packers this year, they're fraudulent. Jordan Love is a fraud. Do you remember Tommy DeVito beating Jordan Love and the Packers at MetLife just a few years ago? You've seen this. I know that players, once a coach gets fired, they rally around themselves. And in that moment, they can respond. You just saw last week the Miami Dolphins fire their GM, Chris Greer, which, not for nothing, this week I was saying, hey, they should have fired Joe Shane. But they rallied around Mike McDaniel, and they went out and beat the Buffalo Bills, and they beat them pretty handedly in their building. Why can't the Giants get their act together, right? Rally around each other and say, hey, this is literally a new season now. 888-808-1019, and try and get a win in that building. They've got 2 wins in that building. Try to get another win in that building against a Packers team that I know their fans are going to show up, but will they show up? They only scored 7 points in Lambeau. Will they show up? Will Jordan Love be on his P's and Q's? Brian Burns spoke today. I'm going to play some audio from him. We'll play some audio from Mike Kafka. And, of course, we're going to play the words of famous Jameis Winston. I am a Jameis fan. I grew up a Florida State football fan. The entire season with him and Jimbo Fisher, I watched. I forget what year it was when they won the national championship. At Florida State, if we're going to do it big, we're going to do it big then. This guy's getting an opportunity here. And there's many people that are like, yo, why was Russell Wilson even brought here when you signed Jameis first? I remember us talking about Jameis in the offseason last year as exactly who they should sign, trying to figure out that quarterback room. I guess Russ was extra insurance, some costly insurance. But Mike Kafka coming out and making Jameis Winston the starter is the right move. I think unanimously everybody said, can we see Jameis against the Packers if Dart can't clear concussion protocol? Yeah, we're going to see him. And he's a character and he's fun. And you know what I really hope for him? Because I remember hearing it last year, and I know we played it here on The Fan when he was with the Cleveland Browns. He just wanted God to deliver him from pick sixes, turnovers, interceptions. I just want to see the guy go out there and chuck it up. I want to see the guy go out there and not turn it over. I want to see the guy complete some passes, make some plays, and excite the Giants fans.
I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Well, stay prayed up. He talked about being in Bible study when he heard the news that image in my head of him praying with Russell Wilson as Russell Wilson was coming into the game for Jackson Dart. Well, you know, the Lord works in mysterious ways. Jameis Winston's going to get a crack at this. And I do think that this week against the Packers, if on offense they have a different look that the Packers have not seen, obviously, you know, they have Jackson Dart film, they have Russell Wilson film, they do not have any Jameis Winston film. And then if Shane Bowen, who was spared and not fired because they need somebody to run the defense, if Paulson Adebo can go and these guys rally together and they stop Josh Jacobs and they stop Jordan Love, why can't the Giants get a win here after firing head coach Brian Daboll and let Mike Kafka start his audition off on the right foot? 888-808-1019. We will obviously also talk about the GM meetings. Scott Boris is at it again. It's that time of the year where the puns start. And, man, this guy, he's one of one as well. Scott Boris holds court at the GM meetings and starts selling his guys, Cody Bellinger, Pete Alonso, Alex Bregman, and they're all implicated here in New York. Even this Tatsuya Imai, Japanese pitcher who's going to post sometime next week, is represented by Scott Boris. So we will get into the conversation around the GM meetings and the eternal GM of your New York Yankees, Brian Cashman, spoke over Zoom. He had a personal matter to attend to, so he was not out in Viva Las Vegas himself, but he did have some of his henchmen out there, and he did meet over Zoom, and he talked about a lot of things. Cody Bellinger, Trent Grisham, Ben Rice, Jazz Chisholm, analytics, being reliant on home runs. We will play the audio from Brian Cashman as well. And then through the night, we will do a lot of different things as far as reacting to what happened with our New York teams tonight. The New York Knicks, as I go to check the score, the New York Knicks had a rough one. Second half of a back-to-back, they lose 124-107 to the Magic. I had eyes off and on that. I will take a look at the box score and read some of the recap and see exactly what went wrong, but they were ambushed right away. That second quarter going into the second half, at halftime, it was looking kind of rough. And then we'll also take some calls later tonight on your New York Rangers, as the New York Rangers are able to figure some things out. They score 7 goals tonight, a crazy first period, and they defeat the Tampa Bay Lightning down there 7-3. Devils just got started against the Blackhawks in the Madhouse on Madison. So we've got plenty to do. We've got plenty to do, folks. We will talk about the Giants. We will talk about the GM meetings. The stove is on just a little bit, just on number one, just on low. Not the hot stove yet. We've got a bunch of different things percolating out there. Obviously, if you're a baseball fan, you know that Tarek Skubal has now won the American League Cy Young again. And Paul Skeens has won the National League Cy Young. And, hey, shout out to Randy Miller. Randy being Randy, he said, I'm turning the stove on myself. I'm going to write a whole article about Paul Skeens telling people he wants to be a Yankee. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. A lot to unpack. I'm on till 1 a.m. We will knock it all down. Don't go anywhere. I promise. I'm coming right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
At the United Healthcare Medicare store, right here in Jackson Heights, you can chat face-to-face with a licensed sales agent who understands the community and get clear answers to your questions. We're located at 3752 82nd Street between Roosevelt and 37th Ave. We're ready to help.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RootMetrics root score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports, sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands. The WNBA Seattle Storm tabbed Sonia Rahman to be their new head coach. She's charged with leading a Storm franchise that owns 4 championship rings, but no playoff series wins since 2022. Rahman spent the 2025 campaign as an assistant with the New York Liberty, but prior to that, she logged 4 years with the NBA's Memphis Grizzlies. And now Rahman is the first person of Indian descent to serve as a WNBA head coach.
It's a tremendous honor. I am the first, but I don't want to be the last. And so really important that I'm showing up every day, that I'm pouring into the players, to the organization, and then to the greater community, and that I'm doing my best so that I can create these opportunities, open these doors, or just allow this next generation to see what's possible.
With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Amy Lawrence on Westwood One.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Ray Cattina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Cattina Lexus of Monmouth. One legendary name, two exceptional destinations.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Knicks, the step slow all night, rolled by the Magic, 124-107. That puts to bed their 5-game win streak. Knicks didn't shoot it well, 44% overall, just 11 of 36 from deep, though. Jalen Brunson led the way with 31. Karl Anthony Towns, 15 points, 12 rebounds. Well, get ready for the full Jameis Winston experience. He's expected to make the start with Jackson Dart, still in concussion protocol.
This is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know.
Scott Boris a chance to sing the praises of Pete Alonso as we embark on free agency at the GM meetings.
And just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest
So nice
city
had
in
to
the
play
world.
it twice.
I was going to say, I might as well just let it play out.
Reference if y'all don't know.
I mean, I thought maybe you'd want to hear it again. I don't know. Back-to-back Cy Youngs, Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens took home his first. Rangers dominate the Lightning 7-3. Vincent Trocheck, his first 2 goals of the year. Will Cooley scored twice as well. Igor Shesterkin, 31 saves. And Devils and Blackhawks scoreless. About 7 minutes gone by, first period. 48 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Inside the 10 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York, let's do a quick 3-hour show. We'll get to all the cuts of Jameis and Mike Kafka, Scott Boris, Brian Cashman. Trust me, I was on Twitter clipping them, and I sent them all to Paulie. We'll do that, but let's get to the phone and take a call first. Josh is in the Bronx. Josh, lead us off.
I'm telling you, Keith, it's awesome. Listen, let's see what Jameis Winston has in the tank, and, it's always great sports and everything. Look, thanks to the shout-out and everything, but I ain't no Steve Summers, okay, folks? I mean, WFAN, they're the legend. Thank you for taking my call as always, Keith.
Thank you, Josh. And you know what? I saw Josh in the YouTube chat. We're streaming live on YouTube. I was able to get the live up for the end of Steve's show into my show. So if you want to go to WFAN YouTube, we actually just hit 91,500 subscribers on the road to 100K. I saw Josh was in the chat. I saw people in the chat were excited for Josh to call in, so I went to Josh first. And, he mentioned, let's see what Jameis Winston's got. Jameis Winston was starting for the Browns last year. He's definitely better than Dylan Gabriel. He lit it up with Jerry Jeudy. Like I said, the whole thing around him is limiting the turnovers. Let's hope all of this time that he sat on the bench, all of this film room, practice, work, being third string, let's hope that did something for him. Let's hope that he lights it up. One thought I had as news came out today around Lil Jordan Humphrey. The Broncos are signing wide receiver Lil Jordan Humphrey off the Giants practice squad. Humphrey now is returning to Denver and is likely to play Sunday versus the Chiefs. And I'm like, why is he gone and not active? And Jalen Hyatt is going, you know what I'm saying? Jalen Hyatt is another guy, and I'm going to Joe Shane again. This is another Joe Shane masterclass, right? Lil Jordan Humphrey gets snagged and goes back to Denver and was on the practice squad and wasn't elevated. He's somebody that already proved himself here with Dart. He's a throw the ball up, jump ball type of target, big receiver that you would probably like to see with a Jameis Winston. He's already been more productive than Jalen Hyatt. Just file that under Joe Shane stuff. And now this is like Joe Shane stuff post Brian Dable's firing, right? Because he's going to be measured at some point here for everything. Even Graham Gano. I saw Graham Gano was placed on IR for the second time this season. And Patricia Traina writes, I doubt that he plays again for this team. That's a Joe Shane guy that he paid and relied on, and a lot of the kicking issues can be traced back to Graham Gano not being available. Like, there are a lot of people that got really loud in the last couple days against Joe Shane. Ian O'Connor's tweets, and if you recall, I read some of them, but he also wrote an article, and he said, I don't believe Joe Shane is certain to be the Giants GM next year. They needed someone to get things going on the search, especially with John Mara dealing with his illness. Ownership will make the final call on the coach in January, when I'd expect Shane to be reviewed again. So far, just in a couple days since Brian Dable was shown the door, like Lil Jordan Humphrey being pulled off the practice squad, going elsewhere, not being an available wide receiver to potentially help this team, and then Jalen Hyatt, who you traded up for to get, who's been a bust. Like, these are things that go against the GM. Graham Gano going on the IR again goes against the GM. So, Ian O'Connor also writes, as I follow up on Joe Shane, these 7 games mean a lot to everyone in the Giants building. The GM can secure his employment here. But if they go 2-5 or 1-6 and Joe's players don't look any better without Dable than with him, you don't just extend a GM who went 6-11, 3-14, 4-13. Correct. Because what head coach is coming in and inheriting a GM that isn't able to help, that hasn't done anything in this league? 888-808-1019. Kyle is in Eatontown, New Jersey with us next on The Fan.
What's up, Chief? How we doing, my man?
I'm good, hanging in there.
So I'm on the other side of this one, as you know. My team's struggling right now, coming into MetLife.
Packers fan.
Yeah, bro. I'm going to be up there. I was up there for the DeVito game with my son. Did not enjoy the ending of that one. But, listen, man. Did you watch the Monday night game?
I did. I bet on it, and I was pissed off. So I'm like,
my apologies. My apologies. But did you see that defense?
Yeah, I mean, the defense is good, but I mean,
I think Jameis is in for a long, long afternoon.
Okay, so let's talk about Jordan Love and that offense, though. And I know the Eagles' defense is much better than the Giants, but Jordan Love hasn't been sharp.
I understand that, but this dates back to a couple weeks ago. We had a conversation. We're talking about the state of the NFL. These teams, week by week, they just show up. Either they're ready to play or they're just laying eggs, man. You have teams that are so talented, like the Bucks just laid an egg at home. And again, I know they're dealing with injuries. Packers are dealing with injuries.
They also
people don't
playing
understand
against the Patriots.
Yeah, but like how good are the Patriots now the top team in the AFC? Is that what we're really about to crown them?
They're pretty decent, bro. And we're about to see them on Thursday Night Football, and they might smack the Jets.
Yeah, they're playing the Jets. They're going to kill the Jets. It's just going to be a joke for the Jets. But it's just like the NFL this year is up for grabs, man. And like we said a couple weeks ago, it's fun to watch. I haven't given up on LaFleur and the Packers yet. I'm hoping the next 2 games against the Giants and the Vikings are get-right spots. We got the Lions on Thanksgiving. But I just don't see it with Jameis, man. I love to listen to him, but I think he's in for a long afternoon. I got Micah with 3+ sacks.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Kyle. You're a Packers fan. You should feel that way. But I'll say this to you. How did you feel when Joe Flacco and the Browns beat the Packers? The Browns that just lost to the Jets that we were speaking on. How did you feel watching Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers, who just lost to the Aints? Any given Sunday, this team can rally. Let's play some cuts. Paulie, specifically go to the Brian Burns audio before we play Kafka and Jameis, because this just goes with what I was saying. Specifically look for Brian Burns. And, Brian Dable said that Jackson Dart is the leader of the team. Okay, the quarterback should be a leader, but there's no way a 22-year-old rookie playing 4, 5, 6 games in the NFL can be the leader of these grown-ass men. Brian Burns is the leader of the team. He's arguably the best player on the team, having the best year of his career in conversations for Defensive Player of the Year. And I want you to listen to what he had to say today and then I will take it from there. Go ahead and play it.
Team leader and a captain, what would you hope comes out of this in this locker room? You know, your coach was fired, and because of the record, you've talked about the players' responsibility. What would you hope the reaction is this moving forward in this locker room and on the field?
I hope the guys would, stick together, come together, come even closer. I kind of just told them, with situations like this, everybody's under evaluation, even though this is happening, nobody's going to turn on the film and be like, this was after Dayball got fired. That's why he's playing this way. Nobody cares. So I just told him, if there was ever a time to play your best ball, it's now. If there's ever a time to bond together, stick together, it's now.
Okay. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. And you've seen this in the NFL before. They fire a coach, and the team rallies around the players. All right, they just, I don't know. There's something about it. You think they're down and out. You think they're going to lay an egg, and they dig deep and they find it. And that is what we're walking into for the Giants. The Giants have been in every game. They just blow it late. What if Mike Kafka has the presence of mind to know what to do on third down, fourth down, penalties, kicking game, calling timeouts, where if the Giants get a lead, they're able to close. So I don't know. We will see on Sunday, but now is the time for the Giants in their building to rally around each other. The coach is gone, and Brian Burns just told you, hey, everybody's being evaluated the rest of the way out. If you've got a little bit more left in the tank, empty it now. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Moose in Jamaica next on the Fan.
Keith, what it do?
What up?
First things first, shout out to the Schmooze. Would have called in, but I really felt it was a guest spot. You were nice enough to allow him some time. So quick story, I was locked up in 2018 and 2019 listening to Yankee games and falling asleep to the Schmooze. So he definitely has some sort of relevance and relevance with me as keeping me company in those situations. So shout out to him. Much love and appreciation on the real. But to talk about the whole Giants and then if I have time, I'll discuss a little bit about the GM meetings. But all right, so Pete Game, this may sound controversial a little bit with regards to this being a Giants station, me being a Giants fan, my skin color being black, whatever. But if you remember, I didn't really originally want Dable. Dable was basically hired after the first interview, the Rooney Rule. They interviewed Flores and another African-American candidate. So if you remember, Brian Flores still has a lawsuit against the NFL, even though he's working in the NFL, and the Giants are tied in that. So I don't know what bombshells might come, I don't know, a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years later from that lawsuit. So that remains to be seen. But I really wanted Brian Flores primarily because of the defense, but I understand why the Giants went with a quarterback whisperer, because the problem with the Giants was we haven't had a quarterback since Eli. And if you look at the irony how that ties in, Jameis Winston will be the second ever starting African-American quarterback other than Geno Smith for that one start in the Giants' history.
So it'd be third.
And then Tyrod Taylor, I forgot about that. But once again, due to injury. But more so, the Dayball situation, I didn't want him fired, but I understand why they did it, because you can't keep pooping the bed as the CEO of the franchise, running the quarterback position, running the offense, having an ear on the defense, and losing these tight games.
Sure. 3 strikes you're out. Dallas game, Broncos game, Bears game, all games that you should have won late. Goodbye. Done.
Exactly. So, and I love what he did with Dart, but obviously, and Shane should go too, because he's made too many mistakes as a GM. And quickly on the baseball, besides the Mets obviously needing a center fielder and money coming off the books, and them being in the market for a starter or 2 or 3, they have to figure out what they did with the bad contracts to pitchers. But I guess with Steve Cohen's impatience to win a championship and the Dodgers' recent dominance with money, I don't think I think Mets fans are in for a pleasant surprise with the reckless spending that might ensue from Steve Cohen pulling David Stern's ear and saying, get this man, get this man, get this man, and so on and so forth. As for the Yankees, real quick, the Skeens talk is remedial at best when it comes to the idea that starting pitching is not the pressing need, but it's an idea to keep into the future, Yankee fans, and even more so. What are we going to do with Ryan McMahon?
Thanks for the call, Moose. I will get into Steve Cohen's pocket versus David Stern's vision later. I will also get into Paul Skeens, more so Livy Dunn and the power of Livy Dunn. And we've got time for that. But let's try to stay on the Giants, and I'll go back to what you were saying about Brian Flores. I remember the whole conversation with Brian Flores. I remember being on for it. And Brian Flores being a Brooklyn native, a New Yorker, a hard-nosed guy that already had head coaching experience, sure. There's no shot that the Giants hire him. There's no shot. He's suing the league. He's also suing the Giants. I think the Broncos, the Dolphins, maybe one other team. He's a defensive coordinator with the Vikings. He was with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's going to stay a coordinator. Same thing with Gruden. I also don't think there's any shot that John Gruden is the next head coach. The Maras and Tisch and the Giants being a legacy team and being right here in New York where the NFL offices are, I don't think they're going against the league, bro. And also, don't leave out that, Brian Daboll might have been hired for this whole Josh Allen quarterback whisperer thing. You had Daniel Jones. Joe Shane was hired before Brian Daboll. He hired his guy from Buffalo. They were a package deal, and that brings us back to Joe Shane and where we are. It's a cold game. Nasty work. Dirty biz. Because Joe Shane protected himself. Joe Shane figured out how to save himself. Had Paul Schwartz in the building writing an article last month about the inner workings of the Giants and their front office and whatnot, and convinced the Giants that, they've hit on these draft picks. But I don't think that they hit on all of these draft picks without Brian Daboll. I vividly remember seeing Brian Daboll at Malik Neighbors' pro day, dapping Malik Neighbors up with a grin on his face like, yeah, this is the guy we're going to get. I joked the other night that if Marvin Harrison Jr. wasn't Marvin Harrison Sr.'s son with the same exact name, Malik Neighbors is going to the Arizona Cardinals, as now Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to miss some time. It's a no-brainer pick. Jackson Dart. I had somebody going back and forth with me today on the internet, and I'm not going back and forth with y'all on the internet. It's too many notifications. So I have grown out of that. I don't have the time. Someone was trying to tell me, give credit where credit is due. Joe Shane drafted Jackson Dart. I said, you clearly didn't see the video from draft night. And it was an older gentleman, and I'm like, you probably aren't on Twitter or Instagram enough, but I saw the video. You saw the video. If you know what I'm talking about, Joe Shane is in a checkered suit, arms crossed, talking about, yeah, this is your guy. He went through the process, and nobody's going to care about a third-round pick if you're right. We're just going to roll the dice. And Brian Daboll sitting there like, we're not rolling the dice. This is the guy. Trade back up and get him. I would have taken him at 3 over Abdul Carter. Let's go to Sean out in Queens on the Fan next. Hello, Sean. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for taking the call. I just, honestly, I just want to, if you allow me, I want to play devil's advocate for a second. And I get everything you're saying, and I'm not an apologist in any way for Joe Shane, but he's not getting a lot of credit for things that happened realistically. And the first thing being, everybody called him crazy for re-signing Daniel Jones. I've always been a Daniel Jones guy. I've talked to Bart when he was on this station, on the other station. He was another guy that backed him. Daniel Jones always, to the eye test, looked like a player. Long story short, they killed him for signing him. Daboll, now, however it worked out, if you look back at that season, the Giants led the league in drops, and a lot of those games weren't Daniel Jones. But he's he's thriving in the Colts system.
Not to cut you off,
Now,
Sean, but
if
they
you look-
killed him because it was a $160 million contract. When they came in, they could have picked up Daniel Jones' rookie option. They opted not to. They didn't believe in him. They literally brought Tyrod Taylor in, who knew the system coming over from Buffalo, being with Brian Dable, and they plotted against him. They told the defense the plays when Daniel Jones was out there to see how he would react. They never loved him. But then when Daniel Jones leads you to the playoffs and Vanilla Vic is born and he's running and scoring touchdowns and the fans are chanting his name, then you can't get rid of your quarterback. So they overpaid him. And you know what people said in the league? They said nobody else on the market would have paid Daniel Jones that money. And then what did they do?
But let me ask you a question though. He went to the playoffs. He took a rookie squad. He took a practice squad receiving core to the playoffs. And he set an NFL record that still hasn't been broken with some of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play. Now, again,
Saquon Barkley was on that team. Wink Martindale ran that defense. It wasn't just Daniel Jones.
So you're not giving Daniel Jones credit for throwing 3 touchdowns, over 300 yards, and 70-plus yards? Come on.
No, I give Daniel Jones that credit.
Again,
I still think it was bogus as hell to give him $160 million.
Okay, you're fair enough, and I agree with that. If you allow me, just with the draft also, okay? Now, he obviously, Evan Neal was a bust, and everybody, if you look at back then, Evan Neal would have been drafted by any team at that spot, by any drafts, any scout, GM, everybody wanted him. So he's a bust regardless. So I get that. It goes on to him. But at the same time, Abdul Carter, we pick Abdul Carter third when you said Dable wanted him third, and Shane figured out a way to trade back and get Dart.
Dable wanted Dart third. That was reported.
Correct, correct. And Shane said no. I want to draft Abdul Carter, and we'll figure out a way to get Dart again in that first round, which winds up, if we look at it now, after season 1, so far, obviously Abdul Carter has no sacks, but he's in the quarterback's face every single
He's
play.
up there with pressures. He's always applying pressure, and that has helped unlock Brian Burns.
And can we agree? And you're right. And again, he fleeced the Carolina Panthers for Brian Burns. He drafted Scatterbo. He drafted Malik Neighbors. So again, I don't want to. I'm not an apologist. I'm not giving him all the credit in the world. But can we not knock him for being the terrible GM that everybody's kind of putting him to be?
The record is the record. And I've been on all week talking about free agency as well. It's not just the draft. Anybody would have drafted Malik Neighbors. I can't give you too much credit for the obvious pick there. And even going back to what you said about Evan Neal, anybody would have drafted Evan Neal. But as the general manager, how come you didn't generally manage the situation with that kid? An IMG kid coming out of high school, a Nick Saban Alabama product. I remember watching Hey Rookie, Welcome to the NFL with him training. I remember Michael Irvin raving about how he was going to be a monster. What happened? I guess you blame that on Brian Dable and the coaching, the offensive line coach, whatever. But how do you let that kid become a bust? Like, see, that's the thing I was saying the other night, too, because so many people were pushing back here. Anybody would have taken Evan Neal. Yeah, anybody would have taken Ryan Leaf. Anybody would have taken Jamarcus Russell. Like, we could play this through every single year of the draft. You're responsible for what happens after you put the card in. Once they get in your building, too. Joe Shane, I can give him credit for hitting on Cam Scatterbo. I'm a huge Cam Scatterbo fan. I think anybody that has listened to the fan knows my story with that guy. Being in here live, watching him on TV when we're supposed to be hosting a show, Big Mac goes, Keith really does just watch sports. We're hosting a show here. He's locked on the game. I'm like, yeah, watch this kid. And I literally had said, whoever gets him, he's going to be steal of the draft. And Cam Scatterbo himself said, I'm the best running back in the draft. When I saw he went to the Giants, I said, wow, the Giants won the draft. They got Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart in the first round. They got this kid in the fourth round. They're ready to roll. I give them credit, too. I also gave them credit for last year. Even though that team was not good, they had a lot of players that contributed as rookies. But it's the job is not just drafting. And he doesn't draft alone. He's got a whole team, a personnel scouting department, and coaches that weigh in on that. Like, if you can give him credit for the obvious picks, then you have to dock him for Deonte Banks Evan Neal, Kayvon is mid, bro. To be picked that high, your first draft, to have those 2 top 10 picks, I don't know. What I'm saying with Joe Schoen is show me what he has done that he's safe. Show me what he has done that he is not just as responsible as Brian Daboll for the failure of the Giants the last 3 seasons. 888-808-1019. I was going to say, I can get another call in before we break here. Let's go to Frank out on Staten Island. Frank, talk to us. You're live.
Hi, Keith. It's a pleasure to talk to you, man. Well, first-time caller, and I've been listening to you for a while now. I love what you do.
Thank you.
The Giants. First, I'm very excited to see Jameis Winston play over Russell Wilson. I'm looking forward to that. Jameis Winston is an absolute character. I think he'll bring a little life to this team after what's going on. Daboll had to be shown the door. I am not letting Joe Schoen get another draft. I agree with you with some of the hits. He's had the hits, like Blake Neighbors, you can't miss. Abdul Carter, you can't miss. He's traded back in for Jackson Dart. I get that. I'm going to throw a name out you. Do I want to be the next general manager? He interviewed when Gettleman got the job. His name is Louis Riddick, the guy over at ESPN. I think he's still over there.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's always been attached to the game. He interviewed for the Giants job years ago when Gettleman, who
He just interviewed for the Jets job when the 33rd team brought him in.
There you go. So I'm not giving Joe Schoen another draft. Like I said, some of the can't look at Jalen Hyatt. The guy don't get off the bench. Deontay Banks, and I was year one of Kayvon Thibodeau. I was high on him. I was at the game when they beat the Colts to go into the playoffs. I was like, this guy might be a stud. And in my opinion, I know I might catch flack for it, but I think he's regressed. Over the last few seasons.
Kayvon is a disappointment to me as well. I've tried to defend him and say give him time. Just coming off of this last game, all of those whiffs that he had when he had gotten there, he had a video going into this season where he was practicing wrestling, where he was like,
yes.
So if you're doing all that wrestling, come on, bro, put it into action. If you're doing all that.
And with the line, with Dexter Lawrence, with Brian Burns, I was excited. And I was like, the Giants, and, their whole coaching staff's got to go. I don't know who, you hear all the names, who's going to come in, who knows. But Joe Schoen cannot get another draft under his belt.
Thanks for the call. I agree. And I also, I don't agree with this, but I understand them saying, yeah, start the process, putting together some names for us as potential head coaches. Start doing that work for us the rest of the way. And the season's not over. Continue doing your GM duties. We're not going to fire you. We can fire Daboll and they can continue on. But we're not going to fire you as GM and then have, the assistant GM assume your spot or whatever. Like, keep working. You're the next dead man walking, though. Brian Daboll was a dead man walking for 2 years. So is Joe Schoen. And, the pros don't outweigh the cons. You can give him credit for hitting on the last 2 drafts. And clearly the Giants put out there, oh, yeah, we believe in this talent. Or I forget how they worded it. I got to go back to my notes to their statement about, their core nucleus of young talent, whatever. But they don't win. Okay, Keith, so that's on the coach. Well, the coach is gone. But the next coach that you're going to bring in has to want to work with Joe Schoen. Joe Schoen honestly set Brian Daboll up for failure. Maybe they win those games if they had a little more depth. You can go back to the Broncos game in their secondary. Once Paulson Adebo and Javon Holland go down, you're relying on the first-round bust and Deontay Banks again. Fast forward, you're relying on Corey Black, a 7th-round pick that was not on your team, that was with the Jets practice squad that came back. These guys are thrust into competition. They're barbecue chicken. The other team's offensive coordinator's like, yeah, go at him. Yep, we're going at that guy right there. So the depth is a huge issue. And I had said this the other night. He was assistant general manager with the Buffalo Bills. As much as we talk about Josh Allen's development with Brian Daboll, what was talked about with Joe Schoen and the Buffalo Bills is, okay, how did the Buffalo Bills get right? Because they were bums. They were trash. How did they right the ship there? Through the draft, through building their roster through the draft, having the depth through the draft, and then adding a couple free agents here and there. They have missed on so many picks in the draft that they haven't been able to build the depth of this Giants team. And every team in the NFL goes through injuries. Every team gets hurt. And you survive based on your depth. And the Giants haven't been able to survive, even in the games that they were competitive and should have won. 888-808-1019 is 1030. We got plenty of time, though. We'll continue with the Giants conversation. I do want to play a little bit of famous Jameis. I do want to play a little bit of Mike Kafka. We'll do that when we come back. We'll take more of your calls. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan, BRB.
It's an OG Classic NFL meet and beat with the Giants and Packers. 1 o'clock Sunday.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
The home of Giants football is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Alrighty, folks, for weeks now, you've heard me speak about my new favorite water, Elevate Hydrogen-Infused Superwater. But did you know that Elevate isn't just the cleanest, most advanced water on the planet? Its potential benefits are actually backed by over 1,600 plus scientific studies. And just speaking for myself, I do feel quite amazing when I'm drinking it. So the question is, where can you pick up your Elevate? Well, if you do live in the 5 Boroughs, why not stop by your local Walgreens or Duane Reade? And if you're not local, check out Elevate at Amazon for complimentary shipping. Drink Elevate, as I do.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
No one sells more Lexus vehicles in New Jersey than Ray Catino Lexus. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Unwrap exceptional offers at all models, including the all-new GX and TX at Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold and Ray Catino Lexus of Monmouth.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia. Movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state, so what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through sculpture gardens, garden gardens, and loop-de-loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Yeah. Returning to Mac. K-Mac, C-Mac, nighttime, overnight on The Fan in New York. Now, we just got to bring this breaking news in. It's not great, but hopefully it's not much of a big deal. James L. Edwards, who covers the Knicks for The Athletic, reports that Jalen Brunson left MSG in a walking boot and crutches. No official report from the team on the injury. Brown just said afterwards that he rolled his right ankle. Paulie alerted me, and I went to Twitter to find the video. And, you know, I was in here talking to Steve when this happened. There was about a little bit less than 2 minutes left, and Brunson's driving to the lane, and he tweaked, I think, his right ankle, and it just makes you think a couple things, right? Right, it's late in the game. If this was Tom Thibodeau, they would have said, why is he in the game? They weren't going to win the game. You know, they were down 15 or whatever they were down. Also, how many times did we see Brunson go into the locker room, come out with a new leg, new ankle, new foot? Also, something I said last night was, is this a super team? Stay healthy. Stay healthy. Your stars are your stars. This team looks good. But you got to stay healthy. It's a long road. 888-808-1019. We're still doing Giant stuff. We're going to talk about the Knicks, though, as well. Let's go to Mario in Long Beach on The Fan. What's up, man? Mario. Do. All right, Mario's not there. He'll call back. He's good at this. Let's take a Giants call, and then we will queue up Mike Kafta and Jameis Winston, just in case you didn't hear their media availability today. I felt like it was a good day for Giants fans. Nobody should be celebrating Brian Daboll's firing. It's just something that had to happen. I even hate how the picture of him outside of his house has circulated. It's like, oh, Brian Daboll spotted. Yeah, at his home where he lives, where his wife and kids are. Like, chill. He's wearing the Penn State hoodie. I joked. I'm like, he's gonna be Franklin's next offensive coordinator wherever they go. I think Daboll's gonna get an NFL offensive coordinator job though. Anyway, let's take a couple calls, and we will queue up Mike Kafta meeting the media for the first time as the Giants' interim head coach, and Jameis Winston meeting the media for the first time as QB1. Out on Long Island, Jay, you're on the Fan. Go for it.
What's going on, Keith? How you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. I got a couple things. First, I feel bad for Kafta because he's saddled with the defensive coordinator they're giving him, and now he has to try to find a way to earn a job or even earn another head coaching interview. It's messed up. They have 2 guys on their staff right now who could take over for Bowen, and it's messed up that they're not even giving him a chance. I hope he gets a chance to maybe make a change there, either go to Mount Manuel or.
I'll say this. I'll say this. I don't know if we have the clip, but I listened today, and he spoke on not being privy to the defensive discussions, and now he has the opportunity to have a hand in that with Shane Bowen, to say, hey, all right, this is what we're going to do here on, I don't know, second and long, third and long, fourth and short, late in game situation. Right. So hopefully he can change what we've seen that has damned the Giants this entire year.
Yeah, I did hear something about that, so maybe it is a scheme thing, and it's not all on Bowen, so we'll see about that going forward. But I got a name for you for head coach.
Okay.
Davis Shaw.
Davis Shaw.
Yeah, Stanford guy, cut his bones in the NFL, went to college, had a great career there.
I'm looking
up
to
he's
see
back in the NFL.
Where's he at right now?
Passing game coordinator at Detroit Lions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he was at Denver in their front office last year. So I think he's the kind of guy who has the history. He has, he can run a program. He knows what he's doing. He's been around great offensive guys. He has a good offensive mind, and he has a long reach, so he could build a good staff.
Yeah, he's got a ton of experience. That is a name that I haven't heard yet. Thanks for the call, Jay. We've probably gone through 25 different names. Back to another Ian O'Connor tweet. Ian O'Connor wrote today, he said, the day Brian Daboll was hired, John Mara said of hiring head coaches without previous head coach experience, in quotes, it's the most difficult decision by far that you ever make in this business because you just don't know. He goes on to write, the Giants can't hire a novice head coach again after Daboll, Judge, McAdoo, despite the good assistants available. Nor can they go the Pat Shurmur or Spags route, former head coaches with sub-300 winning percentages. They need absolute certainty on this one. Someone with a winning head coach pass, preferably on the NFL level, but at least at the major college level. And then he adds Lane Kiffin, Marcus Freeman. Now, I did see a report about Marcus Freeman. I don't know if they'll go there. They'd have to be absolutely wowed by him. But I saw a Big Blue Film Room on Twitter said there's high regard for Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman in the Giants building, and that came from Paul Schwartz. So who knows? It's a long way to go. We don't know what coach is going to be fired. We don't know who Joe Shane has contacts with. We don't know if Joe Shane's going to be here, but I think it's a good thing. Let's see what Mike Kafta does, and let's see if the Giants are able to win some games here. I think if you get Shane out the way, this is the most attractive spot. All right, I think experienced head coaches will be lining up to interview with Mara and Tisch and take this job. You're most likely going to have a top 5 pick. You have Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, Cam Scatterbu, Abdul Carter, Andrew Thomas, Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns. There's some good players here. I don't trust the GM, man. I feel like any coach that comes in here is going to want a different GM because it's going to be so important to build the depth of this team through the draft and free agency. Gary's in Waterbury, back on the Fan. G-Makes, what up?
I smash teeth, F your beef, no relief. I step on stage.
The girls scream like I'm Keith.
Yo, it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I was gone for a little while.
No. Another season down the drain. Another new head coach.
Yeah.
Another new OC next year.
Another new starting quarterback.
For a rookie QB, yeah. So, Jameis is a sideshow, so we're going to get some entertainment out of that. And our defense is so overrated. It's so overrated. It's despicable.
It's just crazy because
that.
All that was talked about in the preseason was, wow, this Giants front, this Giants defense, They really got a chance here to be dominant.
Yeah. Abdul Carter gets a lot of pressures, but you know what? You need sacks and turnovers.
Yeah, he was interviewed today talking about
you know what makes you a beast? It's sacks and turnovers that make you a good player, and tackles.
Tackles for loss.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Gary. Yeah, Abdul Carter was interviewed today, and he mentioned, I think he said he has 4 sacks that got called back because of penalties. We saw that in the last game, him and Dexter Lawrence. That sucks. Like, you get home, and it gets wiped off the board because of shaky coverage in your secondary. All right, let's go to Mike Kafka. Let's go to some of the audio from today, earlier today around 12:30 when he met the media. In case you missed that, we will play some of it. And like I said, Mike Kafka is a guy that, to me, that's always seemed very reserved, quiet, I would even say. And now he gets the spotlight. Now he gets to audition here. I think it's an uphill battle for the guy. I'm rooting for the guy. And I think it starts with this week. The Packers are not world beaters. They're frauds. They talked about going 11-0, or not 11-0. They talked about going undefeated this year after they were like 1-0 or 2-0. They lost to the Browns. They lost to the Panthers. They can't lose to the Giants in Giant Stadium, where last time they played in Giant Stadium, they laid an egg. Of course they can. They don't know what Jameis Winston's going to look like throwing the ball to Darius Slayton and Wandale and the tight ends. And the defense has to lock in because Jordan Love is suspect. And if they can stop Josh Jacobs, the Packers have a few different receivers, but none of them are game breakers. None of them are dominant. Like Christian Watson had some catches last week. Romeo Doubs didn't do anything. Tucker Kraft is out. Like, why can't I might even bet the Giants this week. But last week, I said it's my fault. It's my fault the Giants lost because I took them against the Bears. I was like, damn it. I was like, I know better than to bet on the Giants because all they do is find ways to lose. It was inevitable. I even tweeted out, no way they lose this game, right? I didn't think Jackson Dart was going to get knocked out of the game. I can't even cash out my bets. I go to cash out, not available. Anyway, here's Mike Kafka speaking first and foremost on the firing of Brian Daboll.
Daboll was just so instrumental in giving you the opportunity here as OC. When you first heard that he was being relieved and that he was going to be interim, what were those initial emotions and reaction like?
Yeah, you certainly didn't. I certainly didn't anticipate it, but it was one of those things. They happen in this league, and again, I'm appreciative of what Dave's has done for me as a professional, as a coach, as a person, and getting to understand and know his family. And these things are there's a human element to it too. So I'm very sensitive to that, and I wish him nothing but the best. And we'll continue to stay in touch with him because he's a great friend of mine. So. But there's a time for us in this group to continue to move forward and go enjoy this process and this journey.
Cold game. He's got to act like he didn't have any idea this was going to happen, but they all had ideas this was going to happen. Like Brian Daboll's seat has been hot for the last 2 seasons. Okay, Mike Kafka on what makes a great head coach in his opinion.
What makes a great head coach in your mind, and how does that compare to the challenge of having to step in as an interim head coach when there's a lot that's already, put in place for you?
I think the best head coaches I've been around are guys that are confident, poised, have a direction, have a plan, and then go execute the plan. And if something goes just a little bit different, then you go back and you adjust. You have flexibility to adjust. Accountability, holding guys accountable to the highest standard. If it's not right, fix it. Don't wait and let things just kind of trickle and snowball, right? So you want to be able to do that. Guys that empower players to be their best. And so those are things that I've learned over my past that I think are great qualities in a head coach and things that I try to mirror.
Man, I hope he backs up those words. This may be his only opportunity in life to head coach in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way that the chips have fallen here. He was getting consideration in the past. The Giants held on to him. And now he's the interim the rest of the way. And it's a tough audition. Man, if you can affect the game, affect the game. If you can stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. If it feels like it's about to unravel, don't let it. If you are up and you have a lead, protect that lead. The biggest thing, and I was talking about this the last couple of nights, I really hope that when Jackson Dart comes back, he's not listening to the outside noise about, you got to protect him. You got to protect him. You don't. Like, he's got to protect himself. He's got to protect himself. And I feel like right now, Jackson Dart is learning the hardest lesson. You know he's got to be sick that he can't play right now. You know he's got to be hating the fact that he's in concussion protocol. He can't go this week. He might not go next week. But I'm really hoping that Mike Kafka does not hear all the outside noise about. Like I was listening to Steve too, and I don't mean to correct Steve, but it is what it is. I think Steve said something about like Jackson Dart having 25 design runs in the Chicago Bears game. It wasn't in that one game. I think he had 4 design runs in that game, and 2 of them went to the crib. And if he's had 25 in the 6 starts that he's had, I don't mind that because this guy's got 7 rushing touchdowns. Like, I've been screaming this all week, and I know Big Mac has echoed it too. And Big Mac has talked about it as far as, like, if you guys are saying that Brian Daboll was reckless with this kid's health to save his job, like, that's a lofty claim. It's a part of the offense. And I think people are so confused. People are like, Lamar Jackson runs. Not like that. Have you guys watched Lamar Jackson in the last couple of years? Lamar Jackson is a passer. Of course he can take off and run, but he's sliding. Jalen Hurts is sliding. They're getting out of bounds. Mahomes will take off. Mahomes is getting out of bounds. He's deking the defense. Like, Jackson Dart is about to learn the hard way. Get down. You're hitting your TikTok dances in the end zone, youngin. They don't like that. CJ Gardner-Johnson's coming to hit you like this is the NFL. Gruden was telling you, stop being evil Knievel. So what I'm saying, going back to Kafka, and we'll play a little bit more audio here before we get to the 11 o'clock break and update, 888-808-1019. I hope Kafka keeps it in the offense, man. Because Dart, when you watch him run, his vision as a runner, I'm like, this kid's a freaking running back. He's got good field vision. Like that second touchdown he scored against the Bears where he first set them up inside, but he knows. I remember playing at JMU, used to be hash, numbers, sideline when you run the ball, man. Stay inside until you could get boop, 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 hash, number, sideline. And he set them up, and then he got enough room to get to. I'm like, this kid is cold as hell. Do not neuter him because it's like, oh, he's been concussed. He's had this many trips to the concussion tent. It's football. Get him a better helmet. Tell him to buckle his damn chin strap. I'm tired of seeing his helmet being slid up and down. Get him a better helmet. If you got to put a Guardian cap on him, tell him make the Guardian cap look cool. How about you be the coolest guy with a Guardian cap, Jackson Dart? But Mike Kafka, do not go the rest of the season when Jackson Dart comes back. I even heard somebody calling the BT and South saying that they shouldn't have played him last week against the Chicago Bears to protect him because the season's over. And it's not, what? He's developing. He needs every rep he could get. And he is the team. He's the most exciting thing about the Giants right now. Why would you watch if they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to go with Russell Wilson against the Bears because, Dart has been getting beat up. He took an ass whooping against the 49ers. What? So I'm like, you guys sometimes watch football, but you don't realize it's a rough-ass game, man. It's modern-day gladiator. And he is a gladiator. You cannot take the design runs out of his game. He's too good at it. And it's a defense beater. They can't stop it. 888-808-1019. Mike Kafka, it was his decision to start Jameis. But I think it was all of our decision. I remember looking at Twitter. I think everybody at WFAN was tweeting after we saw Russ, hey, Jameis got to start this week if Dart can't clear concussion protocol. But then Kafka speaks on the play calling. This is Mike Kafka on who will call plays.
You still call plays, though, Mike? Mike, you still call plays. You say from Kelly as the offensive coordinator?
Yes.
Mike, you still call?
Yeah, so, I already kind of alluded to it. He's going to continue the play calling, and that is the continuity. That's keeping things the same. And I think that's the right way to go. I think that's the right way to go about this. And Kelly has been elevated as the offensive coordinator, but I think that's probably for like meeting purposes and stuff that they do to prepare. But Mike Kafka will call the plays Obviously, Dart is not in there this week. I think they will have some new wrinkles and some new things that the Packers do not have on film that they will not necessarily be prepared for. And I know that Packers defense is tough. But I think they have a chance to compete with the Packers. And the difference this week should be that if they get a lead late, maybe they can keep it. Maybe they won't fold. Maybe they won't blow it this time. Or maybe they will again because they're the Giants and that's what the Giants do. I don't know. It's 11 o'clock. We'll get into some other stuff. I know you guys want to talk baseball. As I see Buck Showalter at MLB Network talking about Alex Bregman projected offer 6 years, $171 million. That's a good place to start. We'll start with Alex Bregman when we come back. Keith McPherson on the Fan for the next 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours till 1. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
They blew another fourth quarter lead. The heart and soul of the team goes walking in in concussion protocol, and then the inevitable is going to happen. I mean, the ownership can only take so much.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snugly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
We're counting down to Black Friday savings. It's the countdown to Black Friday at Nielsen Dodge. Hundreds of vehicles in stock with big savings off MSRP. Your countdown to the hottest deals is on now.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We all know it's the biggest sale of the year, and Nielsen's going bigger than ever. You can count on 0 down payment, plus up to $1,500 overbook value for your trade, and the credit help you need.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at NielsenDodge.com, a proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
The countdown is on. Don't miss out.
At Nielsen, Fridays in the driver's seat.
Black Friday sales event. With approval term 24 months through its signed Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819 at tax tag $498 dock and DMV fees.
We're always talking New York sports on the Fan.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric root score report dated 1/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier immediate orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers 4 convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. From the field or sports court straight to a top-rated walk-in orthopedic doctor. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters.
Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. No answers for the Knicks on the second leg of a back-to-back as they fell to the Magic, 124-107.
First of all, you got to give them credit. Jamal Mosley and the rest of Orlando Magic, they kicked our ass. It's as simple as that. They came out with a physical presence that we didn't handle well.
Knicks shot just 11 of 36 from deep. That's 31%. Jalen Brunson, 31, but only one other starter in double figures. That was Karl Anthony Towns with 15 and 12 rebounds as the Knicks saw their 5-game win streak come to a halt. It's the Jameis Winston show Sunday for the Giants. Name the starter as Jackson Dart remains in concussion protocol. Winston asked what he expects from that crowd.
I just want them to be excited, come ready, expect us to give it all we got. Just like y'all, just like when the Giants fan come up, we know we're going to feel them. We know that we're going to receive them, receive us with open arms, and we're going to give you what you desire.
Tarek Schoolbull, Paul Skeens, they're your Cy Young winners. Vincent Trocheck, his first 2 goals of the year. Will Cooley scored twice as well. Rangers punished the Lightning 7-3. Igor Shesterkin, 31 saves. And the Devils trail the Blackhawks 1-0 midway through the second period. 48 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, man. I just thought about Brian Dable, right? Remember when he won that game and he comes into the locker room, he says, "Play juicy." Real one. Wore Jordan 3s and a lot of guys, like players, coaches, former players, they like Brian Dable. He's going to land on his feet. He just had to go. It didn't work. He had to be the first sacrificial lamb. Keith McPherson on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Spent probably the first, hour and a half coming off a Steve Summers show talking about the Giants, talking about Mike Kafka, Joe Shane. We'll still play some cuts from Jameis Winston. I played Brian Burns, but I'm itching to get into the lukewarm stove, the GM meetings, Scott Boris holding court. He tickles me. He's a funny one. I remember last year trying to make some of my own Scott Boris puns. Like, I call Scott Boris baseball's Bond villain. He's the evil super agent of baseball. He's filthy rich, and he's never stopping as long as he's breathing. He's old, but he's on time. For these GM meetings where he's holding court, and he's got his puns together. So we're definitely going to play some of them. And since I had Bregman on my screen with former manager of your New York Metropolitans, Buck Showalter, I'm like, I got to start getting into this because this show will be over and it's time. Bregman is somebody who should be of interest to the Mets. Bregman is somebody who signed with the Boston Red Sox and similar to the Pete Alonso contract. Boris sets these contracts up with the opt-out where they get the big money up front. They can opt out and retest the market. And here is Scott Boris today holding court. And bear with me, it's long. You got to keep in mind it's Scott Boris in front of the media in Vegas. This is his shining moment every year. He cannot wait to almost get on stage. Like, Like, this is him performing as a stand-up comedian, as a solo act, like him getting the microphone. He prepares this stuff. He's not reading off a teleprompter. It's all in his head. Here is Scott Boris talking about the Boston Red Sox, and, wait for it. Wait for the Alex Bregman pun.
I would certainly think that, like in Boston, we learned a lot about Bregman in 25, because in Boston, prior to 25, they had a lot of lineup do not holes.
Do not holes.
And certainly prior to 25, Boston has been a kind of a club that's been has Duncan well below the playoff line. I think it was a bad roast in Beantown. Certainly, and give the owners credit in 25. They went out and spent some Starbucks to bring in a Bregman blend that led them to the playoffs. So I'm sure the Boston fans don't want this to be just a cup of coffee. And no one wants a Brexit.
I mean, hey, like this guy, I wonder how long it took him to cook all of that. Donut, do not holes. Dunkin' Donuts is getting free promo off of Scott Boris. Starbucks as well. Brexit, bro. I mean,
that's more flow.
A cup of
that's
coffee.
Some freestyles right there, man. That's a freestyle off the dome.
It is. It's not off the dome. I know he was sitting in his dungeon somewhere.
But even if he wasn't looking at a piece of paper. He's staring right into cameras and a mic.
It's impressive that, like, the delivery. Someone who raps every week and works on cadence and delivery and bars and puns and stuff like I'm impressed by Scott Boris. Not really. He should give it up. It's comical that the most famous agent in baseball yearly does this with his clients. And Alex Bregman is a proven postseason player. He's in the postseason every single year. He's somebody that Yankee fans were interested in. I think Yankee fans are split. Cheater, cheater. I hate going to Yankee Stadium and y'all want to chant cheater when he comes up to the plate or George Springer comes on. It's like, bro, forget about it. It doesn't help. Doesn't help. We got to figure out something here. Sidebar. Because I was listening to Steve and that little like that reverb, that feedback, I thought it was my headphones for weeks. And I've been gone for a week. And I heard it with Steve. Steve had over-ear headphones. I've got in-ear headphones. What is it?
So Steve's feedback is from this microphone transitioner thing he uses, or a headphone machine that makes the volume like 30 times louder than it is if you just put the jack into the headphone jack. So his makes it louder, and because he puts it so loud, that comes over on the air, which causes the feedback. Okay. That's how loud Steve listens.
Maybe my headphones are still too loud. I don't need to hear my own voice that loud. I don't have any calls right now, but I just was hearing it. I'm like, I was hearing the same sound listening to Steve earlier. I don't know. Anyway, just resetting here. Now we're talking baseball a little bit. Of course, still taking your calls on the Giants. Still taking your calls on Mike Kafka, Jameis Winston. We'll play some Jameis Winston cuts. But now I'm setting the stage for the lukewarm stove. Like when you turn the stove off and you go back 10 minutes later and it's not going to burn you, but like it's still, I don't think lukewarm is the term. Lukewarm is the term for like water. It's like I don't know what that term is. Call me up if you know the term when the stove like is still on. It's still hot. When the light is on, it's like cooktop, stovetop, still hot, but it's not really hot. It's just like a warning type of thing. That's where we are right now with the GM meetings. Nothing's going down yet. But here's some things that I collected out there. Well, not that was for the puns. But I guess drum roll, please. Okay, Paul Skeens. I've been waiting to get to this Paul Skeens conversation because I was at Yankee Stadium. I think it was 2023 when Livy Dunn pulled up, and the Yankees were also hosting like Navy guys, like Navy, what are the Navy, midshipmen? And these Navy guys were whooping it up. Every guy that was in eye shot of Livy Dunn was like, yo, Livy. Like, everybody's trying to get a picture with her. Everybody's trying to get her attention. She's like that. Honestly, put her right up there. I mean, I know y'all like Sydney Sweeney, but I think she's a prettier girl than Sydney Sweeney. They're different. But why I talk about Livy Dunn here is Livy Dunn tried to get Babe Ruth's apartment in New York. They didn't allow it because she's too big. Like, she's too famous. Like, they make that move, and then the people that live in that building, wherever it is in New York, the block is hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's too many people pulling up. Livy Dunn needs security all the time. But Livy Dunn is the girlfriend of Paul Skeens, your reigning NL Cy Young winner. Congratulations to him tonight. And that's why I talk about the power of Livy Dunn. Livy Dunn is from, I think, Berlin, New Jersey. Where is Livy Dunn from in Jersey? So she's from Westwood, New Jersey. She is a Jersey girl. She's a Yankee fan, and also, let's go Devils, as I need to check back on that Devils game. And why don't I have that Devils game on in here? Oh, it's on TNT? Paulie, let me know if you know how to get to TNT, what channel that is in here. Good looks. Appreciate it. I've seen her in the Devils gear, too. She was in the Stadium Series jersey. She's one of the Devils, like, you know, influencers that shows up there. 1-0 Blackhawks over the Devils right now with 6:55 left in the second period. Livy Dunn wants her man to play for the Yankees. And so this article that Randy Miller put out, and whatever you think about Randy Miller, it is what it is. Clint Frazier hates Randy Miller. Randy Miller has been on this radio station. I remember him getting on with Ricky Ricardo and saying that the Yankees would not be one of the top bidders for Juan Soto. He was wrong with that. But there was a quote in there that came from an anonymous teammate of Paul Skeens that read, "Trust me, he wants to play for the Yankees. I've heard him say it multiple times." I like the sound of that. Because wanting to be a Yankee means something to me. Wanting to be a Yankee means something to me. Like, I want players that want to be Yankees. Cody Bellinger, you want to be a Yankee? We'll get into that soon as well. But where there's smoke, there could be some fire. I don't think the Pirates are trading him this offseason. But this is the, kind of still warm stove. And Livy Dunn has an apartment in New York somewhere. She didn't get Babe Ruth's apartment. She's a Yankee fan. She's been to Yankee Stadium multiple times. She's a Devils fan. She's been to the Prudential Center. And Paul Skeens wants to win. And the Yankees are always competitive. They are always winning. They might not win it all, but they're in the postseason a lot. And I heard some conversation earlier about Cam Schlittler and some people saying certain guys, like, if they want Cam Schlittler, George Lombard Jr., Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, Luis Heel, they can have all five of them for Paul Skeens. Have you guys ever watched a full Paul Skeens game? I mean, sometimes with the Pirates, it's like, he shouldn't be on the Pirates. If he's with the Yankees, he's going to dominate sooner rather than later. Like Paul Skeens changes everything. You know who he is? That's such a dream.
He's the next Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani was on the Angels. Huh? He's what I mean by that, Ohtani on the Angels, nobody cared. He moved to a big market team, and now look at him. When Skeens goes to a big market team after Pittsburgh, he will absolutely blow up.
I mean, he was the Rookie of the Year last year.
Yeah, but nobody cares about Pittsburgh. Nobody cares.
I guess because I'm a baseball fan.
Nobody cared about Ohtani on the Angels.
Didn't he was in the College World Series with LSU. I watched him pitch at LSU. Some of those games were on ESPN. I'm like, this guy's a freak. He's just dominant, man. And I mean, if there's truth to him wanting to be a Yankee, obviously with his girl and that influence, Yankees give up whomever for that. And Brian Cashman, I don't think it's going to happen. I believe he's still under control for the next 3 seasons, maybe 4. But Cashman, pick up the phone. Rap with them. I forget the GM of the Pirates' name, but we were able to work with them to get David Bednar. And the GM said that there were better packages. Ben Sherrington, but he liked what Brian Cashman offered, and maybe he'll like what Brian Cashman has to offer this time around. 888-808-1019. I remember, being on here and I'm blanking on the young man's name that was in the Bednar trade and why they liked that package. Oh, I know, because the Yankees, and I remember talking about it, the Yankees, as much as people want to say the Yankees don't develop talent, right, or which is a lie, they certainly develop catching talent. I don't know if you remember the night I had Rafael Flores call in. I think it was during the All-Star break. It was right before the trade deadline. And I asked him about potentially being traded. He got traded and he got into a game with the Pirates, or a couple games at the end of the year with the Pirates. But the Pirates sent the Yankees David Bednar, who became the Yankees closer and will be the Yankees closer next year, because they like Rafael Flores. So Ben Sherrington, Brian Cashman, start talking about what it's going to take for Paul Skeens. 888-808-1019 as I see some of the Yankee calls coming in. Speaking of Yankee closers, Devin Williams did close some games. Devin Williams, I joked, would be the big signing of the offseason for the Yankees, but I hope not. I'm good on Devin Williams. I know he got better and he figured it out, but I ain't got time for that. I'm good. So Devin Williams now has been linked to who else? The Dodgers. And Edwin Diaz, too. So, yeah, there's mutual interest between the Dodgers and free agent pitcher Devin Williams. And if you can recall, on that intro Zoom call that Devin Williams had with the Yankees, they asked him about what he thought when he first heard he was getting traded. He said he thought he was getting traded to the Dodgers. He thought it was the Dodgers because the Dodgers are always making moves. The Dodgers are always going to get teams. I think he was probably more excited to go to the Dodgers than New York, especially with the beard, not knowing that the Yankees are going to let him keep the beard. Well, he'd have to shave it and then grow a new one back. All right, let's get to some of these calls. We're going to get more into Alex Bregman, Pete Alonso later. Now we're kind of talking Paul Skeens and Devin Williams. But, yeah, there was something else that I caught with, and I was talking about Bregman and Alonso and them both being Boris clients. I think Alonso comes back to the Mets. I've been saying it since in season. The Mets aren't good enough to let Pete walk. They're not. You can't lose that bat. You can't lose that presence. You can't do that to your fans. You can't come off of not making the postseason and then lose Pete Alonso. But there's a lot of people pointing to the Red Sox being interested in Pete Alonso. I don't want that to happen. As the Yankees faced off against the Red Sox, Pete Alonso could be the difference where Pete Alonso makes the Red Sox instantly better. So, yeah, there's some audio that I will play as well. I'll send it to Paulie right now on that, but let's take some calls because that's the whole thing, right? We're supposed to take calls, we're supposed to talk to the fans on the fan about fan type of stuff. Neil is in Manalapan, home of the Braves on the Fan in New York. What's up, Neil?
Hey, good. How are you, Keith?
Good.
Hey, you're right about the pitching, but you can find those Japanese pitchers, right? There's a good one out there. Obviously, Skeens is great, but what I wanted to talk about, how hopefully the Yankees don't make a mistake with Cody Bellinger like we did with DJ LeMahieu coming off a great year. He's going to get big contract, then he falls off year 2, 3, 4, and we're stuck with this big money. So it's better to probably let him go if they want to go. Find Bregman, Alonso, and a couple of these Japanese pitchers and trade for a pitcher. That's the way they should go at it. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Neil. Now, I know that this, Tatsuya Imai character, and we'll have to cue up what Scott Boris said about him because he's also a Scott Boris client. I know that he's been linked to the Yankees. He's going to post on November 19th. He's not Paul Skeens. I haven't seen him throw a pitch. He's not Paul Skeens, bro. And I honestly don't think Paul Skeens is getting traded this offseason. Tarek Skubal should get traded this offseason. Mets fans for Tarek Skubal, you should be all over that. I was talking about that a month ago. I think I was talking about that after Tarek Skubal got taken out of that game. Tigers, Mariners, and the Mariners advance, a 15-inning game. That game was on a Friday night. I watched it over at the Village Tavern. I left. I went to another bar. I got on the train, went home. That game was still on. Like this game is never ending, and the Mariners prevail. Tarek Skubal has Mets written all over it. The Tarek Skubal trade. And I know some of y'all don't want to give up Nolan McLean. I would for Tarek Skubal. What? You don't have the pitching. It was funny. I was looking for stuff, and David Stern spoke again as well. Shout out to Laura Albanese. I've had her on a couple times. She wrote, David Stearns confirms that the Mets will be looking to have some more long relief type options out of the bullpen. They'll look both internally and externally for the correct fit. And I laughed when I read that because I'm like, yeah, you should have some more long relief options just in case you don't have any starters that could go past the fourth inning again. Josh is in Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Josh?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. Quick few points. First of all, I think the Mets should go after Devin Williams after signing Edwin Diaz because he's low risk. He's going to be small contract, and his ceiling is crazy high.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea too. Bang, Devils score, tie game. Here we go. Devin Williams as the setup guy for Edwin Diaz. That'll help you out. You're not going to need too much, long relief. If you got a starter that can go 6 innings, 7 innings, you pass it off to those guys.
And also, what do you think about Luke Weaver for the Mets? Also another guy that has a high ceiling and will be a low contract.
Oh, I joked about Luke Weaver being 1 foot into Citi Field, having half a Mets jersey on before we even got to the postseason. Like, Luke Weaver is the next Clay Holmes, Luis Severino, as far as the Yankees not bringing him back and the Mets saying, oh, come on down.
Yeah, and also, what do you think about the Mets getting Cody Bellinger?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
They need a center fielder.
I mean, I'm sure they're going to be interested in Cody Bellinger. Maybe, there's going to be some John Heyman article about it. But I just think that he is a Yankee, wants to be a Yankee. And even going back to the last call, thanks for the call, Josh, I compared him to DJ LeMahieu. I don't see him. I didn't even address that because, DJ LeMahieu versus Cody Bellinger, what's the comp? They're both like utility guys. They play, different positions. You said 1 good year for Cody Bellinger. It's not 1 good year for Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger was an MVP. Cody Bellinger has won it all. The Dodgers are supposed to be interested in Cody Bellinger. I still really do believe Cody Bellinger was hurt. I think he had a heel issue that was bothering him. I think that affected him in the postseason. Cody Bellinger is 30. DJ LeMahieu was signed, I think, when he was 32. He was a little bit older. I just heard the other night. Let me see if I can find that clip. Garrett Cole. You got to hear Garrett Cole talk about Cody Bellinger. I'll find that clip for you so I don't do it verbatim. And I love listening to Garrett Cole just talk baseball because he's so dominant, he's so good, but he's also such a freaking nerd. Garrett Cole is such a baseball nerd. I remember Garrett Cole joining the Fox broadcast, and I think he told A-Rod, Big Papi, and Jeter how he would pitch all of them. I like listening to him talk shop. There was another time him and Cone were talking pitching, and I'm like, they could do a weekly podcast just talking about pitching from now to the end of time, and people would listen to it. So yeah, I'm queuing up the Cody Bellinger conversation that Garrett Cole had, and also Chris Rose talking about the Pete Alonso, Alex Bregman, Mets, Red Sox, maybe swapping players under Scott Boris coming up. But let's take another call. Andrew's in New Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Drew.
Hey, what's up, man? So, I think the Yankees definitely need to go out and get 2 big bats, like a Bo Bichette and a Bregman. But the problem is, once again, it comes down to Cashman. I don't trust him. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And I don't trust any of the signings he's going to do. And on top of it, Hal needs to realize that he's not the richest owner of baseball anymore when it comes to money. All these teams are going to spend money. The Mets, Phillies, the Dodgers, the Padres, they're all going to spend money. The Dodgers, I just saw, have $87 million now in free cap space they got to clear up. So, I mean, this is it for the Yankees. Like, how many more off seasons are we really going to go through where, you know, we do these penny-pinching moves and Cashman tries to sell them as, like, you know, the next best thing with the Dominguez's and all the prospects that have failed over the years. Like, when's enough with these prospects and we're going to actually go out and sign good players?
Thanks for the call, Andrew. There was a lot there that I disagree with. I mean, like, the Yankees have gone out. Like, what are you talking about? Last year, they went out and they traded for Cody Bellinger. They traded for Devin Williams. They signed Max Fried. Like, the year before, they went and traded for Juan Soto. Like, they've been doing that the last few seasons. They've been adding players. They added Rodon 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Like, they have been adding. They made sure Judge stayed. Hal Steinbrenner does not even kind of move like he's the richest owner in baseball at all. Hal Steinbrenner is acting more like he's the rest of the owners, you know, or at least talking about it. Talking about, hey, nobody can really do what the Dodgers do. And it was funny, I was on last night, and somebody called in reference to Joel Sherman suggesting that Hal Steinbrenner wants to keep the Yankees' payroll under $300 million. And I was like I guess, like, it's. I think I even said, I'm like, it's November 11th. Hey, if the Yankees have an opportunity to sign Cody Bellinger, and I think we're out on Kyle Tucker, folks, another starter, another bat, not Bo Bichette. I like how you did that with Bo Bichette. Like, you know, some people say, like, oh, where'd you get that hoodie from? Target. It's from Target, bro. Target. I never heard anyone call Bo Bichette Bo Bichette. We're out on Bregman, too. They're not going to get Bregman. They have Ryan McMahon here under control. They also have Oswaldo Cabrera coming back. You might even see Ahmed Rosario come back. So here is Brian Cashman speaking today. We might as well start getting into some of the Cashman stuff from the Zoom. Brian Cashman was asked about the Yankees payroll and Joel Sherman reporting that, like, Hal Steinbrenner is going to try and get this under $300 million.
Great. Cash, it's been reported that Hal would like to drop payroll below $300 million. Is that your understanding of where you guys are at?
I don't know if I don't know if that's where we're at. I know that we are always fluid with our payroll situation, and out of all the things that we have here in the organization, payroll usually is not an issue that we've had to deal with much of. They've always been supportive, so I think payroll is. It's always obviously something we play with, but we're pretty strongly invested. But what an ultimate payroll number is going to be, I haven't gotten that from Hal Steinbrenner.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, like, there's no reason to entertain that conversation. And I know that I have mentioned last year with the beard policy, Hal coming out and saying, I think we've spent enough at $307 and $308 million. But that was said in late March. It's November. We don't know yet, so chill. Anyway, here's Garrett Cole. When I was saying I was listening to Garrett Cole, there was Lou Gehrig, ALS. Excuse me. I'm sorry that I don't know the event that just took place. Sarah Langs was honored. It was the Lou Gehrig ALS event that just happened in New York. The Iron Horse Award was presented to Sarah Langs, and ALS United Greater New York's annual Lou Gehrig Legacy Gala. That happened last night. And here is Garrett Cole, baseball nerd, but also dominant Cy Young winner, Cole World No Blanket, talking about his boy Cody Bellinger.
The importance of having Bellinger come back. How can you talk about that?
Well, yeah. Do you know something I don't? Is he coming back?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
That's why I'm asking, like, the importance of, like,
of what he was to us. Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
and, like, why
Cody's outstanding.
He needs to come back, right?
I mean, in my career, I've never come across another player like Cody. I mean, two other players come to mind. I think of Josh Harrison and I think of Sean Rodriguez back when I was on the Pirates. Both players that I thought could play at least 3 major league positions at above average defense. Cody fits that bill, and then also has like a career OPS of 850, which is just in another league. So fantastic player all around, fantastic clubhouse guy, great family man.
And he did not compare him to DJ LeMahieu because he's way more athletic than DJ LeMahieu. And do not forget that shot of Garrett Cole's wife, Cody Bellinger's wife, and Carlos Rodon's wife and Legends at the end of the season. And that made its rounds on Twitter where we were all like, Cody Bellinger's not going anywhere. Happy wife, happy life. Garrett Cole kind of leaned into like, yeah, he's a great family man. Okay, before we go to break, here is Chris Rose as we lean into the conversation around Alex Bregman and Pete Alonso and the potential swap that could go on there. I think that David Stearns would be more interested in Alex Bregman than a Pete Alonso. And then if that's the case, the Red Sox would be interested. Here is what Chris Rose had to say today on his podcast.
I think that Alex Bregman is leaving Boston. So that means they're going to need somebody to replace that production. And all I could imagine was this guy hitting about 60 home runs over that. It's a very tall wall in left field, but it's very close to home plate. So, Jolly, I hope that you didn't save any of your Pete Alonso jerseys because he is not coming back to Citi Field. I think that how negotiations went last year rubbed him the wrong way. He said all the right things, as he always does. I think that Boston is going to go after a veteran bat that you can plug in the middle of that lineup every day. Say what you want about his shortcomings. He's a 900 OPS guy when he's going well. In that ballpark at Fenway, God knows what he could do. And having a veteran presence like that might allow them to trade one of their younger guys if they feel like they can't get a pitcher that they want in free agency. Pete Alonso, welcome to the AL East and Boston, Massachusetts after inking your 5-year deal.
No. Hard disagree. I do not want to see that. I understand where you're coming from, Rosie, but nah. That's not you, Rosie, but they call Chris Rose Rosie. No. I don't think Pete was rubbed the wrong way. They gave him $30 million for last year. He broke the home run record. Like, he was celebrated. If the rain didn't rain on his parade, you guys remember what happened. We got to go to break. 888-808-1019. We are now cooking up on the kind of warm stove, talking about the GM meetings. Scott Boris, Alex Bregman, Cody Bellinger, Pete Alonso, Tatsuya Imai, all that good stuff. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RIT root score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Beat the rush and get great deals at the Jeep Black Friday sales event. For well-qualified current FCA lessees, get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $379 a month for 42 months with $2,039 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-Jeep for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 26,250. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 12/1. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia. Movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey.
Until I say good morning on the other side. 888-808-1019. I could not resist the urge to talk baseball. I mean, how much do you want to go over Joe Shane sucks? Brian Dable got fired. Here comes Mike Kafka. We'll play the Jameis Winston cuts at some point. But we're all baseball fans. Or maybe we're not. Let me speak for myself. I'm a baseball fan. I like this type of stuff. I like this time of the year. What I like about baseball is it's all year long. As soon as the World Series ends, it's not long before we're all active with our hopes and dreams and wants. And I feel like this offseason right now, that like the Yankee fan is kind of reserved, you know? The Christmas list is not that long. The hopes and dreams and wishes are not that high. Like, let me again speak for myself. I am not expecting that much. I'm just kind of like, yo, whatever happens, happens. I expect them to feel like we got McDonald's at home. I expect them to feel like we've got enough. We were right there. You know, we just watched the World Series between the two teams that eliminated us the last 2 seasons, and we don't need to go shopping. We don't need to go out and get a whole new wardrobe. We got fits in the closet. So we're going to see. But on the Mets side, and I was kind of leaning into this last night, I'm not a Met fan, but I don't hate the Mets. These are my Mets. I know more about this last 4 years of the Mets than any other 4 years ever of the Mets. And if I was a Met fan, I'd be mad as hell about how Juan Soto's first year ended with no appearance in the postseason. The whole reason you get Juan Soto is to see his postseason prowess where, he has a slow heartbeat, ice in his veins when others don't. I'd be mad about the 5-year window closing without a World Series that Steve Cohen talked about. I'd be mad about David Stearns and his penny pinching approach from Milwaukee. It's funny to even say because it's like you have the richest owner in the sport. All these little marginal moves and like signing the like Chris Davinsky's and Dickie Love ladies and Justin Hagenmans. And like I remember saying during the season, I'm like, that's going to be a game for like those deep Met fan nerds. When you have a drinking game, like try and think about this year, how many pitchers, like there was a number, I forget the number, how many different pitchers the Mets used in this failed season when they didn't have any pitching. So if I'm a Met fan this offseason, I want you to go trade for Tarek Skubal. I want you to sign one of the best pitchers. So go sign Michael King. I expect Edwin Diaz to be back as we're talking about pitching. Pete Alonso just broke the home run record. That number is low. I expect Pete Alonso to be back, to build on that number. I expect you to shore up this team and don't sell me on anything else. I don't care about prospects. I don't care about Carson Bench. I don't care about young players. Like, no. We just watched the Dodgers go win the World Series again. The last team that the Mets danced with in the postseason and took 2 games off of them. Like, what's the whole point of getting Juan Soto and having Lindor, having Edwin Diaz, if you're not going to be trying to go for it? You're at the big boy table now. This is New York. You're expected to win. This isn't a rebuild. This isn't small market. This isn't David Stern's long-term vision. Your long-term vision is cool and all, but like in the short term right now, it's win now. 888-808-1019. So as the GM meetings continue, Scott Boris spoke, and then David Stearns was asked about something that Scott Boris said. So what we're going to play for you, and we're going to get to the phones. I see you guys calling, and I appreciate it because I know some of you guys are itching to talk baseball. You're not a Giants fan. You don't care to talk about the Giants all day. Or, this Knicks game, forget about it. You don't want to talk about Big Body Brunson having another ankle injury. It is what it is. Second half of a back-to-back. You got. Pete Alonso, Scott Boris client. Scott Boris was asked about Pete Alonso DHing. Or I don't even know if he was asked. I think it was, no, he was asked. But here is Scott Boris talking about the possibility of Pete Alonso, first baseman, becoming more of a DH.
How open is Pete Alonso to DHing if he goes back to the Mets? Is that something he would consider going?
I think Pete, at this point in his career, he's about winning, no doubt. Had that question a lot. There's no doubt that Pete's pursuers are primed to pay the power piper. Pete picked the perfect period to play preeminently at a primary position.
He's too nice.
Playoff parched plethora will pounce to participate in the polar plunge.
He kept it P with the alliteration. You gotta give it up to Scott Boris. Like that one. How much did he prepare that one? That one seemed a little bit more off the cuff.
Got some modern day Tupac over here. I mean, it's crazy.
He's Dr. Seuss or something, bro. The alliteration cracked me up with that one. Pay the power piper, participate in the polar plunge.
What a drop. What a hook.
And sorry to disappoint, David Stearns does not talk like that at all. Here's David Stearns on Scott Boris saying Pete Alonso would be open to DHing more.
Scott had mentioned that Pete seems at least open or amenable to the idea of being a DH. How does that kind of affect your value of him and your idea of how he fits into this roster?
Pete's clearly a really good offensive player, and I think for any team, the ability to get his bat in the lineup in multiple ways is helpful, and it's great to know that Pete is open to stuff like that.
Hey, what you mean for any team? What you alluding to?
See, my interpretation of that is it's great to know Pete is open to stuff like that. Did you not know he was open to that? And if you didn't know that, why didn't you know that he was open to stuff like that? And to be fair, and you can go back and forth about Pete Alonso saying he wants to be a Met for life but never ever actually wanting to sign it. He's more than a really good offensive player.
He's one of the best.
Pete is
in baseball for years now.
Excellent offensive player.
5 years.
So Stearns is already dropping the hints that this might not be a shoo-in that he will be returning to.
Maybe we're reading in between the lines too much because I'm looking at his face. It's radio, but you could obviously go to SNY at SNY TV and look at him. I'm like, when I heard that before, I'm like, for any team, the ability to get his bat. I'm like, no. You are the president of baseball operations for the only team he's ever played for. Anyway, let me take these calls. My Met calls dropped off. It's taking a while, but whatever. You guys call back. I'm on till 1. Avery in St. Louis on the fan. He is not a Met fan.
I'm banking on the Bombers to bargain in the Bellinger banter and bring his bat back to the Bronx.
Boom. Well done.
I prepped it for you. I prepped it for you just now. I just wrote it down because I didn't want to fumble it on the air.
Bodied that Boris, the Boris bars.
Long time no speak. How's it going?
It's going, man. Devils just went down 2-1, but it's okay. They'll bounce back.
Well, I don't. No, skin off my back.
Yeah, you're a Rangers fan. I
know. I got the sound effect.
Yeah, Paul in here wearing a Rangers hoodie. Big Rangers night tonight. 7 goals. How long did it take the Rangers to score 7 goals in their building?
Oh my gosh. Well, at least we did it. We scored 6 in our building, 7 on the road. But anyway, Yankees. I know that some people are saying that, and I know you said no to the. You said that we're out on Tucker, and I agree with you. Not just because I don't think he'd ever sign with us, because I don't, but because although there are some competitive offensive statistics, I believe that Bellinger's versatility and his hitting approach and the fact that he strikes out so infrequently compared to other players makes him more valuable in the kind of bat we need versus another power hitter. I think you'd agree with me on that.
Yeah, of course. I spoke a lot last year about his 2-strike approach, choking up on the bat, how he'll chop a single through. Obviously, he's got that long swing when he wants to swing for the fences, but we need more hitters like that. I really am still reserved to the idea that he was not healthy in the postseason. I was at the game. I saw that slide, and I remember the reports on it. They said he was limping around the clubhouse. He had some kind of heel issue.
Yeah, something with his heel, something with his foot, and obviously, we look at this outfield, right, and we see what happened in the playoffs. Bellinger was striking out, and Trent was striking out, and with Bellinger again, I'm going to give him the excuse for the heel. So with Grisham, I just don't understand. I do not want to bring Grisham back. I don't know where you are on that.
I was off the whole week of
balls, but he can't throw. And obviously the hitting is a different situation.
Yeah, and then he had the hamstring, and I think he lost a step in the outfield. And there are times where he's a little too nonchalant for me in the outfield. It was cool while it lasted, right? He was the throw-in in the Juan Soto trade. The Yankees really won the Juan Soto trade with what they were able to get out of Trent Grisham this year. But paying him for that. Paying him off of this year long-term, it would be a mistake. And giving him the qualifying offer, I think the Yankees played it right because I don't think he's going to take that qualifying offer to come back, and I think the writing is on the wall. I think he understands, and he's going to get paid somewhere else. Somebody's going to pay him more than $20 million this offseason. This is his time to get paid. Somebody's going to pay him, and the Yankees will get the compensatory pick.
You should put alliteration to that one. And one more point about the offseason. I know that we're going to get Cole back. I don't think we're going to get Schmidt back. If we do, it won't be for a while. We probably will, actually, because they say they will, but it won't be until July at best. I know that when we're going to try to figure out how this rotation is going to pan out, especially with Rodon being hurt right now, it's definitely, we might see younger guys or guys we didn't think would get a chance come out of the system. But you can never forget about the importance of pitching, and I think that, and I at least hope that the Yankees learn from the fact that they only had one lefty in their bullpen in the playoffs last year, and their bullpen was definitely, I mean, they've got a good back end, but they need to surround it with more guys. And I love the offense conversation. Offense is super important, but this is a team that I really feel like pitching can become super important for us down the stretch and can really give us that competitive advantage when we need guys to lock.
The Yankees learning from their own mistakes would be wise. You can never have enough pitching. The depth is needed. Just look at the injuries last year.
The other point is, do the Yankees ever learn from their mistakes? Sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't.
They play stupid games and win stupid prizes a lot. I know that.
I better not be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs this offseason, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Avery. 888-808-1019. Yeah, I don't know, man. I was questioning last night how motivated Cashman is and how motivated the Yankees are after watching that World Series, after hearing all their fans talk. Actually, I have a Cashman cut before Paul gets out of here. You know, but through the Zoom call, Cashman was asked about a couple things that you should listen to. One, you know, fans saying that the Yankees are too reliant on the home run. Two, Aaron Boone's comments about analytics. So first, here is Brian Cashman's response to basically what you heard here on The Fan through the whole World Series. Is people are like, see, we need a Ernie Clement.
There's also been a lot of talk all year about the Blue Jays and their contact rates, their lack of strikeouts. What do you feel like the public is missing when it comes to the whole quantity of contact versus, you know, striking out more? Because a lot of times you guys get accused of having high strikeout rates and being too home run reliant.
I don't know. I'm not. I know you're probably having a comment section blown up. I'm not playing around in the public sphere. I mean, my focus solely is going to be constantly trying to improve on what whoever we have, you know, try to improve their contact quality. You know, that's our hitting coach's job, is to obviously, you know, my job is to make sure our strengths remain our strengths and shore up our areas of weakness. Our specialty coaches with the personnel they're provided, you know, try to drive that on-base percentage, that batting average, that slug to the highest levels possible, and limit the strikeouts and the double plays, you know, on the hitting side. So, you know, improve the profiles of our current individual hitters or import ones, that, will limit the area that you have some exposure at. And that's that's the trick of the trade a little bit. Like, can you acquire that in the trade market or free agent market? Does those exist currently? And what are the prices to acquire that, and how does it fit?
Okay. And then the next one, Brian Cashman was asked about Aaron Boone's comment saying that the Yankees were the least analytical team in the AL East. I know you've heard this conversation between me and Big Mac or whoever else on The Fan.
Aaron Boone made a comment on a podcast saying that the Yankees were the least analytical team with in-game decisions in the AL East. Is that how you view that? And is that a good thing, in your opinion, if that is true?
I know that's how we've been clearly accused of being too analytical. And despite analytics is a big spoke in the wheel, but it's not the only spoke in the wheel. We have the largest pro scouting department in the game, which we rely heavily on as well. And I just think he's trying to, bring the fans into the dugout, with the commentary constantly about, the front office is pulling the strings and every move seems to be the analytic department telling them what to do and everything's pre-scripted. None of that's true. So I think he was trying to, it sounds like that was just him defending. If you look around the league or the American League East, especially, this is his defense. We're not wired in the dugout, so I don't know what goes into his decisions because they're split decisions. You have to make these decisions: pull a pitch or stay with a starter, pinch hit for a guy, run a guy, whatever. And ultimately, he sees how the other 24/7. That's what they do. He would be more apt at times to lean into defying a platoon split if it's a veteran-oriented player and that you signed here or you've had here for a while and plays.
All right, Cash, you're boring us. We got it. Devils tie it up. Dawson Mercer lights the lamp. 2-2 now with about 9:30 left in the third period. Let's see if the Devils can put the pitchforks in them. And we'll continue with some of the stuff from the GM meetings and more of your calls on the Yankees offseason, the Mets offseason. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll say good morning on the other side. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
A lot of it is on the coaches, obviously, but ultimately you are judged by the bottom line, and the bottom line for Dave's was not good enough.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Calling all hoops fans, get off the bench and onto the court for another exciting basketball season with BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss a single highlight or buzzer-beating shot by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics which score report dated 1/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RootMetrics root score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Knicks, sluggish from the start, fell behind by as many as 21 as they lost to the Magic 124-107. They didn't shoot it well, 31% from three, but Mike Brown also saw something else he didn't care for.
In the first half, everything that happened on the court, we blame the officials. And that was disappointing to see because we were the culprits of a lot of stuff that happened out on the floor.
Now, worse, Jalen Brunson at 31, but left late after rolling his ankle, was seen in a walking boot and on crutches leaving the Garden as the Knicks saw their 5-game win streak come to a halt. Jameis Winston expected to make the start for the Giants with Jackson Dart still in concussion protocol. Winston looking forward to showing the fans what he can do.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. You know, obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution.
Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens, they're your Cy Young winners. Rangers dominate the Lightning 7-3. Vincent Trocheck, first 2 goals of the year. Will Cooley lit the lamp twice as well. Igor Shesterkin, 31 saves. And the Devils and Blackhawks even at 2. 7:40 remaining in the third period. 47 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Good morning, good morning. Paulie faded the music down as I'm talking to people in the chat on YouTube. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I got an hour left, less than an hour left, so I'll get out of the way at some point. But we opened up tonight with the legend Steve Summers, and I kind of took the handoff from Steve and started talking right away about the Giants. And before Paulie dips out and Fleegs comes in, I got to take advantage of Paulie, the legend, the glue, every other thing that you've heard about, you know, Vincent Vaughn.
Paul Rosenberg, the legend.
I love that. I love that you have this Chris Carino drop after last night when we were here. He kind of blanked on your name, which is like impossible. He called you Al. And I'm like, where did that come from?
Apparently an old tech guy, an old engineer.
Yeah, he's been in the industry for a long time, so it's possible. But famous Jameis, I want to run through a couple of the sound bites from Jameis today that make, damn, that was a dirty ass goal. I'm sorry. We were both watching at the same time. Like, God. 6 minutes. Oh, and now Jake Allen is hurt. Oh, it's Markey in the goal tonight. Tough. Oh, I'm blanking. This is tough when you're watching live sports and Yeah, that's a tough goal. But anyway, Jameis Winston, number 19, QB1 of your G-Men. Here is him talking to the media, and he's just very positive, very spiritual, and he's finally getting his opportunity to start.
We made it. We finally made it.
And then, he's singing, he's cheerful, and I've never seen the Broadway play Hamilton, but clearly he has, and his son, and he goes on to hit this note.
What do you want fans to know about you?
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. Obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old, and I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know. 10-year reunion.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that. Anyway, Jameis Winston, New York City. This guy has done a ton of content and things in the city and brand deals, and I'm excited for him getting his opportunity to play. I think it's going to be a different look for the offense. It's going to give the home crowd something to be excited about, and I hope he does well. I hope they compete. I hope that they find a way to beat a Packers team that has struggled, that has lost some games. They're good. They're, we get it. They've got Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs and Micah Parsons. Xavier McKinney comes back to MetLife, but I think that with Jameis Winston's energy and with the team rallying around, okay, the coach got fired, we're not making the playoffs. Every game is the Super Bowl for us the rest of the way. Maybe the Giants figure out a way to get a win. Win number 3. Yeah, got to do that because you can't be hanging around with the Jets. Of course you can. They're the same. They're one of the same. That's why I play in the same place. 888-808-1019. Before we went to break, we were playing some cuts from Scott Boris at the GM meetings. Scott Boris, David Stearns, Brian Cashman. The stove is about to get hot. You have the winter meetings coming up in less than a month. And right now we are just thinking about who's coming back, who's going to be gone. And before Paulie is gone, I'm going to tap him to play Brian Cashman. One more, Paulie. Talking about the Yankees outfield with Trent Grisham and the qualifying offer, as well as, Cody Bellinger, who's number 1 on the list.
Hey, Cash, how much is Trent Grisham's decision to accept a qualifying offer factor into bringing back Bellinger? And if you would get both of them, what does that do for Spencer Jones and Dominguez next season?
Well, first things first, obviously we extended the qualifying offer to Grish because we're comfortable doing so. Obviously this is a very thin outfield market. If he turns it down, obviously, that means the market is flush with teams that have the need in the outfield, especially center field areas. He had a hell of a year for us, was one of the big reasons why we had the level of success we did. And we'd be happy if he accepted and came back. If we get a call at some point that he accepts, our conversations with Scott Boris on Bellinger will continue, and we'll see where that takes us. And if he rejects, we'll be talking to both Grisham and Bellinger regardless. And then we'll be, continuing keeping an eye on the guys we have from within, that we know that are plug and play. Jason Dominguez is going to plan on playing winter ball, and then Spencer Jones has been working out at Yankee Stadium, and eventually he'll be heading to Tampa. After he takes a break, he'll be heading to Tampa and working out down there, and hit the ground running, heading into spring training. So, those guys all have exciting upside. We already know what Grisham and Bellinger are capable of. So it's very early in this process, so I don't know where any of it's going to take us. We could lose both Grisham and Bellinger to free agency, and then puts a lot more stress and pressure on those internal options. If one of those guys comes back, it creates nice competition. If both of those come back, then maybe it creates trade flexibility. So I just don't know how this stuff is going to play out. I guess stay tuned.
I would bet that Trent Grisham signs elsewhere and Cody Bellinger is back, and you're not looking at an outfield of Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, and Aaron Judge. Let's get back to the phones at 888-808-1019. John is in Shirley, New York, next up on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. First off, I just want to say thank you. You're one of the best radio hosts I've ever heard.
Thank you.
And honestly, for everything. But what I wanted to ask you, do you think the Yankees eventually, if we keep failing with this lineup, do you think we would change our philosophy and go to more contact and speed on the bases to disrupt the pitchers and make it harder for guys? And also, if Yankees keep falling on their face in the playoffs, when is enough with Cashman? Do you think we will cut ties with him soon? That's all I got for you, Keith.
John, you're the man. Thanks for the compliment and the conversation. The Yankees are changing. They have changed over the years to try to get more athletic, to try to get more speed. I can't necessarily say more contact because they hit more home runs than anybody. They have a bunch of home run hitters in the lineup. I think they are going to try to get more contact, though. And I don't know. We'll see how it pans out, man. We'll see how it shakes out. Like, hitting home runs is not a bad thing. Hitting home runs is not a bad. Like, how are these games decided? They're decided by game-winning home runs in the World Series, in the Championship Series. You know, we all overdo the talk about small ball and passing the baton and putting the ball into play. Yeah, that gets you there, kind of. But really, it's the guys that come up and swing. Will Smith hits a home run. Freddie Freeman hits a home run. Vladdy Jr. hits a home run. Alejandro Kirk, George Springer hits a like. You still need that. You still need that. So I don't want the Yankees to completely change that philosophy, and they're not going to completely change that philosophy because they have Aaron Judge. We need Judge to hit more home runs in the postseason, and I think he will. And I hope that Ben Rice is better for it next year, and Stanton finds his power again next year. He didn't hit one home run in the postseason. Cody Bellinger, he had like a meaningless home run. I expect him to come back. And then other guys like Jazz Chisholm, you know, he's a home run hitter. You know, he was quoted this season, I like hitting home runs. He hit 30 home runs. So all these guys come up and they're swinging for the fences. Trent Grisham, like, I'll never get over Trent Grisham being the leadoff hitter every freaking game. Because he did it in the regular season, he didn't have it in the postseason. And then as far as Cash, I don't know if you were listening earlier, I introduced Cash as the Yankees' eternal GM. There's no parting ways with Brian Cashman. What way would they part and where would they go? We do this every month talking about Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman will go his own way when he wants to, and even when he does that, he's not going his own way until he's like not on this earth. And I don't mean it to be dark, but like he is so entrenched in the Yankee world and what they do. Like there is no going away from Brian Cashman. You want another GM? Brian Cashman's going to have to find that GM. And not like Joe Shane has to find the next Giants head coach. Like Brian Cashman knows where all the bodies are buried, all the secrets, how the inner workings of things. Like it's not the type of situation where Hal Steinbrenner is going to wake up one day and say, I had enough, Brian, you're gone. We lost in the division series, you're out. I'm hiring the next young, scrappy GM that's in waiting. Like, no, they're not just bringing anyone into the Yankee universe like that. You know, the Yankees did fire their international scouting director. I did see that pop up. And that's not something that people really care too much about, but New York Yankees fired longtime international scouting director Donnie Roland earlier this offseason. 3 major league sources confirmed to The Athletic the sources were granted anonymity in order to speak freely. Each pointed to the franchise's recent poor track record of turning big money signings into impact major leaguers as a likely major contributing factor in the dismissal. So, like, they'll change something like that. A 62-year-old guy that spent 15 years in the role, 23 years overall with the Yankees, they'll tell him, hey, I think it's time for you to go. All things considered, you haven't really hit. This hasn't really worked out. You know, and it goes on to say, Brian Cashman did not respond to messages seeking comment. No, it's nothing to talk about. It's a decision that they made. Not good enough. You can go. And then obviously the Yankees let go of Travis Chapman, and then they elevated from the Somerset Patriots. If I can go back into my notes earlier in the week, it wasn't really something that was going to break the conversation that we were having around Shane and Dable, but I think his name was Dan. Let me find this guy's name in my notes. Dan Fiorito as the new first base coach. So the Yankees will make little moves like that. But I don't know, anybody wishing for Fire Cashman night, we got to wear Fire Cashman shirts, like the joke is on you. That's not a real thing. That's never going to happen. What I hope happens is Brian Cashman is just so perturbed and just irritated and annoyed losing to the Blue Jays and watching them go to the World Series, losing to the Dodgers, like that he does a little bit more. And Hal Steinbrenner allows him to spend a little bit more if it's available for him. Stack the deck. This window is closing. We do the same song and dance all the time around Judge getting older, Cole getting older, Stanton getting older. And, don't do stupid stuff like play DJ LeMahieu. Don't do stupid stuff like, we got to continue putting Anthony Volpe in the lineup even though he's hurt and struggling. Come on. In a year where you needed one more game, that was not wise. That didn't make sense. And there were people that drew parallels. I was off for the whole week after the World Series, but people talked about, Andy Pages having to sit down and Miguel Rojas playing and how, Dave Roberts made decisions with some of his starters that struggled. You got to get dropped in the lineup, Mookie Betts. And those are things that it seemed like the Yankees won't do. The Yankees die hard on their own decisions, their trades, their contracts, and their roster decisions, even in the moment. Volpe is struggling. You have Caballero, and you won't go to him. For what? Because, it's just foolish pride? No, we're trying to win, bro. I don't know how many times I use the word meritocracy. It's supposed to be based off of talent. The best are supposed to play. If somebody is not getting it done, they don't just get the job because, you don't want to have egg on your face. You don't want to be wrong. The New York Yankees supposed to be the highest level. It's supposed to be the highest level of, Brian Cashman said he wants it to be, the mecca of baseball, wants it to be a place where people want to come play and compete at a high level. Scott Boris was talking today about how New York in general is a tough place to play. Scott Boris was talking today about Pete Alonso a lot. Let's see. Fleegs, if you get a moment, welcome in Fleegs now. The transition has happened between Vincent and Fleegs now. Both glue guys, wizards behind the glass, guys that are a big part behind the scenes here at WFAN. You know who they are. I don't have to tell you. In the audio clip, Scott Boris talking about Pete Alonso today. It's a little long-winded, but when is Scott Boris not? But I've queued that up, talking about New York and talking about, how hard it is to play in New York. And he's trying to sell Pete Alonso because Pete Alonso wants that big deal. That's what he hired him for. So here's Scott Boris at the GM meetings out in Viva Las Vegas talking about Polar Bear Pete.
Scott, back to Pete for a minute. What do you think he's the franchise's all-time home run leader now. He's popular with the fans, a franchise player. What do you think that means to him as he looks at his future and what he might do?
Pete has been a lifetime Met, and obviously when he reflects on his career, it's all he has to look to. The one thing I think Pete understands, that playing in New York is not something most can do. To become a star-level player in New York, even fewer can do it. And so I think the New York fans recognize it, and they've been very, very outward and appreciative of him. He and Haley's involvement in the community has been received so well. He's in so many ways, from a production, middle lineup. He's an ideal franchise player, plays every day. And it's clear that the New York fans relate to somebody who is workmanlike, who is what Pete is. When I use the term pachydermium-like, I mean he is the elephant that goes out there every day. He is impenetrable, and he really knows how to manage the pressure of that situation. So I think it's something he's very proud of because of the fact that so few have achieved that standing.
Boom, sold. 7 years, $350 million. Scott Boris, Steve Cohen will take the bid. Josh is in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, Josh?
Hey, what's up, Keith? How's it going?
It's going. I'm waiting for the Devils to hit this overtime goal so we can say, yeah, that's a win.
Yeah. So I got a question of the Mets. So if the Mets re-sign Pete Alonso and Diaz, how are they going to go sign right now, like a top starting pitcher like Valdez or Michael King? So in my opinion, they should trade for Freddie Peralta.
I mean, they can trade for Freddie. Oh, there it is. Called it. Let's go. Devils win. How can they do it? Like, let's not act like they didn't just go out and give Juan Soto the largest contract in the history of sports. There is no salary cap. There's a Cohen tax. They can spend. But if they want to get crafty because David Stern's supposed to be this guy that's supposed to kind of like course correct all of the spending, they can try and get Freddie Peralta. I'm sure he's got relationships with the people over in Milwaukee. They can try and do that. Tarek Skubal, to me, makes too much sense to try and give everything for because...
No, how does that make sense? How does that make sense if Tarek Skubal is
just won
in a year?
American League Cy Youngs, and they have no pitching, and he's a guy that you don't have to worry about. He'll pitch the whole game, hand the ball to Edwin Diaz. He's your game one starter every round of the playoffs. Like, the Tigers are not going to pay him.
1,000%, but I still don't feel comfortable of like giving up McLean for a rental.
Bro, please. You saw McLean pitch for...
Bro, I would, not McLean.
No, Tarek Skubal is much better than Nolan McLean. Nolan McLean was a good...
But McLean is not a free agent next year, though.
Nah, bro, you give him up. There's no way in hell you let Nolan McLean hold up a Tarek Skubal trade. Are you kidding? To have Tarek Skubal on the same team as Juan Soto, Nolan McLean is not stopping that. Like, they have the money and they also have the resources for trades. There are multiple ways. Hell, defer the money if you don't want to pay all the money. Thanks for the call, Josh. Do what the Dodgers do and defer the money to get another. How do they sign Edwin Diaz, Pete Alonso, and I don't know, Michael King? They can afford it. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I think, let me go back to my notes here because I was, I'm always scrolling. I'm always looking at stuff. There was something that I clipped from Clutch Points MLB on Instagram. It reads, Steve Cohen spent $340 million on this team last year, and he lost $350 million. The 2025 MLB season has been a brutal wake-up call for the New York Mets and a reality check for the rest of the league. Having the biggest payroll is supposed to guarantee contention. Just ask the Dodgers. But somehow the Mets are spending big and losing even bigger. The record-shattering $735 million deal, which is wrong because it was $365 million, $765 million deal for Juan Soto, meant to build a powerhouse alongside Pete Alonso, is backfiring fast, and it might get uglier. According to Bob Nightingale, MLB shared privately that teams lost a combined $1.8 billion last year. The Mets led the league with roughly $350 million in losses. Still, these are mostly paper losses. Owner Steve Cohen's worth around $21 billion. Won't be losing sleep over it. The bigger issue is reputation. The Mets' window to turn those billions into a banner year is closing, and for Cohen, what looks like play money could soon become the most expensive gamble in baseball history. Now, I think that's a little hyperbolic. I think that's like, whatever. Like, Juan Soto's on this team for the next 14 years. Lindor is here for I don't know how many more years. I don't know how long Lindor's got, but 8 years, maybe longer. And they have pieces, and they have money, and they have a good president of baseball operations, and they got to reload this offseason. If I'm a Met fan, I want the Mets to come back with a vengeance this winter. If I'm a Met fan, like, I'm getting loud about David Stearns missed me with the BS, bro. Steve, tell him what to do. Tell him you work for me. I hired you to come in here and do things the proper way. But at the end of the day, I didn't get into this to not spend. I didn't get into this to lose. We got embarrassed last year. Correct it. We got embarrassed last year. Don't sell me on young, unproven commodities. Go get the star players. Add another star player. Keep our players in Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso, but then go out there and trade for a Tarek Skubal, sign someone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to be like that. It's got to be that type of pursuit. It's got to be that serious, man. I don't know. Like, that's how the players are, or that's how the fans are. That's how the fans feel. It can't just be this like, oh yeah, well, we'll see what's out there, would be nice and potential. Like, you have the power to do it. You have the power to pay for whoever you want. You have the power to give up prospects, and you don't need the prospect hug, right? When you think about the Mets at this time last year, and all the talk about Soto renting in the Bronx, buying in Queens. Oh, Uncle Steve, Daddy Cohen gonna go get him. Yeah, he did go get him. And then what else? Got Pete to come back. Wasn't enough. You know, you bring back Sean Manaea, and it's not enough. I did read something, too, about Kodai Senga. You know, I just think this offseason for the Mets and the Met fan, as much as they hyped y'all up last year to be embarrassed like that, y'all better than me, man. I'd be mad. I'd be so mad. I'd be on the podcast. I'd be calling a fan. I'd be on Twitter. I'd be in the Mets community. I'd be on the Mets forum. I'd be on the 7 Line Facebook page. I'd be talking about it every day. They better fix this. They better correct this. They better get this right. So, Kodai Senga has got some trade interest. MLB trade rumors, right? Mets right-hander Kodai Senga has already garnered some trade interest from multiple clubs. The Mets aren't known to be outright shopping him, but they've at least held some discussions. I don't know. If Kodai Senga is healthy, he can help. But what are you getting for Kodai Senga? Those who don't follow the Mets closely might raise an eyebrow at the idea of a win-now club like the Mets trading a pitcher who carries a flat 3 ERA. Yada, yada, yada. The superlative production never appeared fully sustainable. I don't think that they trade Senga because it's just like, unless they get some other arms. And you can't rely on these kids. It was a cute last couple months for Noah McLean and a couple weeks for Jonah Tong and Brandon Sproat, but you can't hang your hat on that. And I don't know what David Peterson, Clay Holmes, Sean Manaea, I don't know what they're going to be. You're not going to have Frankie Montas. Tyler McGill never was able to come back. I don't even know who else, bro. Anyway, let's talk Yanks. 888-808-1019. Like I always joke about, Met fans don't want to talk about the Mets with me. But I'm here for you. I know that. I'm commiserating with you. I couldn't be a Mets fan. God did not prepare me for those type of battles and struggles. I'm not strong enough for that. I would be mad as hell. I get mad as hell looking at the way David Stearns just got that look on his face like all is well. like everything's going to be all right. It's been 40 years. I'd be so mad, bro. I'd be so tight. I'm not even 40 years old, so like I can't imagine some of these young Met fans. They gassed y'all up. Had y'all buying tickets, selling out the stadium, April, May, and then June 13th. It's tough. Anyway, back to the Yankee fans that call my show. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all Yankee fans, man. We going to get right to. Cash is going to cook. Cole is coming back. We're going to be all right. Rich is in Iowa on the Fan in New York. What's up, Rich?
Keith, how you doing, man? I haven't called you since the night the Yankees got eliminated. You brought up a very good point that night. I don't know if you remember that call or not, but you brought up a very good point that if Cash was to go, he would have to run the meetings to interview a new GM. I mean, that's how bad it is. That's an implication on Hal. Does Hal, be honest. Does Hal really even like baseball? You go to what, 60 games a year? How many times you see him there? I mean, he ain't around, dude.
I gotta stop you there because
seriously.
I am in the suite level a lot. I know exactly where Hal's suite is. I talk to his guard. I'm not allowed into his suite. But like, people say all the time, "Where is Hal? Hal doesn't want to be on camera. He's not going to be in Legends. He's not going to be behind the dugout." But I assume when Hal's suite is guarded, which is like 100% of the time that I walk past his suite, he's in there. Now, do I know if he loves watching baseball? Like, I don't know. I've never met Hal. I would love to meet him, but I hear fans a lot say that he's not there. I believe he's there. He's just not trying to be on camera. He's not that kind of guy. But you're also correct, like with, and I've been saying this forever, they cannot. Hal Steinbrenner, when they had the exit meeting where it was Boone and Cash, where was Hal? Hal didn't show up. I haven't heard from Hal. We'll see Hal in Tampa. He might be down there. Hal Steinbrenner cannot hire the next GM. Hal Steinbrenner will not ever fire Brian Cashman under any circumstance. The Yankees could win 60 games next year, and Hal is not going to fire Cashman because that's not how it's ever been set up.
No, it's crazy. We're just so used to his dad, and being so visible, I mean, if there was a parking problem, George's out there fixing it.
I know.
I mean, literally, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, he'll never be his dad, but I mean, dude, just you should win a championship at least one out of every 10 years by accident with that situation and that payroll. I mean, Mike Francesa always talked about that. They should be in 2 every 10 years. They should win one of them. I mean, it's just the way it should be.
They're in the postseason every year. Yeah, they've been to the ALCS a bunch of years. Thanks for the call, Rich. I was listening to Tommy, I think like 2 or 3 days ago, and it stuck out to me listening to Evan and Tiki, and Tommy was talking about, giving Mendoza credit for making the NLCS and how like that means something because like how many times have the Mets made the NLCS in our lifetime, Evan? And I laughed. I was like, I was at the 2017 ALCS. I was at the 2019 ALCS. I was at the 2022 ALCS. I was at the 2024 ALCS. I've been to ALCS 4 times in the last 8 years. Like, and I don't care about that. Doesn't mean anything. Is it the difference between being a Yankee fan and a Met fan? Like, the Yankees making it to the American League Championship never pumped me up. I don't care about it. Woohoo. Get to the World Series and don't embarrass yourself. Get to the World Series and win. It's tough. Like you say, we're so used to George. No, we're not. Every year, there's another young Yankee fan. They got to go back and watch documentaries and Google stuff about George. Rest in peace to him. He's been gone for a long time. Y'all got to stop that. The way that George ran the Yankees always gets packaged as this like shrine, this George Steinbrenner. What would George do? George was like, George could never do any wrong. Why can't Hal be like George? We don't know what George would be like in modern time. And like in modern time, he'd be an old man. He wouldn't be the same guy. Again, may he rest. And may some of y'all give it a rest with the what would George do? Why can't Hal do? Like, I hear it all the time. I see it on Yankees Twitter. Where's Hal? He's not at the game. Like, bro, I know the number of his suite. He's there. Now, does he go to as many Yankee games as Keith McPherson? Maybe not. But like, I am a fiend. Like, I am a fiend for the stadium. I am a fiend for Billy's. Somebody in the chat was like, I saw Keith and Billy's. I'm not hard to find. I'm a fiend for the bodega. I'm a fiend for just the sound of the 4 train. I'm a fiend for the smell of popcorn and Lobels and you know what I'm saying? I like to go to the ballpark. And if you know anything about me, I did not grow up going to the ballpark, and I think that's a big part of it. As a kid, we were popped. As a kid, I was the only one on that. You know what I'm saying? I took my mom to her first game. My pops and I didn't go to a game together until I was 23 years old. So now that I've worked my way into where I am now, it's hard for me to not go to a game, even having a kid. And my wife knows, and my son knows. My son go to bed by 7 o'clock. And my wife knows. My wife's always like, go. And I've told this to you guys. Since I've had a baby for the last 2.5 years, the last couple seasons, it's hard to watch the Yankee game and not yell. I live in an apartment. There have been times where, like, my wife is like, yo, if you're going to yell and wake the baby up, leave. Why don't you go to the game? You could always get in. Don't you have tickets, a credential? Go. My wife's not going to hold it against me going to the game. Hal Steinbrenner is there. He's just not trying to be seen. Like, we got to leave that out. And, like, I don't think Hal, like, doesn't want to win any less, or, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Yankees are competitive. They are in. They do spend money. They have good players. We're never bums unless Judge is hurt. And even then, it's a winning record. It's 33 straight seasons of a winning record. We're just spoiled. We're spoiled. Because when I was a kid and I wasn't able to go to the stadium, I was so young and dumb and gullible and just naive. And like now, like I see the world through my son's eyes and how little he is and how much he doesn't know about anything. Like as an elementary school kid, I thought it was the Yankees Invitational. I thought it was a guarantee that the Yankees were going to the World Series and winning it every year. It was confusing when they lost, when they didn't. Like, what? Like 2001? 2004? Like, I remember, like, that was like a struggle as a kid. That was like, I don't want to go to school and talk about this tomorrow because this doesn't make any sense. All right, we got to take a break. As I ramble on. Hal Steinbrenner has spent a lot of money. And, bro, he offered Juan Soto $760 million, bro. Juan Soto tweaked. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019 as we continue to talk hot stove, as we continue to talk GM meetings. And I take your calls for less than the next 20 minutes. Yeah, let's hit this break so we can come back and do that. BRB.
This is science. You can't bet against a coach who wears a fishing vest.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
It's crazy, but the Chiefs are still the odds-on favorite to make it to the Super Bowl in the AFC, which is nuts.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Sullivan Papain is one of New York's top personal injury firms and general counsel to the New York City Firefighters Union. Sullivan Papain is New York's team fighting for New Yorkers and our city's bravest. Remember the name, Sullivan Papain, a winning team on the court and in the courtroom. Contact Sullivan Papain at triallaw1.com. That's triallaw1.com. New York strong, from the court to the community. Remember the name, Sullivan Papain.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay. Quickly here, because I'm running out of time. 888-808-1019. I see you guys on hold. I'll get to you. Last call for calls for me, but also last call for the audio that I put together tonight from Brian Cashman speaking at the GM meetings. Well, via Zoom into the GM meetings. This is the last piece that I wanted to play and speak on, and that was in regards to one young Ben Rice. So, Fleegs, whenever you have that queued up, here is Brian Cashman on Ben Rice.
Separate note, do you view Ben Rice as your everyday first baseman, or is that a position that you feel like you need to fortify at all?
He very well could be. I view Ben Rice as having an everyday role in the big leagues for us next year, whether it's at first. Right now the lane is first base. I have no doubt teams will continue to come after our players, Rice included, for trade conversations. But as right now, he's in our lineup, and the more likely spot would be first base. But he can catch as well. I have Wells as our catcher and him at first. But again, you never know how the winds of change blow here every winter, and there'll be challenge trades made to us or by us, and most will lead nowhere. With one team insulting the other, vice versa. So more likely than not, I see him at first base, without a doubt. We're really proud of the season he just had. Like he's always hit, and he continued to back that up, and he had a huge impact, for us, thankfully, this year, especially when Stan went down. He really filled in created that, or softened that blow significantly by being, Stanton in Stanton's absence for a period of time, and then obviously forced his way into the lineup on an everyday basis the rest of the way, and has forced his way into our future on an everyday basis. So I'd say most likely is first base because we have Wells at catching.
I mean, a huge year for Ben Rice, Benny Blanco Arroz. I like the idea of his bat being in the lineup every day, but I know if you're a Yankee fan that watched him play first base, you got to be worried about him picking the ball, scooping the ball. And I guess to start the season, you won't have to worry about Anthony Volpe throwing the ball in the dirt, making that hard for him. But I hope Ben Rice is working on that all offseason. I hope he picked up some stuff from Paul Goldschmidt. If he's going to be the everyday first baseman and the Yankees are prioritizing defense, he's got to be able to make those plays. Too many times I watched Yes Mo, and he's whiffing on that, and the ball is going by him. He's got to be better there. And then I also have a thought about just like platooning there. I mean, Belly could play some first base. You could see a situation, and Belly did play maybe a 1 or 2 games or maybe a series at first, but they're both left-handed hitters. And Ben Rice obviously catches too, where there's a lot of people that were leaning into, hey, put him in. His bat is better than Wells, and, Wells is obviously a better catcher. I want a right-handed catcher. I want a right-handed catcher that can hit, that can spell Wells. I don't know who that is, honestly. It's not JT Realmuto, like as some of you will throw out there. I don't know exactly who to say is the target for them, but they should know. They should figure that out. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Let's continue with the calls as we have talked pretty much everything, and I'll clear through my notes. Oh, the last thing I had with the Yankees. Fireside Yankees reported that the Yankees like Lucas Giolito, and that was according to John Heyman on MLB Network. Hand up, no thanks. Lucas Giolito, no. And I know I want another starter in here to kind of, maybe fill in while we wait on Rodon and Cole, but not Lucas Giolito. He's hurt all the time, so he's another guy that you bring him in, and then he's hurt in spring training. He's not available. And he's going to smell too much like the Dirty Water Red Sox. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey on the Fan with us next. Go for it, Los.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Keith? Is your nickname Rakeem? Because I heard you was a fiend before you became a team. Is that... Fiend. Nah, I'm a fiend. I'm addicted to going to Yankee Stadium, bro. I've been doing that consistently for I'm with you. 15 years. No matter who's on the team, there is a culture that exists in the Bronx. I got people that I look at as family, friends up there. I'm telling you, people know before I was on the Fan, I was going to the stadium mad times. I miss it. I can't wait for opening day. Opening day is Happy New Year. It's a holiday. And regardless of what the team looks like, plays like we never left, and we're undefeated out there at 161st and River. So with all this talk going on now in the winter meetings, I was arguing a lot. But before I go there, at least the Giants, we have our kicker. All right, let's go. No, I was I was arguing with Yankee fans because they're putting these projected pitcher lineups, and these are delusional Yankee fans. Yeah, we're going in the next year with Cole. If we trade for Skeens, it'll be Skeens, Cole, and Schlittler. And I'm like, wait, dog, hold on. You can't get Skeens without giving up Schlittler. What are you talking about? That's the first guy that's going to go. I'd rather see what the young kid has and stay with what, because to get Skeens, you got to give up Schlittler. They're going to ask for Rice. They're going to ask for all our prospects, Lombard.
They can have them.
What are we going to do? We're going to give up Skeens for all that?
To get Paul Skeens? Oh, bro.
I get it. But we got Schlittler. We don't want to see what he can do, or he looks pretty promising.
Listen, Cam Schlittler, great appearance. Right. I was there live. We'll always remember what he did. Masterpiece against the Red Sox. Paul Skeens is going to dominate Major League Baseball for the next decade.
Right.
He
just won his second Cy Young, right?
I think it's his first. No, did he win it last year?
No, I could have sworn he won it last year or something, or maybe Rookie of the Year.
He won Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year. Okay.
Chris Sale won it with the Braves last year. He won Rookie of the Year last year. This is his first Cy Young. It's Tarek Skubal who just won back-to-back American League Cy Youngs.
Oh, okay. Now, one other thing. I heard somebody yesterday mention Big Pun, a Mets fan, that we're not even in their class.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I got one thing to say.
If
He
you
was. I think he was saying that the Yankees aren't in the Blue Jays class. Whatever.
Because I know we still got the best right fielder in New York City and in baseball, period.
Right.
And bang for the buck, I want to see them do the analytics on that. Who's better off, the Yankees or the Mets in right field? And I'll let you go, Keith. Have a
Who's
good one.
better off? The Yankees. Thanks for the call, Carlos. Like, the Yankees got to the postseason. The Yankees won a round. Like, I just was going off on how, like, if I'm a Met fan, I'm mad as hell. I'm embarrassed. I bought new Mets gear this year. I bought a Juan Soto jersey this year. I went to 20 games, Citi Field. I paid for parking out there, bro. Y'all had me looking crazy, telling everybody, we making the postseason. You got to believe we making the postseason. To get shut out by the Miami Marlins in the last game? David Stearns, you better fix this. Jose is in Corona, New York with us on the Fan next. What's up, Jose?
How you doing, Keith, man? I agree with you with the Yankees need a right-hander catcher. And they made a mistake, I believe. Right after spring training, they gave Carlos Narvaez to the Red Sox. He would have been a perfect. You saw
they have given away so many. I mean,
oh man, and
Agustin Ramirez. As I talk about the Miami Marlins, like
yes, in the Jazz deal. Now, my question to you was: will you be willing
Luis
to take
Torrens.
Gary Sanchez back? Luis Torrens.
Would I be able? Would I be willing to take Gary Sanchez back? I would.
Yeah,
I would. But Cashman will never. Cashman will never.
Really? Okay.
Not even for free.
He's playing in the Dominican Winter League now, looking for a job because he's
I know.
a free agent.
He was with the Orioles?
Yes, last year, and the Orioles, I guess, released him sometime.
He was with the Mets briefly too. He was with the Brewers, the Mets, the Orioles. I mean, El Kraken can still swing the bat, but he's too much of a liability behind the plate, even for one game.
Well, I imagine somebody's watching them down there. Even though I heard he got hurt. His fingers got hurt. I was talking to his family. His family lives up here in Washington Heights, so I'm in touch with them. But he's down there trying, showcasing himself. So I was just wondering if it was worth a shot, at least to bring him into spring training.
I would, but they won't. I would, but they definitely won't. Thanks for the call, Jose. There's a 0% chance that Cashman would bring Gary Sanchez in, even for free. There's somebody else that they will bring in. I don't know who it is, but like you can go down the list of Carlos Narvaez, Agustin Ramirez, Luis Torrens, even add Rafael Flores now with the Pirates. Like the Yankees have given away catchers. They traded Jose Trevino, which I was fine with, to the Reds. Like the list goes on. Ben Rortvedt was nothing, but he found his way. Ben Rortvedt was with Tampa, and then was Rortvedt with the Dodgers? I remember thinking Ben Rortvedt wasn't even a real human being at one point. Ben Rortvedt, let's see. I'm looking at a free agent tracker. What catchers are out there? I don't know, bro. I need somebody that can hit too. It can't just be like what's the point of bringing a right-handed catcher in? I know the catching position there's not that many hitters. How much of an underrated dog is Will Smith of the Dodgers, bro? Like I would wear a Will Smith number 16 Dodgers jersey off of his performance, man. They don't talk about him enough as they glaze Ohtani and Freeman and Betts and Teoscar. I'm like, bro, mention Will Smith. He's like that all the time. He's like that. Yeah, I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer for who the Yankees are going to bring in. They're going to bring in Tomas Nido. I don't know who they're going to bring in. I don't know who they're going to bring in as that right-handed hitting catcher with Austin Wells. Austin Wells is another one, got to figure it out consistently. He profiled as a hitter. So much so they talked about him, converting to first base. That did not happen. Yeah, I'm looking at the free agent. There's nobody. There's nobody that I'm like, there it is. That's the guy. Because all these guys, I don't know, batting average doesn't matter, but like a lot of these guys, these free agent catchers coming up, they're not even batting 200. Yikes. I don't know. Like Martin Maldonado's on here, and I think Martin Maldonado just announced his retirement. Let's see. Yeah, he retires after a 15-year MLB career. That'll be the guy. The Cashman will call him up. Hey, you change your mind? You want to come to camp? He hates the Yankees, though, because I remember him talking cash about the Yankees as an Astro and how they look forward to coming to Yankee Stadium and beating the Yankees and, those games. Oh, yeah, I know who the Yankees about to get. The Yankees about to bring in James McCann. Yup, James McCann is available. No thanks. All right, folks. That's going to do it for me tonight. Big Mac is in here, ready to rock. Stay tuned for him. And I'm sure he'll take you through a bunch of different things. I don't know. I'll be listening. I'm a little under the weather, though. I got to go to bed. I got to hit the NyQuil, something. Benadryl, something. Just like, you don't want to call out. Like, I know Big Mac was sick earlier in the week and didn't call out. So it's like, kind of get these, like, head colds. I was in 80-degree weather before we got come back. Damn. It's like 30 degrees the other night. It's freezing for Tuesday night. All right. YouTube is rocking. Go to the YouTube and watch. Make sure you guys subscribe as we're building over there. Chris McMonigle comes your way next. I'll be on at 7 p.m. Thanks for listening. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
For whatever reason, in the last year or so, there was a split where it was like, well, Joe Shane and Brian Dable are now on two different pages. And, Joe Shane seems to be more well-liked in the building than Brian Dable. And if someone gets fired, it's going to be Dable over Shane.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you got to come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first-round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. We'll always go the extra mile for you. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes and celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Knicks a step slow all night as they got rolled by the Magic, 124-107, putting to bed their 5-game win streak. They didn't shoot it well, 44%, 11 of 36 from deep. Jalen Brunson led the way with 31, but he left late after he rolled his ankle. He was seen leaving the Garden in a walking boot and on crutches. Well, getting ready for the full Jameis Winston experience. He's expected to make the start with Jackson Dart in concussion protocol.
This is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know.
Well, Scott Boris with a chance to sing the praises of Pete Alonso as we embark on free agency at the GM meetings. And Boris expecting plenty of suitors.
A playoff perched plethora will pounce to participate in the polar plunge.
Holy hyperbole, Batman.
I can't.
And let me just ask you a question.
Oh, please.
How many times do you think he went over that?
How many times did he rehearse that?
Yeah, how many times did he rehearse that?
At least the last 6 weeks.
It's got to be, right?
Because there's no way.
There's no way you come up with that on the spot.
No, on the spot, it's an impossibility.
That is well thought out, well rehearsed.
That's if you go watch a stand-up comic do 45 minutes, he's worked on that thing for a long time.
Yeah.
That's what Boris does. This is his yearly, it's almost like his comedy sketch.
Absolutely.
This is his HBO special once a year.
And you guys had this exact same conversation during one of the updates last year this week.
I would be surprised.
This time.
And much, I bet you he has people who write it for him.
Oh, 100%.
There's definitely people in his office who multiple people who are writing these puns and jokes for him.
And then he's got to, like I said, he's got to stand up, whether it's in front of the mirror, whether it's in front of whoever it is that he talks to, whoever it is he's friends with, whatever. He has to practice this.
Yeah.
It is a comedic, it is a sketch, and it is a full-on HBO special because the man talks for how long? 20 minutes? 15 minutes? Whatever it was that he was talking. He had all kinds of nonsense and puns.
Yeah. The podcast of you guys saying these exact same things is still available if anybody wants to scroll back to last November.
Rangers dominate the Lightning 7-3. Vincent Trocheck, his first 2 goals of the season. Will Cooley scored twice as well. Igor Shesterkin, 31 saves. And Simone Nemec, a late goal to tie it. Then the overtime game winner, capped a hat trick as the Devils beat the Blackhawks 4-3 in overtime. 46 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
For all of that.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 104 on The Fan. I apologize. I'm still dealing with a little bit of a sore throat. That singing was atrocious. I'll be better tomorrow. 888-808-1019. That's where we will take your calls. Fleeg's on the other side. He'll be taking them. And we got you for 4 hours. An extra hour here on this now Thursday morning. And again, we take you all the way till 5 o'clock and the warm-up show. So there's a lot of different ways to go, a lot of different things to do today. But I got to be honest with you. I want to start with some baseball. We'll get to Jameis Winston now being the starting quarterback in the New York Giants this week. The decision made by Mike Kafka. And just Kafka in general. We'll get to the injury to Jalen Brunson on an ugly loss where the Orlando Magic came into the Garden and ended the New York Knicks winning streak, an undefeated season, home at Madison Square Garden, and then he leaves in a boot and on crutches. We'll get to that, but I do want to start, as we were just talking about Boris and these general manager meetings, and both Brian Cashman speaking earlier today. We heard from Stearns yesterday, and we're going to get to a couple things that Stearns said that I haven't heard too many people talk about, directly pointed at some of the issues that a lot of fans have had about him and some of the thought processes that we believed he was so, invested in, maybe slightly changing off a disastrous season last year. But I want to talk about both of them specifically for one player, and it's more leaned towards Hal Steinbrenner and the New York Yankees, because the big thing that came out 2 days ago that Yankee fans are now, furious with is the idea that Hal Steinbrenner and the New York Yankees, as reported by Joel Sherman, want to get under the $100 million number, the $300 million number, obviously. They want to keep the payroll under $300 million. And while that's obviously their goal, I think that's fair. I don't think, and again, it's not like he said it this year. He has been public about the idea that he believes, and honestly, outside of the Dodgers over the last handful of years, there is tangible proof that you do not need to have a $300 million payroll to win a championship. And he believes there is a better way to build a team and a more functioning way to build a team and a way to have a payroll under $300 million and still be the class of baseball. So while that is his goal, he has continually gone over the goal when he feels the team isn't in a position to be a champion or to contend for a championship without going over $300 million. There's a limit for sure. But I don't think you look at it as a hard and fast rule where this year he is desperate to get under the $300 million payroll. I don't think that's the truth. I think that is the ultimate goal. Build a winner while using the kids, while being smart with the money. There is a way to build a championship without spending $300 million. And while that's his goal, it's not a hard, firm line. And it's something that we all believe, and I believe, and you believe, and let's be honest, we know is not going to be capable with this team right now. He is going to have to go over $300 million if he's going to want to build a championship-level team this year in the Judge window before the CBA. This is an important year for the New York Yankees. It is for every team in baseball and the Mets. And so specifically, as we hear that, and the other thing we hear is that almost the entire focus of this offseason is to re-sign Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger is the biggest name, quite possibly right now in both the Mets and Yankees free agency. Clearly for the Yankees, if you heard Brian Cashman talk today or yesterday now, he made it quite clear. Cody Bellinger. We have heard every report. Cody Bellinger. And I'll get into it at 888-808-1019. And we can talk about Cody Bellinger versus Kyle Tucker, how that plays into the money and who's cheap and he's not his father and all this stuff. And then you look to the Mets, and clearly while there's a lot of focus on Diaz the closer, Pete Alonso, and that, circus that will pick up soon and will continue to pick up now as there's reports about Pete. We'll get into Pete as well. But if you look at this team, they could use a third baseman like Bregman. But I heard Sal earlier today. I heard Evan on the Rico Bronya podcast. I've heard a lot of people talk about the great fit that Cody Bellinger is. And if you look at all these projections, the Mets are right there as the second or third favorite to sign Cody Bellinger. He can play center field while they're waiting for Benj, their young prospect, to come up and play center. He can obviously play first, depending on whether or not they have Pete, whether or not they want to DH Pete a lot. They can move around all over the offense, all over the defensive outfield, as well as first base, play center field, give them a good bat with a two-strike approach, who had a great year last year and really is now pretty far removed. And I know he's pretty far removed from his MVP season, but he's also pretty far removed from being an unusable baseball player that the Dodgers jettisoned. He has rejuvenated his career. He had a great year with the Cubs, and he had a really damn good year with the New York Yankees. And he is the most important player right now for the New York Yankees. To be good, to attempt to stay under that $300 million, to do whatever they want to do here, it starts and ends. Starts and ends with Cody Bellinger. And here's what I'll say about Hal, because, I have the reputation of being a Yankee shill. Sometimes it's fair and sometimes it's stupid. And sometimes I play into it and we have some fun with it. That's what we do here. And I've defended Hal Steinbrenner on a bunch of different things. I'm kind of defending him now on the idea he won't go over $300 million. He will. I do expect him to. I think that's the ultimate goal, not how he views this particular season. And if they need to go over 300, I think he will. And I think the calls about he's not his father. I just heard another one as I was sitting in the control room talking to Fleegs. I heard another caller. He's not his father. He'll never be his father. George would have done this and George would have done that. And I'm so tired of that argument. But I will say this. After listening to all the Met talk, after understanding how important Cody Bellinger could be to the New York Mets and the fit that he would bring to the team. This is a moment right now where Hal Steinbrenner has to be like his father, because it's one thing. Because last year's free agency and what they had to do was pretty much all wrapped around Juan Soto. And we know how that went. And I will say this. This is a fan base that is now furious with the New York Yankees. Coming off losing to a division rival who had been in last place last year, who hadn't been to the World Series since 1993, hadn't won a playoff game in this era with this great player that is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They jumped up and absolutely kicked the crap out of the Yankees this year, beat them every which way, and were this close to winning a championship. You got the Mets, who clearly have joined the ranks of the big spenders, the Yankees, the Dodgers, and they went out and paid Juan Soto. They're coming off a miserable season, and you're going to see, and we're going to find out, how this owner, who's losing money hand over fist with the New York Mets compared to the money that the Yankees are making, we're going to see how he responds to a disappointing season. We're going to see how Steve Cohen responds to not making the postseason. And I'm just saying this. If the New York Yankees and Hal Steinbrenner allow back-to-back seasons where the apple of their eye, the biggest player in their plans in free agency, players who have come here and been successful and have played well and had good years in Yankee uniforms, if back-to-back seasons he allows the Mets to steal that player away, to pay and out-Yankee the Yankees and take that player from them and put them in their outfield back-to-back seasons, that will be the biggest indictment and embarrassment that this owner has ever experienced. And so to me, it comes down to two things. If you are going to prioritize Cody Bellinger over Kyle Tucker, and that's the conversation that Yankee fans are going back and forth with. Well, Kyle Tucker is the better player. Kyle Tucker is the better hitter. But Kyle Tucker can't play center field. Kyle Tucker isn't as, versatile and can't play center field, which right now, hopefully Grisham turns down the qualifying offer. They don't have a center fielder on this team. Is Spencer Jones ready to play center field? Is Dominguez ready to play center field? He's clearly not. They're not even thinking about it. He's out there playing winter ball, and he's working on left field. Yankees don't have a center fielder at the moment. He's more versatile. He had a good year. He's got a two-strike approach. He's proven he can play in New York. But Kyle Tucker is the better player. The New York Yankees, if they are willing to lose and be outbid on Cody Bellinger to the New York Mets, they will have no choice. Like, they better make sure that Kyle Tucker doesn't go first. If Kyle Tucker goes first, they have got to sign. Have to. I don't care about the number. I don't care about 300. 300 million payroll. I don't care about how many years. I don't care. The New York Yankees have two options. One, sign Cody Bellinger, and if he goes to the Mets, you have got to bring Tucker here. You have got to do something that feels like the New York Yankees. You have to do something that feels like your father. You cannot allow the New York Mets in back-to-back seasons to take what you have publicly said as the biggest player on your list to try and build a championship in free agency. You can't allow it. You can't allow it. So as I'm hearing Sal talk about how important Cody Bellinger would be to the New York Mets, as I'm hearing Evan talk about it, as you see quite clearly the need that they would have and the market that could build for Cody Bellinger and where the Yankees want to go money-wise, and they're probably not going to go after Tucker, and they are hyper-focused on Cody Bellinger. And I heard Keith say it, and I kind of believe it, but hey, listen, he wants to be a Yankee, right? His father was a Yankee, had a great season. You're already kind of hearing, his agent, Scott Boris, talk about they've already connected to the Yankees. And, he's talking about the Yankees want to add, not subtract. And, there's already this connection. I'm sure he wants to be a Yankee and Yankee. We said the same thing the entire offseason last year. Yes, we knew that was a different level free agent with Juan Soto. And we knew that the money was going to get crazy, and we knew the Mets were desperate to make it happen. But we said the same things. He wants to be a Yankee. You think he's going to leave Judge? You think he's going to leave Judge in Yankee Stadium? But Bellinger's a left-handed hitter. You think he's going to want to go to Citi Field? We said the exact same thing last year, and watch Steve Cohen bring in the guy. And right now, off of a season where, let's be honest, Met fans, and I'm not trying to troll, I'm not, but the Mets fell on their face. The Mets were coming off an NLCS run. They signed the biggest free agent contract in the history of sports. Everyone's talking about how they stole the city and have redefined the baseball in New York City, and Juan Soto's going to change everything. And then they got beat out by the Reds. And we know what happens when Hal Steinbrenner gets beat out by the Reds of the world, or loses to his division rival, or loses to the Red Sox, or misses the playoffs. Yeah, there's a move. There's a Juan Soto. There's a this, there's a that. But there's never I am fed up with this, and I am going to do whatever it takes. I don't know how Steve Cohen will handle what happened last year. Things are in place. The farm system is built up to a much better standard. There are pitchers out there looking to be traded. There are moves to be made for the New York Mets who are looking to build not only for the short-term success, but long-term success, and they are getting there. I'm curious to see how Steve Cohen handles this offseason, and something tells me it might be, forget all this, I ain't losing again. And I can just say, Hal, I get your point about $300 million. You don't need it. You shouldn't need it. You can win spending less than $300 million. And I get your point about where the money has to go and the money for the building and all the different relatives you're splitting the money up from and all your investors. And, that's your family business. You're not running a hedge fund on the side that makes you $15 billion rich. This is your business. This is your livelihood. And you can't treat it like the Dodgers. And you can't treat it like Steve Cohen. I get it all. But I'm sorry. If I hear one more thing about Cody Bellinger to the Mets, if I hear any more about how the Yankees are focused on bringing Cody Bellinger back, you better do it. You better do it. Because all the talks about not being your father is getting overplayed and overdone, but this one would not stand. This one would not stand. You cannot have back-to-back seasons. They got embarrassed in Game 5 of the World Series to the Dodgers. You follow that up by losing Juan Soto. You get overtaken by the last place team the year before to lose a division on a tie break and then get your ass beat in the DS and lose again on your home field. And the offseason begins talking about payroll and talking about one player. If the payroll is the difference that you don't get that one player, and back-to-back years you lose out to Steve Cohen and the Mets, that's something the fans won't tolerate. I think it's overblown about being your father. This is a moment you have to be. Cody Bellinger better be a Yankee. And if he's not, then you have to go get Kyle Tucker. One of those two have got to be here. 888-808-1019. We can talk about other things that these teams should do. Both teams should do to try to improve themselves and what we could see for the offseason. We'll get to Pete Alonso. We'll get to some of the other comments by Boris and Brian Cashman and David Stearns, particularly about the pitching. We'll get to the injury of Jalen Brunson off a loss to Orlando last night for the New York Knicks, who are now no longer undefeated at home. And we'll get to Mike Kafka's first decision as a Giant head coach, and it's the first one I felt good about in about, 4 weeks. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll continue to start taking your phone calls, if that makes any sense. Right here on The Fan. We'll be right back.
It's an OG Classic NFL meet and beat with the Giants and Packers. 1 o'clock Sunday.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
The home of Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters.
Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
Neoyorquinos, fast, reliable internet puede ser tuyo when you switch to Fios. Por tiempo limitado, combine Fios Home Internet and a line of mobile por solo $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay, plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store hoy mismo to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable red 5G 100% fibra óptica for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the 15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discounts enrollment required. 99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE might be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yeah. This is another one. Normally I would do the oohs and yes, but my throat's just not up to it. I don't know if you heard it on the radio, but you saw it on the stream. I was joking a little bit during that open. So hi, everybody on the stream. The stream gets very upset if you don't acknowledge them. Hi. You can join the chat. Just go to the YouTube page, and you'll find us there, me and Keith's WFAN overnight page. And you can watch the show live. Ask me questions. Make jokes about donuts. Whatever you want to do.
You think at some point they'd notice and acknowledge you never eat during the show.
No, well, they think when I go off camera, that's what I'm doing. I'm stuffing my face with donuts the second I get off camera. Because, I don't know. The fascination with the weight, really, I don't want to get into it necessarily, but the fascination with the weight is really unbelievable. Like, it's one thing, like, if you disagree with me and you just go, you're a fat idiot or something stupid like that, okay, I get it. Right? You disagree with me, I'm a loudmouth, I'm a moron. I mean, that's part of the business here. We have to have an opinion on everything, so we're going to annoy somebody 10 times a day. So, like, I get it. Oh, what is this fat moron talking about? Okay, I can live with that. I get that. But, like, the constant, like, just, like, talking about it, like it's a talking point about the show, it's crazy to me. I don't get it. All the comments on the posts, the videos they put out, like, we get it. Haven't you seen me enough? If you're watching those videos, you've seen me enough. You know I'm large. Get over it. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the baseball. The baseball. And the GM meetings. And for me, again, It just hit me today thinking about it. There are certain things, and the fan base right now is just absolutely livid. The Yankee fans are, borderline toxic. And I get why I do. I'm not there with you on that level. I don't hate them as much as most fans do, and for that I get called a shill. But I get it's been a long time. And they lose in very similar manners a lot. And you heard from Brian Cashman today about the home runs, and when asked about contact, he talked about contact. He talked about trying to get the players they have to be, better at contact, not necessarily going out there and bringing in guys who are good at contact, but teaching guys to be better at contact than they are right now. But he also mentioned that teams that hit more home runs than other teams win 90% of the series. And I do agree. They need to figure out more than anything. Right, really more than anything, more than building it completely different like the Blue Jays. Because, again, the Blue Jays were in last place last year. Let's see them be this perennial winner where they're going to be battling for divisions every year. I wouldn't be surprised at all they win 79 games next year. Wouldn't be surprised at all. The question is not necessarily how dumb are they to build the team like this. There's some of that, and they could do a better job of it without question. But it's why does this home run hitting team, and you can't just tell me, oh, they're a bully team. They hit home runs against bad. No, they hit home runs against everybody. Go look at their numbers against good pitchers. Go look at their numbers against good pitching versus any other team against good pitching. It's not like this stark thing where they score all their runs against lousy pitchers. It's just not true. Why don't they carry their game of hitting home runs into the postseason the way other teams carry their game of hitting home runs into the playoffs? Like, that's just it. The Dodgers hit 200 in the World Series. The Dodgers weren't slapping singles all over the place and laying down sacrifice bunts and playing small ball and contact this, and they struck out. They hit home runs. They hit 200. They've won back-to-back World Series hitting 200 in both World Series. The Yankees pitched really well against them in the World Series last year. And Toronto did a great job this year. They hit solo home runs to beat them in Game 7. Why can't the Yankees continue their game into the postseason? That's what they have to figure out. That's what they have to figure out. And they failed at it consistently. And this year you mix in the pitching, which was just annihilated by that Blue Jay offense, and you get another disappointing season. But I don't normally call out Hal for not being his father. I think it's pointless. I think it's dumb. And I think his father wasn't as great as everybody thinks he was. It's easy to think that now. Again, a full Yankee Stadium, or what the best facsimile of was back in the early 90s. A Yankee Stadium crowd erupted with applause, standing ovation, when it was announced he was being banished from the team. Standing ovation. It has not always been George Steinbrenner is the greatest. George Steinbrenner knows he goes out there and spends money and he's always giving us a winner. Wasn't always the case. But this is one. The Yankees have to stand up, and Hal Steinbrenner has to step up and be the Yankees. Cody Bellinger can't be a Met. Plain and simple. You can't call him, you can't make it seem like he's the biggest point of your entire offseason, right? Everyone has that. Everyone's reporting that. And then even listening to Cashman, when he's asked a question about Cody Bellinger, it's like, yeah, we'd be in, we would be so much better off retaining him. But like, you can't do that and then watch him go to the Mets and lose out on Soto and Bellinger in back-to-back years to your crosstown rivals. Can't happen. Can't happen. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Tim in Norwalk. What's up, Tim?
Absolutely perfect what you just said. Right now, Cashman, it's honestly, it's balls to the walls right now. I mean, it's funny because Evan the other day was talking with Tiki about getting Stephen Flan. That would be your contact hitter, but you were mentioning Brian Cashman not wanting a contact hitter or whatnot. But
well, it's not that he doesn't want a contact. Excuse, I just want to correct you. I'm not saying he doesn't want a contact hitter. Because he's brought in contact hitters. Bellinger, we're talking about him, had the lowest strikeout rate of his career, 2-strike approach. Nobody said to Bellinger, "Hey, we don't do that around here." Same. They went out and signed Obviously, LeMahieu, the last couple of years have been ugly, but when LeMahieu came, they signed him specifically to be a contact hitter. His point was it's not just about going to find contact hitters. It's about teaching the guys that we have here that we believe in to be a little bit better at being at contact and striking out less.
Totally agree. And honestly, Cody, he struggled from the get-go. And right from the get-go, and everyone was like, oh, my God, this guy's going to strike out like crazy. But a lot of Yankee fans also have to know it's almost like we just signed a new ace. Garrett Cole's coming back next year. So it's something like, a lot of fans have to think about right now.
Yeah, no, listen, the pitching eventually will be in really good shape. To start the year, it won't be, but you're not wrong. You're going to have, I believe Max Fried finished 4th in Cy Young voting, as we had the Cy Youngs announced last night. And we'll get to the story. I forgot to mention this too. The story of Paul Skeens. He's whispered to people that someday, get this, someday he'd want to be a Yankee. So we'll get to that too, because let's all get really super excited about that. I mean, okay. I mean, the guy's under control for the next 4 years, and he's the best pitcher in baseball. They're not trading him. They've already come out and said they're not trading him. And then, you want to talk about what's going to happen 5 years from now in free agency? We'll get to it. But Max Fried finished 4th in the Cy Young voting, and Carlos Rodon, who again proved that you have no real faith in him in the postseason, totally agree. But over the course of the regular season, he finished 6th in Cy Young voting. So you're adding now Cole back to that mix. You've got now Schlittler, who's established himself as at least a very promising young pitcher who throws 101 miles an hour and gave us one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in postseason history. So once those guys are all healthy and back, because Cole's probably not going to start the year. We know Rodon is not going to start the year. Clark Schmidt probably won't start the year. But once those guys are back, absolutely, the Yankees should have a deep rotation that should rival every team in baseball. Absolutely. But, you still need a bullpen and you need some offense. And I'll give you maybe at some point today, I think I've already done it, but I'll give you my definitive plan on what the Yankees should do in free agency. Teddy in Yonkers. What's up, Teddy?
Oh, Chris, you were right on the money tonight. Chris, I don't want to, I joked with your producer, the screener, about if the Yankees lose Bellinger, I'll do something to myself. And
don't do anything to yourself, Teddy. Okay, come on now.
I know. But let me just say this. All I know is, Hal Steinbrenner, you better be thinking of your father upstairs, because he would never, ever permit this to happen again. I hope...
I normally don't play that game, and even you just saying it right now, I was like, I don't like the feel of the sound of that. But you're not wrong. And on this one, I have to admit, you can't lose your prime free agent target who's already played in your uniform, who's played playoff games in your uniform. You can't allow him back-to-back years to go to the Mets. That can't happen. A little bit of George has to emerge from Hal on this one.
Chris, do you think Hal understands the significance of what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't know if he does. And he would answer with me. He would answer something to me that he would be right with. Let's be totally honest. He would answer me with, does it matter if we win? And the answer is no. Right? No. If they go out there and win without him, and they don't get, and to me, the only other if you lose him and Kyle Tucker is still out there. Now, I don't know if Kyle Tucker goes first to set the market, and you're going to see if Cody Bellinger waits for Kyle Tucker to sign. But, if the Yankees don't get one of them, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have to get very creative as far as getting a bat. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. So his answer is going to be, I hear what you're saying. Sure, it sounds bad, but last year they stole Juan Soto from us and we had the better season. And as long as we win, if we win, are you really going to care that happened? And I would tell him no, but you got to go win. Explain to me how this is going to help you go win. And if you don't win, then it's really bad that Steve Cohen comes into this and back-to-back years takes the apple of your eye. That's bad. That's bad. And on a smaller level than Juan Soto, Like, they ponied up to $760 million to offer Juan Soto a contract. He took the Mets deal. You can kind of, I shouldn't say live with it necessarily. I wish he would have went 766 and got it done, if that's what it would have taken. But, like, okay, hey, they did offer $760 million. They did everything they could. It became evident that the richer man wasn't going to lose and Juan Soto was going to go to wherever gave him the most money. So there's only so much. Cohen is not going to treat this, and I know I talked about the idea that off of that season, I'm interested to see where he goes and how aggressive he'll be off of that losing season, off of that disaster that the Mets just had. But he's not going to go where he went with Juan Soto. He's not going to not be denied for Cody Bellinger. There's going to be a limit where Steve Cohen will go for this lesser player than Juan Soto. And as much as, like, I don't like giving out bad deals, and as much as I don't like the idea of, there's a number I have in my mind that I wouldn't go past for Cody Bellinger. I can't lose him to the Mets. Like, there has to be a line somewhere. And that would be it. I can't allow back-to-back years with even now a lesser player to lose out on the guy that I've determined is the best player for me to lose to the Mets in back-to-back seasons. Brendan in West Virginia. What's up, Brendan?
Hey, Chris, I don't think I can have the same energy that last caller had.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize.
That's okay.
But, hey, man, I'm a big fan. I've called you in the past. I'm the guy from West Virginia who's a dog catcher. And every now and again, I mean, we talked a few times.
Yes.
Every now and again you say something, I just got to chime in. But, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying as far as, like, Soto. But as far as, okay, you look at Bellinger, right? Who is he more important to as far as, forget that he played with the Yankees last year.
Mm-hmm.
You figure he could play four positions, everything the Mets need at the moment. You know what I mean? He's more beneficial to the Mets than the Yankees. Take your fandom out of it. You know what I mean? You can't be upset if he gets paid more money and wants to jump ship. If he's getting paid more money to go to the Mets, he's more beneficial.
Yeah, I'm not going to be upset with him. I'm going to be upset with the Yankees for allowing it to happen. They need him too. Who's playing center field right now? Are they going to play an outfield of Dominguez and Spencer Jones to go along with Judge? That's the outfield? Like, where are they going to get another bat from? They already have third base locked up. There's really no shortstop. You're going to go pay Bo Bichette instead? Like, where are they going to get out? They need to replace Bellinger's bat if he goes. They're not going to want to pony up to the 400-plus that Kyle Tucker wants to get, and I don't think the Mets would go there. So, like, where are you going to go if you allow him
to the Phillies, I think.
Well, whatever the case may be, it's going to be $400+ million. I don't think the Yankees want to go there. So, like, if they lose him, like, where do they go? You say the Mets need him. The Yankees need him too.
From a Mets standpoint, who do you think is more important? I mean, outside the home run records and all that, who do you think is more of a priority? Getting someone like Bellinger or an Alonso, bringing him back?
I mean, that's a tough one. Alonso's the fan favorite. Alonso's done it here for the Mets. You know, he's a 35, 40 home run guy. I know defensively Bellinger is far superior. And there's a lot of talk about Pete, defense, how many games at DH, just changing things around the team after years of this kind of not working. I think you can make a case on either way. I think Bellinger would do a lot for them right now. He gives them center field. He can give them first base. He can give them left field, right field. He could do a lot of different things. You would prefer, I guess, a right-handed bat, but especially if you use Pete. But I think in conjunction with Pete, it makes a lot of sense. You sign Pete, you DH him, you can play Bellinger at first base on the days he doesn't. It's a way to ease, the young kid into center field as well. You could play him sporadically a little bit. Like, it makes a lot of sense. Plus, he's been really good here, and he's had the last couple of years have been really good. I think it makes sense for both teams. And I love the idea of both, like for the Mets, Alonso and Bellinger makes a lot of sense to me. That duo where they complement each other is where the benefit of Bellinger really kicks in, the ability to play first base if you're going to DH Pete a lot. Sasha in Norwalk. What's up, Sasha?
Hey, how you doing? So of course, I want to keep Bellinger, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I was never a big Alonso fan as a Met, but if he comes to the Yankees, of course, I want to have him. We were thinking about getting Bo Bichette and Bregman.
Yeah, I mean, listen, right now you got Beatty pretty much as your third baseman. We're talking about the Mets, right? Or you talking about the Yankees? Yeah, the Mets, right? I don't know about Bichette necessarily. I think Bregman fits the team really well. You could put him at third base. You could play Beatty at second base, or get rid of if you're going to get rid of Jeff McNeil. You could probably teach Beatty how to play first base rather effectively as well, if you want to do that. I think Bregman fits. I think Bellinger fits. I think obviously Pete fits. So, all of those guys, I don't think they would do all of them, but any one of them fits a direct need that the Mets have.
Right.
Right. I thought you want who do you prefer on the Mets? I'm with you. I totally agree. It's funny because we were talking about the Mets and their pitching staff, and I know someone called, I guess, and was yelling at Fleas that the Mets need pitching. Why are we even talking? The Mets clearly need pitching. There's no doubt about it. They clearly need pitching. And there's been a lot of talk, to me, even though they need pitching, if there really is, and according to Tim Salmon, there is a market for Kodai Senga, I would trade Kodai Senga. Will Salmon. Tim. Yeah, right. Will Salmon, sorry. No, I think I said Tim Salmon. Wasn't that the baseball player for the Angels? Was it Tim Salmon, right? Am I losing my mind? Anyway, Will Salmon, who covers the Mets, he's reporting that.
Well, because you also, for the Mets, The Athletic once had Will Salmon and Tim Healy, or Tim I forget one's Newsday, and I think you just combined the two.
Maybe. What's the player who played for the Angels, though, back then?
That is Tim Salmon.
Tim Salmon. I think that's why I said it. I don't think I conflated two players. I think I just called him Tim Salmon because when I think of the last name Salmon, Tim comes out. But if there's a market for Kodai Senga, I would move him. I think they've got a farm system of pitchers. They're looking to make moves. If you listen to the end of the press conference from David Stearns, he openly talked about it. He pretty much said, if there is an ace-level pitcher, we are going to be in that market. He has not deemed anything yet to be an ace-level pitcher. We will see. We will see if he's really going to hold to that. It makes sense. I get it, right? He didn't think that the pitchers who've come out in the last 2 years were worthy of being an ace top of the rotation, and clearly because of some of the injuries, he was right. He was right. But he still needs to prove to me he's willing to shop there, but he made it pretty damn clear that he would be willing to go trade for Skubal or any other top-of-the-market pitcher that would be available. So you've got multiple young kids. You've got other guys coming back. Kodai Senga, if there is value there because of what he was his first year here, I think you jump all over it. I have no real faith that he is going to be that pitcher ever again. Look at how they treated him last year, because they could tell you, and when Stearns was asked about it, he talked about how good Kodai Senga was and in his first year, and they still believe in him. Last year he was healthy, and they showed no interest, no real rush to bring him back, to make him pitch. He was adamant about not being ready, and you're talking about one full season of being healthy. One full season. And yes, for the first half of last year, he was brilliant. And if that's enough to get value for him, and especially bullpen arms, which they also need, if I can get a bullpen arm, if I can get, maybe a more reliable starting pitching, because there's two levels of starting pitching. And I think if you listen to the Rico Bronya, I thought Evan did a really nice job of talking about this, and he's 100% right. There's two levels of starting pitching. There's the ace-level starting pitcher that obviously every team needs, wants, and tries to go out and acquire, even apparently David Stearns, although he hasn't done it just yet. And then there's just the innings eaters. You need reliable, starters that will give you 165 to 180 innings. Like, you need those guys in your rotation. The Mets don't have any of those guys. Like, that's the problem. Minaya is not any longer can be considered that guy. Right? David Peterson was so awful down the stretch. I mean, for the most part, I could trust him, but he was so bad last year that I've lost faith in that. Frankie Montas isn't even going to pitch next year. You've got two young kids in McLean. Obviously, you feel good about that. He goes into the even, hopefully, top of the rotation department of the starting pitching. But, hopefully Sproat and Tong can be those guys. But I mean, you need more reliable guys. And Kodai Senga just isn't it. And if you're going to be in the market to either go pay a starting pitcher who you believe is an ace caliber starting pitcher, or if you're in the market to go trade for what you deem to be an ace caliber starting pitcher, I would be looking to add more controllable, more reliable starting pitching, and Kodai Senga isn't that. So if there's any level of interest where you can get anything for him, I think I would gladly take it and go about building both with more top-end talent and with more reliable starting pitching. And if I can get a bullpen arm out of it, or if I can get, some prospects that can help me add to a package for a Skubal, I would 100% be into it. That's what I would talk to, if they're in the market to talk to Detroit, I'd talk to Detroit and say, hey, go look around. I got this team and that team interested in Senga. Check their farm system. What are some guys you like? I'll trade for them and add to the package for Skubal. Although I still don't know how I feel about trading for Skubal. I'm starting to come around because he's such a great pitcher. He just won a second Cy Young, and it sounds like the Mets are interested. So these are the two cuts that I wanted to talk about, or at least the two clips from David Stearns and talking about pitching. So I think the first one is about being involved in the top of the market. And then we'll get to the next one about what's the second one about? I'm losing my. It doesn't matter. All right, here's the two highlights where he's specifically talking about how he envisions the starting rotation, particularly the top of the market.
I know you went for a lot of depth to try to get through the season. You had a lot of injuries, a lot of issues with that stuff. Do you think more of, I don't know if marquee is the right word, or the next level pitcher to fill out the rotation with, or fundamentally, do you look at kind of building rotation differently as far as the expense you put into it and that sort of thing?
I think we are always open and have always been open to adding the top line starter, the guy who can truly stabilize the staff. We recognize there's real value to that. I think we also have to evaluate how many of those pitchers are actually available on an annual basis. When those pitchers are available, we are going to be heavily involved in the pursuit of those pitchers.
All right, so right there, we are going to be in heavy pursuit of those pitchers. Now, again, although everyone was screaming about it, and myself included on some level, that they weren't in the market for ace starting pitchers over the last 2 years. If you look at it, to be fair, most of those guys have turned out to be unsuccessful starting pitching. That's the way it's true. So if we'll see if that's a tried and true method that he believes in, or if he just hasn't found the guy. The only one worthy over the last 2 years was Yamamoto, and they were in on Yamamoto. Now, part of that was he's 26, and you're not going to really get a lot of free agent starting pitchers at 26, no matter how good they are. But Yamamoto was a special case, and clearly we're seeing why. But then there was another one about the development of how many pitchers they have in the organization and what that could mean for the rotation.
How do you view the starting pitching staff right now?
I think we have numbers in the starting pitching staff. I remain very optimistic about the younger starters that we have, about the guys we have coming even behind the group that we saw get its feet wet at the major league level. We're also certainly not going to turn away from any opportunities that we think make ourselves better at the major league level. And so we'll be looking at starting pitching in both both free agency and trades. Very early for me to predict how active or what discussions are actually going to take place, but we're certainly going to be involved in that market.
Yeah, so I mean, he's telling you, plain and simple, they are going to be involved at the top of the market. And, like, we have a really good farm system. We have pitchers that we feel, if it doesn't make sense to go out and trade for anyone, who can join our rotation. Or we have built up depth where we have really good pieces to go and get top of the market and top of the line starting pitching. Like, that was as crystal clear. We have arms, and we'll either see if they'll sink or swim with our rotation, and we believe that they'll swim, or if not, and someone's willing, and someone's out there looking to trade for, Skubal, for example, we have pieces that we will go and aggressively attempt to bring in top of the rotation pieces. It sounds like the Mets are big game hunting at the top of the market for the rotation, which has been counter to how they've handled business so far. Now, whether or not there was those guys out there in previous years, whatever the case may be, whatever the top of the market was over the last 2 years, outside of Yamamoto, the Mets have had no interest in it. It sounds like this is going to be different this year. They are going to look both in free agency, which I don't know how many in free agency there are right now, whether it's, that's like pretty much zero. I mean, you got Valdez, who I don't know if he's that anymore. In free agency, there's just not a lot of those guys that you'd be willing to give the big time contract to and commit multiple, 5-6 years at big money to, like what you're looking for when you think of an ace. But at the trade market, there's clearly the one big one. But maybe Sandy Alcantara, if they consider him that guy. There are a handful of options in the trade market. But the only thing that scares me, and I don't want to say scares, the only thing I don't like about trading for Skeens, as I'm watching him on SMY, trading for Skubal is, and we'll get to Paul Skeens and whether or not he wants to be a Yankee someday. The only thing with trading for Skubal is, I'm confident eventually the Mets can sign him, whenever it is. And he'll hit free agency because Boris is his agent. He's not signing an extension. And I feel confident that the Mets would be there to pay him in free agency as much as anybody else. The only thing that scares me, I guess two things. One, he hates it here, and I don't necessarily think that's the case or an over-concern. But you get him in for a year, he doesn't sign an extension, and he just doesn't like pitching in New York. It doesn't go well for him I don't know, is it a somewhat down year for him, which would still be an excellent year. But, it just doesn't fit him, and he decides I'd rather just go take the Dodgers money or whoever else is going to be willing to pay me. That's one, I suppose. But two is just the idea of, to trade for Skubal, even on a rental year, I think it's going to cost you one of either McLean or both Sproat and Tong. Both. Plus more. And that's just that plus the hitters that you might have to trade. For a guy that in a year, if you could go get Skeens right now, obviously you're talking about 4 years of control. I'll trade anybody and everybody. And we'll get to that when we have a conversation about the Yankees. I would anything and anybody for 4 years of Skeens. But for 1 year of Skubal, when I'm confident if my owner wants him, we'll just pay him next year. 1 year, I'm going to take out all the other young, controllable, really good starting pitchers that I believe in. I'd rather have him just for money next year and add him to a rotation that has Sproat and Tong in it. But I'm starting to warm up to it. He's an incredible pitcher. I have every confidence that the Mets would sign him. And this is a big year going into who knows what happens next year with the CBA. So I'm starting to warm up to it. I'm certainly not going to kill the Mets if they do it. But in my mind, I'd still rather just pay him next year, see if I can go out and win this year without him, and then have a rotation where I have McLean, Tong, Sproat, and Skubal. Then you have the best of both worlds. You got three young, controllable pitchers and the big ace. Affordability, you're not deep in the pocket except for one pitcher, and you got a great rotation if they pan out, obviously. which is always a question mark. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Ralph, we're going to get to you on the other side. We'll continue talking baseball for a while. We have an extra hour to do so as I take you till 5 o'clock, but we'll get to the Knicks. We'll get to, I said, Paul Skeens and the story about him wanting to be a Yankee. We've got a new quarterback for the New York Giants, and I don't think Aaron Glenn picked a fight with anybody today, but I'll double check. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Giants' job over the years, like when they went to, whether it's a McAdoo or Shermer, it really hasn't been incredibly appealing because you think about the end of the Eli era with nobody that was really, truly ready to take the baton and elevate the team.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Knicks down 20 at the break, cut it to single digits in the fourth. Couldn't get over the hump. Fell to the Magic, 124-107.
When you dig a hole like we did in the first half, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to come back and win the game.
Jalen Brunson, 31, but he left late after he turned his ankle, was seen in a walking boot and on crutches leaving the Garden. Knicks' 5-game win streak is no more. Giants moving on from Brian Dable. Mike Kafka takes over, and immediately he made a change.
We're also going to put Jameis Winston as our starting quarterback, and he'll do a great job. I have a lot of confidence in Jameis, have a lot of confidence in Russ, and he'll be the backup as Jackson works through the concussion protocol.
So Winston will likely get his chance to shine against the Packers. Dart continues to be in concussion protocol. GM meetings ongoing. Scott Boris took court as he always does and seemed optimistic for the options for Pete Alonso.
There's no doubt that Pete's pursuers are primed to pay the power piper. You know, Pete picked the perfect period to play preeminently.
Meanwhile, Brian Cashman pretty clear he'd like to have Cody Bellinger return.
He's going to have a lot of choices, because he can do a lot of different things. So he was a terrific addition for us last year, played a big role in the amount of success we wound up having, and certainly would love to have him come back to us.
Rangers got a couple of goals apiece from Will Cooley and Vincent Trocheck. They dismissed the Lightning 7-3, and the Devils outlast the Blackhawks 4-3 in overtime. Simone Nemec a hat trick, including your game-tying and game-winning goals. 46 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:05. Thank you, Marco. 2:05, you're on the Fan. If you're just turning me on, where you been? I've been on for an hour yelling about the Yankees and Mets. Let's go. 888-808-1019 on this now Thursday morning. And yesterday was, I was just telling Marco, yesterday was parent-teacher conferences for me and my wife. We had to go, and my wife says tonight she's a teacher, so tonight she's the teacher, and all the parents are going to see her tonight. My wife and I went to go see my two sons' teachers, and there's just one thing. It's a small thing, literally and figuratively, but there's one thing that bothers me about these parent-teacher conferences. Just one thing. I don't know what it is, but it seems silly to me. So obviously I have a son in first grade. I have a son in third grade. So we go to see the teachers. It's fine. But you walk into the classroom and you see the classroom, and it's, there's always a mat in the middle of the room, and, the tables are bunched together, and they're it's the purple table and the yellow table, and you get all the stuff you're used to. Now all of a sudden, now they have whiteboards and big screens. I'm like, it's like a 50-inch screen TV in there. I'm like, man, everyone's got a Chromebook anyway. But you walk in, and she's like, the teacher, who's very nice. We love both of the teachers they have. But she's like, please come to my desk, sit down. And you go to sit down, and it is a child stool that is 2 feet off the ground. And I have, and again, we were just talking about my weight before, but I have to get down and sit on this stool, and my knees are up to my, waist. It's just the most uncomfortable. It's parent-teacher night. Could you just get adult chairs so that we don't have to sit on the children's stools? Like these little colorful little stools that are 2 feet off the ground. I feel like Tom Selleck and Mr. Baseball going to the bathroom or taking a shower. Like, you're all low to the ground. Have you ever seen that movie? Like,
you think they do it on purpose? Like, I got to deal with your kids every day.
Yeah, that's it. You can sit in uncomfortable, like, my knees are up. I'm like, couldn't you just bring in, like, a couple of chairs in every classroom for the parent-teacher night and not make us sit on these kids' chairs? Like, it's just, and both classrooms went in, please have a seat. I'm like, here they are. Here's the little, purple and yellow and gold stools that I got to sit on and be uncomfortable for the next 25 minutes. But glad to say both reports were just okay. Just A-okay. They were terrific. Kids are doing well. Can't say the same for my knees after sitting there in the same spot with them, up around my waist for 20 minutes or so. 888-808-1019. I say bring in adult chairs for the parent-teacher conferences. Adult chairs. 888-808-1019. As you tell me, my kids say 6'7" too much. I know. I hear it too. The 6'7" thing.
That has to be true of every kid in the class.
Oh, my God. Of course. No, I know. They didn't even say that. I'm just being sarcastic because I know they never. And it's funny, too, because Brian Dable, oddly enough, said 6'7" at the beginning of the season. I forget now even what the parameters were, but he said something about 6'7" in a press conference. Just casually threw it out there. I had never heard it before. My kids had never said it. He said 6'7". I was like, what the hell is that? And someone said, oh, it's like a kid's thing. Well, he was early on, or maybe my kids at their age were late to, but now it's everywhere. When Brian Dable said it weeks ago, I had never heard it. Now they don't stop with it. It's not, Tommy, come in here, come in here. What? It's 607, 6'7". Like, it's just nonstop. Anything 6'7", you count. And they'll try and get you to say 6'7". Dad, what? What's 30 plus 37? 67. 6'7". I'm like, oh my God. It's just ridiculous. The entire baseball teams were doing it this spring at the end of the season for the fall league, rather. I'm sorry. So, like, I don't know, but Brian Dable was on top of that. He wasn't on top of much else. If only his record was 6-7, he might still be here. Yeah, you have the Brian Dable saying 6'7". Yeah, let me hear Brian Dable say
mid. What's mid now mean? That was mid. That was his response. I said, let's. He's pretty hard on himself. I'll say that. He's. Yeah, you got to ask him about what mid means.
Everybody
6'7".
Everybody can get it. I do remember nobody caught it.
Nobody
he later brought
it.
attention to it.
Yeah, no, 100%. I had in August. That was August. In August, I had no idea what 6'7" was. Had never heard it. Was not a part of my life. Didn't have to deal with it. The last 2 months, oh my God, it is nonstop. Since September, like a month after that, it took off. The kids say 6'7" to everything. Every day it's 607. And that's 607. It's not even 6'7". Every single day. People count. Their new thing that they love to watch with us is we're big on Wheel of Fortune. If any of the numbers are 6,700 or whatever, like 6'7", like it's just nonstop. It's nonstop with the 6'7". It's obnoxious.
Would you hate more that or the stuff from the Minecraft movie, Chicken Jockey?
Ooh.
Because you were not a fan of that either.
No. This is more. I definitely hear 6'7".
Because numbers are part of our life all the time.
Right. And that's like, it's not always thing. The Chicken Jockey song, they would get into a mode where we'd be in the car specifically and they'd be singing that song. And it was annoying. So like while it's happening, the Chicken Jockey song was worse. Like the 6'7", when they actually say it for that half a second, it doesn't bother me as much as the Chicken Jockey song did because it was a whole song and it felt like it lasted longer. But without the references to it, it's not even close. They reference 6'7" way more than they ever referenced the Chicken Jockey song, without question. They reference it 100 times a day. It doesn't always have to be a whole thing. It's just 6'7" once and then they move on, so it's not like crazy annoying, but they reference it every single math homework, just nonstop. 888-808-1019. I know. I don't know how the teachers deal with it. I really don't. The 6-7 thing would drive me absolutely up a wall. Because I'm sure they do it. Anytime they, do math or whatever, it's 6-7. And they all look at each other and get a kick out of it and do the hand gesture. It's ridiculous.
Will an agent, will Boris drop it in a negotiation? How many years you want?
Yeah, I know. That probably would. That's it, I'm sure. I don't know. Bellinger, 6 or 7 years is a lot. 6-7. I just see Cashman doing it. When Boris says, we're looking for 6 or 7 years. 6-7.
I'm actually, knowing what he just did a couple hours ago, I'm shocked Boris didn't drop it.
I know, it's true. I'm surprised Boris
said he's trying to give you a million P words for Pete Alonso.
I know. That's a
You know why? Because this answers our question. How early does he start working on this stuff? The year before, 6-7 came into the world too recently for him.
Exactly. If he starts dropping all these old narratives, that's funny.
Next November, he's going to do it. We're going to be like, I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, I hope. But I don't know why. I guess because his nickname is also the Polar Bear, because I don't know what about Pete makes you want to say peas to everything. I guess it's just also the polar.
Remember, he had the really bad polar bear joke last year.
Yeah. What did he say about polar? Something about, was it on ice or something? I forget what he said. Ralph in New Haven. What's up, Ralph?
Hi, thanks for having me back.
You got it, buddy.
I think I'm Bryce Harper's father. That's me again.
Oh, that's you again.
Yes. I think you'd be crazy to let Bellinger go. Did he originally come up with the Dodgers, if I remember serves right? Was he on the Cubs last year or the Rangers last year? The year before.
Bellinger?
He was on the Cubs. Yeah.
Bellinger was on the Cubs. Bellinger was on they traded Cody Petit to the Cubs for Bellinger. Yeah.
I mean, how did the Cubs do down the stretch without Bellinger? They couldn't hit a lick. You know what I mean? So my other thing I want to ask.
And now they're not looking to really retain Kyle Tucker. It seems like they're going to not sign him. They traded all those assets for him, and now they're not going to do it.
Right. My other thing is Pete Alonso. Now, before they signed him last year, Harper said he would move to right field if they went out and got Pete Alonso.
Right.
So I just want to give two hypotheticals, and I'll get off of it. Let's just say we can't pay Schwarber. We can bring in Pete Alonso, pay him big money as a DH, or if he wants to play first base, Harper will go to right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I think being in our ballpark with our lineup, I think he had, close to 40 home runs and 100-something RBIs, Pete Alonso, this year?
Mm-hmm.
He would add at least, in our ballpark, I think it's a beanbox, at least 8 more home runs and more RBIs. My other one, which I've run by a lot of Met fans, because I'm only Philly fan around here, is if he goes there, would they treat him the way Barkley was treated when the Giants let him go to Philadelphia Eagles? And my other thing is, if he did trade him and he went there, Don Mattingly is going to become our bench coach. If the Phillies ever won the World Series next year, Don Mattingly and Pete Alonso would both have a ring. So how would the fans would they treat him just as bad as Barkley? Is what I'm asking.
No, I don't know how the Mets. No, if the Mets don't sign him, and it becomes clear, I don't think there's any Met fan who doesn't believe that Pete Alonso wants to stay. And again, Barkley, he gets it from the fan just because I guess it's an Eagles uniform or whatever, but I don't think the Giant fan hates Saquon Barkley or blames him necessarily. They know he left because Giants didn't want him. And if Pete Alonso leaves because the Mets didn't want him or wouldn't match the contract, I don't think Pete would get too much hate, even if it is the Philadelphia. Not at least when he gets on the field and he's wearing the Philadelphia uniform. Sure, he'll get booed, but the fan base won't despise him. I don't think they'll be burning jerseys or ripping up things. I don't think it would be like that. I really don't. It wouldn't have the same feeling like that. For example, the Islander fans have with Tavares. It's not. It wouldn't be that kind of vitriolic kind of hate. There would be boos when he shows up because he's in a different uniform. But I don't think it's that kind of level. Yeah, the anger would be way more directed at the Mets. I think they would blame the Mets. I think they all believe Pete wants to be here desperately. And he would do anything he could via taking just such a lesser contract that it wouldn't be feasible, that we'd all understand. So I don't, but I think he would initially get cheered the first time you saw him, and then from that point on he'd get booed, but I don't think it would be like a vitriolic type thing. I think most Met fans would be mad at the Mets for not having it happen. Mike in the Bronx. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, Simon.
What's up?
How you been?
Good. How are you, buddy?
All right. Is it a bad idea if the Yankees sign Pete Alonso?
Is it a bad idea if the Yankees sign Pete Alonso? I wouldn't.
Is it a bad idea?
Is it a bad idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're asking me. Is it a bad idea? I can't say it would be a bad idea to bring in a good player. It depends on what the contract would be and everything like that. So just flat out bad idea, I wouldn't put it in that terms because I really do think Pete is a good hitter. And opposite field at Yankee Stadium, he hit some home runs. But I don't think they're going to do it, and I wouldn't do it. It sounds like if you listened to Brian Cashman yesterday, that Ben Rice is going to be the starting first baseman. Ben Rice is going to be the starting first baseman, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Ben Rice proved himself this year. He's a good hitter. Hopefully he'll get better and continue to progress as a hitter and maybe eliminate some of the strikeout from his game and swing and miss and be a little bit better that way. But his hard contact, his power, like what he is as a young up-and-coming player, I have no problem handing over first base to, like, that's part of it. You want to be able to find kids who come up through your organization and have them be part of this. It's a mix of free agents and young kids. So I have no problem with Ben Rice being the first baseman, and I think he has a chance to get better defensively. And so I just don't think there's room. I don't think there's room for Pete unless the Yankees are going to get crazy and like trade Ben Rice for something significant. Like I talked about what I would do for me, what I would do for the Yankees in this offseason. And the Yankees aren't going to do all this, but this is what I would do. I would look to trade Spencer Jones and Dominguez. That's what I would do. I would sign Bellinger, and I would look to get Steven Kwan from Cleveland. Now, again, I don't even know if they would entertain that or not. There's been some rumors that they might. Clearly, Cleveland is the situation they're in, and I think he's controllable for the next 2 years, but they might not be able to sign him. Who knows what Cleveland would be willing to do. I would be interested in trading for Steven Kwan to be my left fielder. I would give either Dominguez in a package or Spencer Jones in a package for Steven Kwan, or if it took Ben Rice and a lesser prospect after Ben Rice. But if they traded Ben Rice for Steven Kwan, then I would be somewhat interested in Pete Alonso, but I don't think they're going to do that. But so this is what I would do. Ben Rice would be my first baseman. I would trade a package surrounding either one of Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez. I doubt it would take two for Steven Kwan. He was a 95 OPS plus player last year. I think he's a really good player. I think he's going to have better seasons than that. He has had better seasons than that. But I don't think it's going to take like two of the top three prospects in the Yankee farm system to get a player with an under average OPS plus. So I would trade one of those two with lesser prospects attached to him to get Steven Kwan. And I would have my outfield be Kwan, Bellinger, Judge, and then I would go sign one of the two, Bregman or Bo Bichette, for one season to play short, and then I would transition them to third moving forward. If I really believed that Bregman could play shortstop for 1 year, and he was into it and okay with it, and we all we believed by the defensive metrics that he could do it for a season, I would rather do that. I love Bregman. I think he's a winning player. His home run number is going to go down at Yankee Stadium. His power number is going to go down at Yankee Stadium. But he is going to give you good at-bats. He is going to, in a postseason, I trust him to be a good postseason player. I would play him at shortstop for 1 year and then move him over to third. And then in free agency, I doubt very much they're going to go at the top of the market starting pitching, and I honestly don't think they have to. So I would go out and try and sign, like I saw Lucas Giolito. I'm not overly excited about Lucas Giolito, but I think that's the kind of guy who, if they work with him a little bit, could get off to a good start and give you a good month or two at the beginning of the year. That's really all I'm looking for. Those starting rotation should be pretty good. I don't expect the Yankees, after shopping at the top of the market, they're going to have all that money in Cole, all that money in Fried, all that money in Rodon, and you're going to put another starting pitcher there with big-time money? I just don't see it. So I would get a serviceable, somewhat dependable starting pitcher, and I would go add Bo Bichette or Bregman and trade for Steven Kwan, and obviously bring back Cody Bellinger. That would be my team. And I have Kwan, Bellinger, Judge, McMahon, let's just say Bo Bichette, Jazz, Ben Rice, Wells is my catcher. And then I would also have to go out and sign probably one more really good reliever. One more, like, back end of the bullpen reliever. And I don't think it would be Devin Williams, but I wouldn't be opposed to bringing Devin Williams back. That's what I would do if I were running the Yankees. It gives me contact. I got either Bichette or Bregman added contact. Volpe's not my starting shortstop. I got contact and a leadoff hitter in left field in Stephen Kwan. And my rotation is going to start off shaky, but eventually it's going to be a dynamite rotation. I add to the bullpen, and I would go about still hitting home runs, having more contact, being better defensively as well, although shortstop would scare me, but that's what I would do. 888-808-1019. We'll continue to take your baseball calls, but we'll get into some other things. We got to talk about, we could still talk about schemes with the baseball. Maybe we'll get to that in a little bit. I want to talk about the football, though, as the Giants have made Jameis Winston now the starting quarterback, which is 100% the right decision. And how do I feel about Kafka and the New York Knicks and a tough loss to Orlando and the injury to the captain, Jalen Brunson? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
The Emirates NBA Cup is on WFAN.
In the lane, the lob for Cloud. He tried a one-handed.
The Nets play the Magic. 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Gets it to go.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket. because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right. 2:29 on this Thursday morning. McMonigle here with you. If you're listening on the radio, that's great. You can always listen on the app, the Odyssey app. We started at 1 today. If you're usually used to turning me on at 2, 1 o'clock, you can go back and listen on the rewind feature. And obviously right now, if you're home in front of a computer or your phone, you can go right to the YouTube page and you can stream us live on YouTube. Join the chat. It's fun. 888-808-1019. Let's stick with the baseball here for a little bit, and then we'll get to Mike Kafka and your New York Knicks as well. But there was a report today from Randy Miller about Paul Skeens, who just won his first ever Cy Young last night. He won Rookie of the Year last year, Cy Young this year. He is the brightest young pitching star in the game. Skubal is probably more consistent and a little bit better right now, but he's been doing it for a little bit. He's won his second consecutive Cy Young, and he's going to hit free agency next year, where Paul Skeens won't hit free agency until after the 2029 season, I think we said. So he is under control for a long time. But apparently, according to Randy Miller, that Paul Skeens, who clearly has to be unhappy with what's going on in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's an embarrassment, right? I know we have problems with the Yankee management, and they don't spend enough and blah, 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 and I don't disagree. And the TV money's different. We all know all the different financial realities of Major League Baseball, and that's why there might be very well a strike or a lockout or whatever's coming in a couple, this time next year. But the Pirates are an absolute joke. I mean, he's filthy rich, the owner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Filthy rich. And he could do a hell of a lot better and try and build around this young kid who's an absolute superstar. But when you hear that he wants to be a Yankee, that according to reports here, he is telling teammates he wants to be a Yankee. An undisclosed and anonymous Pittsburgh Pirates teammate is telling Randy Miller that without question, he's going to be a Yankee. I've heard it a million times straight from the horse's mouth. So Paul Skeens wants to be a Yankee. And while I appreciate that, and while I probably believe the report, I've never been one to think that the pinstripes don't matter and nobody cares about being a Yankee and it's all meaningless just because all of a sudden they lost their first ever big-time free agent that they targeted and want to go get to the Mets and Juan Soto. That suddenly negated everything that the Yankees are and do. Like, it's all been, of course, it's ridiculous. The pinstripes still matter. Yankees still matter. They're still them and the Dodgers. The Dodgers clearly right now have taken over, but they're the premier or one of the two, three premier organizations in the sport and one of the premier organizations in all of professional sports. So I am not overly surprised that Paul Skeens wants to be a Yankee. I think it's awesome. I'm excited. But here's the problem. It's one thing to want it, and it's another to make it happen. And if you think the Yankees, because there's a report that Paul Skeens wants to be a Yankee, that this lousy owner in Pittsburgh is just going to, you know what, forget it. I've already been on the record saying we're not going to trade him. We really have no reason to trade him. They have no reason to trade him. Let's be clear about that. Outside of the fear of injury, which can always happen to a pitcher, so I get that is real. And I know they're never going to win with him because they're not going to invest enough. But this is baseball. It's not the NBA. They're not going to win with him because they'll never invest enough to do that. This is the one guy that they are going to sell their fans to come to the ballpark. There is not any more prospects that they could get now, trading him with 4 years of value, as opposed to in 2 years with 2 years, of control. They've got 4 years of control with the kid. I don't think the package gets any lesser if you trade him in 2 years. How much could you possibly give for Paul Skeens? Well, your entire farm system? In 2 years, he's going to get just as big a package. He's going to get just as much a return. There's no way they're trading him for a couple of years. I would be stunned. It makes no sense for that franchise to move on from Paul Skeens before 2 years of control. Then you could start to talk about, well, now now it's only a year. Now it's only half a season. But 2 years, you are going to get whatever. The same as 4. Because that's how valuable 2 years of Paul Skeens is. So while great, I think that's awesome. I would absolutely pick up the phone and call Pittsburgh to see what's going on. But it's not going to happen. And just because he wants to be a Yankee doesn't mean Pittsburgh's going to send him there. He's begging for teammates. They don't want to give it to him. You think they're going to send him where he wants to go? Just because? The Yankees are going to have to pony up. And by the way, yes, everyone, and I wouldn't hesitate, everyone. There is not a single player on the New York Yankees outside of Aaron Judge who I would not trade for Paul Skeens. And even you'd probably have to do that. I'm not doing that. But, Cam Schlittler, goodbye. I love you. Thanks for the start. Go talk trash about Boston pitching in Pittsburgh. I don't care. I love you, but no, God, every Dominguez, Spencer Jones, Lombard, every one of them. Maybe not all of them, but any one of them absolutely can be part of a package that goes to Paul Skeens. Any one of them. If you have to trade Cam Schlittler, Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, and Lombard, that's probably a lot, but yeah. That's what it's going to take. So, yes, he wants to be a Yankee. That's great. He doesn't hit free agency for 4 years. And they're not trading him for at least 2. And then the Yankees got to have the best package to go get him. I don't the excitement around this report, I don't get. It's nice. It feels good to be wanted. It feels good to be wanted. And as far as that goes, does it spit in the face or at least start to, or does it, at least help the idea that the pinstripes don't matter, which was always nonsense. Yes, the pinstripes matter. Yes, being a Yankee is prestigious and it's different. Yes. It doesn't mean it's the be-all, end-all. Doesn't mean every player has to value it the same as other players. But to make it seem like there's no difference and it doesn't matter who pays me just because that's how Juan Soto treated it is nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. So we'll see. I just can't imagine Skeens being moved. But yes, I would be motivated to move everything to get Paul Skeens here. Motivated to move anything. I don't see a timeline where we're talking about that in any real way for the next couple of years. Because it's in the best interest of this owner to just throw out this great pitcher, win Cy Young, sell jerseys, sell tickets, sell whatever he can because he's not making enough money to invest it into the team. And maybe you get lucky with the new playoff format, and by the grace of God, they find themselves in a pennant race. Like, there's no reason to trade him. I don't think the return gets that much bigger as opposed to a full 2 seasons. Like, that's when I would really draw the line. Like, if I'm Pittsburgh and I'm saying to myself, I'm never going to sign him. He hates us. He wants to go be a Yankee. We're not going to put enough money around him to really go win anyway. We could get a crap load return. When you start worrying about the crap load return is 2 years. That's when I would really, right? That was Soto from the Nationals. They talked money, they talked extension, they talked contract. Then with 2 years left, they moved him. And they got a massive haul from San Diego. And they're currently building their team with the prospects they got from San Diego 2 years ago. And now, or 3 years ago. And that's what the Pittsburgh Pirates will look to do. But I don't think it gets any bigger doing it now with 4 years. I'd be surprised. Like, how much can you give? With 2 years of control, you'd give everything. What's more than everything? I don't see a value being added for the third and fourth year of control as opposed to just 2. So for 2 years, they're going to roll them out there. They're going to sell jerseys. They're going to maybe get lucky and chase the final spot of the playoffs for a while. But we're talking 2 years down the line before this even gets entertained. And even then, the Yankees got to come and bring everything before we even get to, there's like this, and then we get to what Paul Skeens wants. I mean, there's this thing we got to figure out, that thing you got to figure out, this box needs to be checked, this box needs to be checked, this box needs to be checked. We got to do all this stuff, and then we'll get to what would Paul Skeens like. So, but it does feel nice to be wanted. And it makes you think about a rotation of Skeens and Cole and Fried. Rodon. Damn you, Rodon! You're having such a good year. No one's ever going to trust you again. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. All right. I've yelled about that. We'll take your calls on that. We'll take your calls on baseball, but we will get into a little bit of football and basketball as we start to transition into that here on the Fan on this Thursday morning. McMonigle here with you. We'll come back, take your calls, talk a little basketball, talk a little football, talk a little Mike Kafka and his first decision as Giants head coach right here on the Fan. Be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
The Giants made a good decision because in the past I've looked at firing coaches in the middle of a season, an NFL season, and wondered, what's the point? What are you getting out of it? And this case to me felt very different.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and fall, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law. And you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 2:45. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. So it is a new dawning of a new era with the New York Giants. As Mike Kafka has taken over as head coach, we heard a little bit from him. I thought he had a really good press conference. He sounded matter of fact, very open, talked about Brian Daboll, talked about his relationship with Brian Daboll, talked about the circumstances that he finds himself in. And this is the one thing about firing Daboll early. It's giving Mike Kafka a chance at this job. The one thing about getting rid of Daboll this week is giving a somewhat of a significant run here of 7 games to Mike Kafka. Now, Mike Kafka is well thought of throughout the NFL. There is no doubt about it, because even while losing, he continues to get interviews. He continues to be finalist for jobs. He is clearly, word got around somewhere that he interviews well at the very least. And for me, I think, as any other name you want to bring up, if you want to bring up outside, for me, Mike Tomlin's number one. I've been on the record. I don't know how it happens. Things got to go a certain way. Time in Pittsburgh, this Pittsburgh season probably has to go poorly the rest of the way, and there has to be a mutual feeling that it's just time to move on from Pittsburgh. But that would be my number one. If there is a possibility that Mike Tomlin is available, that is who I would want to coach the Giants. I think he is a great head coach. I think he is a proven winner. The Giants instantly become a 500 football team with him. I really believe that. That's how I think the world of Mike Tomlin. Even, he gives some funny quotes and stuff, and it's been kind of mediocrity with the Steelers for a while, but right now we're craving mediocrity, and he guarantees that. So that would be my choice. Outside of that, Lane Kiffin or any other coordinator, Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator with the Chargers, who everybody is kind of comparing to McDaniel or what's his name in Seattle? McDonald in Seattle. Or Spags. So many people are trying to throw Spags at this job. I don't understand it. John Gruden, Lane Kiffin, even me. I would include Cliff Kingsbury into the name. Any of those names I just mentioned. I have Mike Kafka at the top of any. Like that, Mike Kafka being the head coach would be as good to me as any of the names I just said, as any of them. If he can actually win football games here, if he can make an impact with this team, I talk about how much I believe in the connection with the coach and quarterback. Clearly, they have a connection. And he worked with Dart. It's been going well, at least the Dart part of it, and he's been the offensive coordinator. If he steps in and things feel different and they change and he gives them a good performance, and right now his first decision, which is doing what, I don't want to give him too much credit for it because I think we would have all been apoplectic if he didn't. But obviously moving on from Russell Wilson, who is completely washed up, and starting Jameis Winston, that was decided yesterday, it's the only decision he could have made. The only decision he could have made. But he made it. So decision one, congratulations, Kafka. You made a good you got one right. You might win some, but you just got one. You might lose some, but you just got one. I like it. And I think, we will play some sound from Jameis Winston. It's fun or whatever. But to me, the one benefit is to actually get a look at Mike Kafka. And I'm open to it. And as I said, any of the names I just mentioned outside of Mike Tomlin, I don't see how any of them are clearly a better choice than Mike Kafka. Now, if it's a disaster, if the team lets go of the rope like we saw the Jets last year under Ulbrich, if things fall apart and get uglier and Jackson Dart doesn't play as well, and even if that's unfair because maybe the concussion and the injury and whatever else, the circumstances of the situation made it impossible to be more successful, that's unfair to Kafka. And I said that when I didn't love the idea of firing Brian Daboll in season because of the amount that's now going to be on the plate of Mike Kafka, who he's no longer going to be the offensive coordinator, but he's going to be the play caller. So now you've got him making decisions for the team, being the play caller, trying to fix the defense, or at least, trying to do things that help him win the game, like fix the defense, still work with this young quarterback. Now he's got to make the decision, and I don't know the dynamic of Russell Wilson and this team and how they feel about him and the leadership that he brought. I know early on, guys like Burns were very loud proponents of the leadership that Russell Wilson brought at the start of the year. So I don't know how the dynamic of not giving him back the quarterback would impact this team. I can't imagine at this point a lot, but he's got to worry about that. He's got to worry about the room. He's got to worry about play calling. He's got to worry about developing a young quarterback. Oh, and also proving to the NFL, who's considered him a candidate year after year, that he's worthy of that distinction. That's a lot on a young coach taking over an organization that has been losing forever, who right now has an owner dealing with an illness, a general manager who apparently, even though they talked about what a great job he did, and the idea that he's leading the coaching search, is somehow still under review to possibly lose his job. Like, it's just a lot on Mike Kafka. And if he pulls through and he turns this thing around in any way, now I'm not expecting, I'm not expecting 4-3 over the next 7 games, especially with the schedule. But if it just feels different and they win some football games and Jackson Dart continues on his progress and looks great, I think I would absolutely consider Kafka an actual candidate for this job. And furthermore than that, I would consider him as good a candidate as anybody else outside of some of the big names you're hearing. You're telling me you would rather have like a Lane Kiffin who's never proven anything in this league as opposed to the coach who's already worked with Jackson Dart at the NFL level, turned him into a quarterback we all have faith and belief in, and now took over an impossible spot and did a good job with it? I'll take that coach. I'll take that coach. Over a Lane Kiffin, over a John Gruden who hasn't done it in 25 years. Like, I would. Outside of Mike Tomlin, I can't imagine anybody else making me feel better about the job than a Mike Kafka if he steps in and does a really good job the rest of the way. And we're going to see what Jameis Winston is. And that was the first decision he made. It's clearly a good one. And it's going to be, I'll tell you the truth, right? And it's up to you to debate on how much you feel like this matters. I'm far more interested in watching the game. I can tell you right now, if it was going to be Russell Wilson, it was going to be an impossible watch. I'm looking forward to Jameis Winston, and we'll play some of the sound. He's a character, man. He's a character. He's singing Hamilton. He's happy to be here. I think he's going to bring some juice because whatever the leadership might have been at the start of the year, and again, that is real and tangible because guys like Burns and others were talking about the leadership that Russell Wilson was bringing, but that's long gone. And if you watched him play in this game, and I know he kind of in his talking to the media mentioned how he took the offense down to the 1 yard line or to the right to the precipice of the goal line. A slight shot at Brian Dable for not going for it. But he looked like he had absolutely nothing. He looked uninspired. He looked like he didn't want to be out there. And that's probably unfair from a handful of plays, but it's what it looked like. It's what it felt like. It felt like he came in and the entire offense went to sleep. After that first drive where they were able to run the football a little bit, and then you get the big-time play on a missed tackle, and you get Singletary running down the sidelines. Outside of that, it just felt so stagnant and just lack of juice. Jameis Winston he's going to bring juice. There is no doubt. He is going to bring a level of excitement, a level of getting in everybody's face. Like, you are not going to be able to just go through it in some kind of malaise with him as quarterback. Now, he might throw 5 picks for all I know, and it might get ugly. But at least it'll be interesting, and at least you'll try and move the ball down the field. And they're dealing with a ton more injuries. Slayton still hasn't practiced. You're dealing with injuries all over the place. This is going to be a tough go. And if Kafka represents himself well, I think he should be considered right at the top of the list for possible coaches for moving forward because of his relationship with Jackson Dart, how well it's gone with the quarterback playing. And if he comes in and steps into this miserable spot and this team doesn't just give up and this team continues to fight and even wins a couple games, I'd put him right at the top of the list. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. Update. We'll come back. We'll take your calls on Kafka and the Giants. And as they get ready for a game against Green Bay. Oh, I already took the break? Oh, my bad. All right, then we'll go right to the calls then. 888-808-1019. Yeah, let's hear a little Jameis Winston, though, because it's too funny. And this guy, I'm telling you, He's gonna enjoy this. I feel good for him. He deserves this. Russell Wilson is completely falling apart. They signed him to be the backup quarterback. Moving forward, he's going to be the backup quarterback next year. He deserves an opportunity here. And it was the only thing that made any damn sense. So good for Kafka, good for Jameis Winston, and good for us because we get to listen to these kind of sound bites and listen to him enjoy himself back playing football.
Finally made it. Finally made it. This is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know.
That's so funny. Like, what's great about that is you can tell that he starts singing "Greatest City in the World," and he looked over their faces, and all of them were just like, just standing there looking back at him like
the same people who didn't know 6'7" when Dable said it.
Right, exactly right. The same people, these uncool people. He's like, that's a Hamilton reference, by the way. If you didn't get it. Listen, it's hard not to root for the guy. It's hard not to root for the guy. I think sometimes when we heard, especially in his last stop in Cleveland, when he was talking about, some of the issues that his teammates were going through and different things, he could sound a bit, over the top sometimes. But man, at least he's going to bring some enthusiasm. At least he's out there having fun. Russell Wilson doesn't look like there's any fun left in him. He looks like he is miserable playing football. So it was a great decision by this coach, and we will see if moving forward he gives himself an opportunity to be the next head coach. Because again, I'm not really overly excited about any of the names we've heard. Eddie and Rockland, what's up, Eddie?
Hey, buddy, what's happening? Let me ask you a couple of questions. Okay, you say, isn't he designing the plays? Isn't he calling the three Russell Wilson on the goal line runs and running the ball with 2 minutes left in the half before the San Francisco game? Isn't he the one calling these plays?
Yeah, he's been the play caller. Yes, he has.
And you think it's on a high level?
I think the offense under Jackson Dart has looked far better than it's looked in forever. Yeah. That's what I think.
Jackson Dart brings the action, Chris.
I know. It's all
Did you see that already?
Yeah, no, I know. It has not. I mean, they've worked an
now
offense.
Now you're going to say it. First you said it was Dable. Now you're going to say it's Kevin. When are you going to say it's
anybody?
Wait a minute.
I'm not saying it's anybody. I said it's Jackson Dart. A lot of it's Jackson Dart. But they've worked well with this kid.
A lot
they've played
of it.
well.
95% of it.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, but if he works well with Jackson Dart, that's what it's about, isn't it?
Right, and if you like Kafta, you want to give him a 5-year deal right off the bat, too?
I don't have to worry about that. I don't know what kind of numbers they'll give him. We'll see what the contract is. But I can tell you that it's
McCarthy or Joe Lombardi. There you go. One or two.
Listen, that's fine, and I'm not saying those aren't opportunities. I don't know why Lombardi necessarily, but absolutely
because he's under Sean Payton. He probably knows something and learned something.
Okay, so he worked and learned. He worked under and learned from him.
The same reason you said LaFleur the other day.
And Mike Kafka worked under Andy Reid. So we'll see.
Yeah, but his play calling stinks. I think Denver's play calling.
But his play calling
I don't know what you're looking at, Chris.
His play calling is still under the guise of the head coach's offense. And who knows what the impact the head coach had on it. We're going to see. He's now taking over. If things look good with Jackson Dart and they win some games and the offense scores points.
Wellington Mara, man. Wellington.
Yeah, I don't know. Poor Wellington Mara. Shut up. I know the offenses look pretty good. Under Jackson Dart. You don't think so? I think the offense, they were going in to take a 17-point lead before he got hurt. The offenses look pretty good. I've been comfortable with the offense. Let's see if that continues. And if it does, he is working with Jackson Dart. That's him. Like Jackson Dart's going to be the quarterback moving forward. If that relationship works, they win some games, the team responds, and I have tangible proof that he made things better for this New York Giant team. Why would I value anybody else over him? Why would I? Lombardi, why? Because he stands next to Sean Payton? Mike McCarthy is absolutely a candidate for this job. Right, and exactly. I know Sean Payton had some years in New Orleans, where the offense was unstoppable. But how much of that was Drew Brees? Huh, Eddie? How much of that was Drew Brees and not the coach? I ask you. Because right now with Bo Nix, how's that offense look? They only scored a touchdown versus the Raiders because of a blocked punt last Thursday night. When are you finally going to admit, Eddie, that was all about Drew Brees and not about Sean Payton? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Update. We'll come back. Take your calls as we take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on the Fan.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by police officers right to sue.com. Well, no answers for the Knicks on the second leg of a back-to-back as they fell to the Magic 124-107.
First of all, you got to give them credit. Jamal Mosley and the rest of Orlando Magic, they kicked our ass. It's as simple as that. They came out with a physical presence that we didn't handle well.
Knicks shot just 11 of 36 from deep. That's 31%. Jalen Brunson, 31, but he rolled his ankle late. No further update, but was seen leaving the Garden in a walking boot and on crutches as the Knicks saw their 5-game win streak come to a halt. Well, it's the Jameis Winston show Sunday for the Giants. Named the starter as Jackson Dart remains in concussion protocol. Winston was asked what he expects from that crowd.
I just want them to be excited, come ready, expect us to give it all we got. Just like y'all, just like when the Giants fans come up, we know we're going to feel them. We know that we're going to receive them, receive us with open arms, and we're going to give you what you desire.
Meanwhile, Vincent Trocheck, his first 2 goals of the year. Will Cooley scored twice as well. Rangers punished the Lightning 7-3 as Igor Shesterkin made 31 saves. And the Devils outlast the Blackhawks 4-3 in overtime, courtesy of a Simone Nemec hat trick that included the game-tying goal with less than 4 minutes remaining and the game winner in OT. 46 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
This Thursday morning, how we doing? 888-808-1019. We're almost there. Almost Friday. Almost the weekend. Almost Thanksgiving. Unbelievable how fast it goes. Almost the Jet game tonight. That's right. We've made it to the Jets-Patriots. I'll be on pretty much right after the game. We're doing a 5-hour midnight ride for a Football Friday. So as soon as that Jet game ends, you turn right here. Probably be Keith for a little bit, right into me. We'll get you all situated about how the Jets and Aaron Glenn yelling at the media went and figured out how to take down the Patriots. Oh, yeah.
Aaron, you lost by 31 tonight, but we're not talking about the score. Don't ask about that.
You can get the scoreboard anywhere. You don't need me to tell you. Go ask Amazon. They'll tell you the score. Go ask Amazon.
Those are just numbers. Kids are saying 6-7 these days. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I'm still hung up on that. I can't imagine. At least, I can't imagine behaving and acting like that. It was so nonsensical. And I mean, it's not even about picking fights or making like. Why make your life harder? Why make things this way? Like he's supposed to know the media. That was just dumb. Ask Rich. You better call him then. And he's dead serious. There was not a glint of humor in his eye. He was dead serious. I don't know why he wants to treat the media this way, but you better not at 2-7. You won 2 in a row. That's it. And you're about to take on the Patriots, who are playing as well as anyone in the AFC right now.
You know how crazy something has to be to throw off people who cover the Jets
for
a living and have for years?
I know. No, it's true.
These are the people in sports media who have seen
everything.
Everything bad, that is. They haven't seen
everything you
good.
Possibly can. Every bad thing you could from quarterbacks being punched in the face to just everything. Everything.
One quarterback getting mono.
Right. Getting mono, seeing ghosts, punched in the face.
A quarterback being benched and then Rex starting that press conference. You guys aren't going to believe this. Right. Mark's the starter.
I mean, just everything. And yet, I mean, I'll just never get over that. 888-808-1019. But hey, doesn't mean he's got to be a bad coach. But I don't understand the way he wants to handle the media. And that was just childish. There's just no other way to put it. It was a baby. He was a baby. Wow. You guys did your job. Wow, you got information from other than me. Wow. Unbelievable. 888-808-1019. But let's talk about the Giants head coaching search. And I'm seeing on the chat a lot of Lane Kiffin love. People are hung up on the idea that Kafka's the one calling the plays that got Jackson Dart hurt. He's also the one calling the plays that made us all think Jackson Dart is a franchise quarterback. Yes, I know he got a concussion. I know, and I know they run him 4 times in a game. Crazy. Let's see how it goes. I'm giving Kafka every opportunity to win this job. Every opportunity. It's not the sexiest name, but I'm giving him every opportunity. Again, I'm not handing him the job today. I'm not saying, he named Jameis Winston a quarterback. Good enough for me. Like, he's got to go out there and prove it, but I think he absolutely has an opportunity to prove it. And if he does, I wouldn't think of any of the candidates I've heard so far to be more appropriate of a hire or more deserving of the hire than Kafka, who, again, has been a finalist for how many jobs over the last 3 years and has worked well with Dart. And if it's all about Dart, then who cares? If it's just, to Eddie's point, if it's just Jackson Dart out there doing whatever he wants to win football games, that doesn't matter who the coach is. He'll just go out there and sling the football. Like, I don't understand why no one wants to give any coach credit for the way Jackson Dart has played. I'm having a tough time understanding it. It felt like Cliff Kingsbury got credit for Jaden Daniels last year.
This is like almost your Yankee point. If Dart struggled, it'd be the coach's fault.
Correct.
He was considered a project. He has been better than anybody anticipated. Coaches get no credit.
No credit. Coaches lose, players win. That's it. I've been saying that for years. It's ridiculous. I don't understand. If he were awful, we'd be killing the coaches. He's been great, but can't give them an ounce of credit. It's insane. It's insane. Aaron in Hackensack. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, man.
You got it, buddy. What's up?
So I was wondering, we were closing out on the Daboll saga, and looking back on his career, when the head coaching candidacy opened, who was his competition, and who would you have signed looking in hindsight, being 2020?
One more time, who would I have signed as what?
As the head coach, if it weren't for Daboll, who was the
back
competition?
then?
Who was he? Yeah, who were the better candidates you thought could have, steered our direction different the past 4 years?
Yeah, I don't know. At the time, I didn't think any. Brian Daboll was the guy I wanted to hire. There was I could tell you Leslie Frazier, the defensive coordinator for the Bills, was the only other candidate to get a second interview. And that's why I talk about, Joe Shane and how he hired, Daboll, and I wouldn't let him lead the search for the next one. He just was he took his coordinators and interviewed them twice and then hired one of them. But back then, obviously, and Brian Flores felt like he didn't get a fair shake in the interview process. Brian Flores was another popular name that could have been hired back then. But I don't remember feeling like that I wanted anybody more than I was willing to hire Brian Daboll. Because even back then, crazy enough, even though the rest of the NFL was doing it, now nobody wants to admit it, I was impressed with what he did with Josh Allen. I was impressed with the turn that Josh Allen made under Brian Daboll from turnover machine to MVP caliber player. That happened under Brian Daboll. It's not all him. Josh Allen's terrific. You can't become as good as Josh Allen without being great. But the coach helped him along the way. And they were hiring the GM from Buffalo. I wanted Brian Daboll. But Flores is the one that jumps out at me. Leslie Frazier, who I didn't want, was the other main candidate. But in hindsight, being 2020, could you look and say, oh, why? Like the guys who've been successful now inside the NFL, why didn't you go do that? Why didn't you go entice Jim Harbaugh to come out of college before he won his national championship? I don't know. There's other really good coaches who've had success in that time frame. But no, I wanted Brian Daboll. Rob in New London. What's up, Rob?
Hey, C-Mac, how's it going tonight, buddy?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing really well. I made it through the call screener, which was rigmarole, but I feel victorious.
He makes sure there's no messing around.
Jesus. Unbelievable. So, as far as Jackson Dart goes, I was going to say one thing, but I think Jackson Dart is already better than half of the quarter, based on what I see now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's better than half the quarterbacks. Than already in the league, based on what I see in productivity. What do you think about that? And I have one more thing I'd like to say before you let me go.
What's the? I got to get on Fleegs. I don't know if he's doing a good enough job back there screening the phone. I'm just messing with you.
Anyway,
what's the second point? What's the second? I'm just kidding around. What's the second point? I'll answer both. What's the second point?
Okay, all right. Did you ever see the movie in 1985, Red Dawn?
I can't remember it completely, but I'm pretty sure. I have seen it.
Patrick Swayze.
Yes,
Wolverines.
it's the military.
The Wolverines.
It's right. It's a military thing. Someone invades, right?
Yeah. The Nicaraguans and the Cubans overcome the global hegemon in the United States. But anyway, the point is, if nobody realizes it, but you want to know the major blunder of that movie? The main battle tank back then was the M1 Abrams tank, but they didn't show that in the movie. They had the M60 Patton. If they actually had the M1 Abrams tank in that movie, there wouldn't have been a movie because the armor would have absolutely crushed whatever. Anyway, I just want to...
That is unbelievable, Rob. I cannot believe they made that kind of mistake. They're making a movie with Patrick Swayze about the Nicaraguans invading, and they have a tank without the right kind of armor?
There's this other movie with Patrick Swayze where, humans could talk to ghosts, and that has just not been my experience.
That's funny. Yep. It's a major mistake. The penny that he picks up and slides up the door was actually from the year after the movie was released. How did that penny get there? No, I know. That's funny. I do like movie mistakes sometimes. I kind of focus on that sometimes. If I catch something, I'll rewind. Like obviously the famous one recently was Game of Thrones, and you could see a Starbucks cup on the table. They didn't recognize that they had a Starbucks cup on the table. There's a couple of them, but that's funny to get that upset about that. I also saw Neil Tyson DeGrasse was talking about how Neil deGrasse Tyson, sorry.
Yankees fan, by the way. When we had him on with Jerry and Sal, found out. Yeah. Enjoys watching the Yankees and Aaron Judge.
Nice. He actually called, I saw an interview with him, and he said he called James Cameron to let him know that we very well know the night sky, the night of the Titanic, and that in the movie the sky's all wrong. I'm like, come on, man. They didn't have the stars in the right place. Who cares? That's a rough one. But apparently,
now you're telling me Titanic's not realistic with Rose in the end of the movie?
No, the whole thing. Not only did they prove, they actually tried. We talked about this last week about how James Cameron actually ran an experiment to see if they could have both fit on the door, and they could have saved both lives, which is ridiculous that they put people through that.
Thankfully, at least every sports movie is 100% accurate.
Yeah. Well, he's talking about, yeah, I know. Or, yeah. They say the Gladiator is one of the most historically inaccurate movies of all time. But that's a weird one. In Red Dawn, they used the wrong tank. Okay. But what was his first question again? I should have just answered that first one. I didn't know that one was coming.
He gave me was about LaFleur. Did he hit that with you, LaFleur and McCarthy?
No, I don't think he did.
I think everybody listening now understands why there was the rigmarole he had to go through.
Oh, man.
He thinks that LaFleur can get fired with the Packers, and would he be a good option for the Giants?
Yeah, I think LaFleur could be a good option. I think his brother Mike could be a good option. No, but that's definitely not what he said. He talked about something else. Now I can't remember. We got to go back and find it. Chat, help me out. Hit me up on chat. What was his first question we got to get to? The tank. That's so funny. Oh, man. Let's read anything here. No, Hot Rod's just nonstop with his stupid comments. Anybody else? CMAC MVP award is on Friday. No, it's tonight. They're going to announce the MVPs tonight. Hopefully it's Judge. I got to be honest with the MVP thing, too, and I've talked about this a lot. I think that Judge should be the MVP. I think Judge is the MVP. I think Judge should be the MVP. But, what was his first point?
His first point was Jackson Dart is already better than half the quarterbacks in the league.
Half the quarterbacks in the league, right.
How did we forget that?
How did I forget that? Is he better than half the quarterbacks in the league? Should we just go through it? Should we sit here and go over every team? Is he better than the quarterback in New England?
Didn't we used to do this with Daniel Jones?
Yes, right. Is he better than May? No, I don't think that's fair to say he's better than May right now. May is playing at an MVP level. Is he better than Josh Allen? No. Is he better than Tua? Yes. Is he better than Justin Fields? I'll continue. Is he better than Aaron Rodgers? At the moment, yes. Is he better than Lamar? No. Is he better than Joe Flacco with the Bengals? No. But is he better with yes. But is he better than Burrow, who's the starting quarterback for them? And Joe Burrow is apparently looking to practice and is hopeful he can play sometime around Thanksgiving or the week after. Is he better than Gabriel with the Browns? Yes. I mean, here it comes. Is he better? Is he better than our guy Daniel Jones? Is he better than Daniel Jones? He's a better quarterback for the New York Giants than Daniel Jones ever was. I'll tell you that. In the spirit of fairness, I'll say no, not yet. Is he better than what's going on in Jacksonville right now? Is he better than Trevor Lawrence? I don't know about better. If I'm starting a game tomorrow, yeah, I probably want Jackson Dart. I know that's crazy, but yeah, he is. He's better than Trevor Lawrence. Is he better than Stroud? Stroud's won playoff games, so no. Is he better than Cam Ward? Yeah. Is he better than Bo Nix? I think so. Is he better than Herbert? No. Is he better than Patrick Mahomes? No. Is he better than Geno Smith? Yes. So I think that's about half of the AFC. He's better than. I think I'll stop there because I don't know how entertaining this is. But
his own division, if they're all healthy,
right.
Is he better than any of them? Right now, because again, we're all optimistic about his future.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right now, no. I mean, Jaden Daniels has had to step back and now he's injured, but no, Jaden Daniels went to the NFC Championship game last year. Dak, up until a couple weeks ago, was in the MVP conversation, and we know how good he is, although flawed and maybe not a Super Bowl winner. And then obviously a Super Bowl champion in Hurts. So, no, he's not. He's not. The NFC gets a little bit tougher, actually. Because is he better than Jared Goff? I don't know how you could say that right now. I think he could be better than Caleb Williams, although Caleb Williams just beat them. But I think he could be better than Caleb Williams.
I don't know. Jackson Dart got concussed and hurt in the game. Caleb Williams made every Giant forget how to tackle a guy.
That's true. That is true. I mean, Jordan Love is having a down season, but, he's gotten paid and has, won playoff games again. And then, is he better than J.J. McCarthy? J.J. McCarthy's had some good wins, but it's tougher in the NFC. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Ryan in Kent. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
I was wondering what you were thinking about Loogie's theory earlier about, I think, McCarthy as head coach, McDaniels as offensive coordinator if he got fired, and Pierce as defensive coordinator. Like we're saying, there's so much talent on the Giants. What were you thinking would be your three if you had the chance?
I like Mike McDaniel to be the offensive coordinator. I do think he's a good offensive mind. He's playing a different game with Tua right now than I would want him to play with Dart, but I do think he's capable of it. I don't know if he would. Mike McCarthy's a head coach, right? I get that. He's been a head coach for a long time, and he is an offensive guy. I don't know if his offense would, mesh with that, but I think that right now McDaniels makes sense after he gets fired to be an offensive coordinator. I think that's about as good because he was really, innovative in San Francisco. And when Tua was healthy and they had weapons, that offense worked. It worked at home. It was a timing game. I would love to see what he would have a chance to do with Jackson Dart. I'm into that. So, let's go Tomlin, Mike McDaniel, and defensive coordinator. I mean, I'm okay with Antonio Pierce. That's fine. Bring a little bit of Giant history. Linebacker, won a Super Bowl with them. I honestly think Loogie's. I think that would be a great three. Tomlin would be my guy, but he's not just out there to sign. So, I think Loogie's three is pretty good. I'd be into it. But, I'd be into it. I have an offensive-minded head coach. Things aren't going to change. I'm bringing an offensive coordinator who is such a disaster as a head coach. I'm not overly worried about him getting a job anytime soon because that's part of the reason I don't love having a defensive head coach because then the offense goes through the offensive coordinator, and if it works and the Giants win and Jackson Dart plays great, within a year or two, that coordinator is getting a job. And now it's a brand-new offense. Yes, it would be a brand-new offense with now an established Jackson Dart. I'd feel comfortable that he would find a working relationship with whatever, but I just don't like the constant change, and I feel like offensive coordinators get hired. So, but Mike McDaniel's been so bad as a head coach in Miami, although just won a big game in Buffalo. He's well thought of. He steps right in. Someone might be willing to give him another chance. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. But those three are good. I got to give it really more thought and think about coordinators and come up with different names. But I think Antonio Pierce is a really good coach. He's got connections to the Giants, clearly. I wouldn't mind him as a defensive coordinator. I'm looking for someone. I would look to see if I can get someone who can really impact the rush. Like, I want to get someone like almost, and I know people don't like this when you talk about one specific thing. He's a coach of the whole defense. But I would look to get someone who could really impact Abdul Carter. Like, he's got to become a star in this league. They drafted him 3rd overall. He's got to be a star. So I would look at defensive coordinators who've had success with pass rushes. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back. Vincent's on hold. We'll talk a little Knicks, their loss to Orlando, and the injury to Jalen Brunson. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We'll be right back.
This is science. You can't bet against a coach who wears a fishing vest.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
It's crazy, but the Chiefs are still the odds-on favorite to make it to the Super Bowl in the AFC, which is nuts.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com. Experience the magic of the season in true Mercedes-Benz style during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration. Find the perfect Mercedes-Benz for yourself or someone special at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Katina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey, 1 legendary name, renowned for unmatched customer service, Ray Katina. Celebrate the season with exclusive holiday offers at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration. Discover the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Fan 888-808-1019. So let's get to the Knicks now as they fall to the Orlando Magic 124-107. They lose their first game at home all year. They are now 7-4 on the season. And after 3 straight games, and, well, a 5-game winning streak, but 3 straight games where they scored over 130 points, last night you felt the stagnant offense. And the Orlando Magic did a really good job to kind of transform them back into the team where, Brunson was forced to kind of try and take over the game for a stretch. And look, the shots weren't falling, and we talk about this offense and the ball movement and all that's great. And, the offensive rebounds in this game, they were, they had 10 offensive rebounds, 5 from Mitchell Robinson. That's what he does. But overall rebounds, they were out-rebounded 49-37. That has been a hallmark for losing for the Knicks. They have done a really good job out-rebounding the other team. They also got to the foul line a ton, too. Let me double-check those foul line numbers. They took 33 free throws as opposed to the Knicks, who took 23. So they scored 28 points from the free throw line as they were 28 of 33. That was a really good job for Orlando. They got to the basket. They got fouls. They got to the foul line. And the Knicks, unfortunately, just didn't shoot that well. They shot 30% from three-point land. And we know how important the corner threes are and how they play their game. And a frustrating loss where the coach admitted they just got beat up. Orlando came in and kicked the crap out of the Knicks last night. The Knicks were on a 5-game winning streak, 7-game winning streak at home. Last night was an ugly loss, but they kind of happened. But the negative thing is obviously, and I wonder if anyone's going to get on this coach for having Brunson in there with only a few minutes left, down 15 points. I wonder if anyone's going to get on him as they would Tibbs. But Brunson going to the basket, obviously steps on a foot or something, rolls his ankle. He's able to shoot the 2 free throws and then walks directly into the clubhouse, locker room, whatever it is, and then is seen leaving the building in a boot and in crutches. So that's not good. And we don't know the level of the injury yet. Coach Brown said he just rolled his ankle. I don't know if you'd walk out in a boot and crutches if you just rolled your ankle. We know how long ankles can take. It's typically weeks, not days. I would imagine he's going to miss some time. And here's the issue with that. And because it's early enough, and as long as it's not a devastating injury, and as long as it's not a severe injury, even if he misses some weeks, he'll be back in plenty of time to make an impact for the Knicks. It's not, hopefully, we'll find out what the level of injury is, and that's why it's hard to do this and speculate when we really don't know what we're talking about. I don't know how long he's going to be gone. I don't know how many games he's going to miss, but I would venture to say it's going to be some time. And the problem with missing time right now is games like last night and games like in Chicago and games like in Miami and even the first 2 games of the year now looking back on it. They're finding themselves. Like this team with this new head coach and the expectations, they're finding themselves. And last year, I think you could make a case that losing Jalen Brunson for a time helped the Knicks. I know it was a different team, right? It was still a new team. It was the same coach, but it was a new team. It was new Cat, new Mikal Bridges. So it was still kind of figuring themselves out, but without the way they played and the way they were so Brunson needy and dominant at times offensively. It was almost like losing Brunson was not a blessing in disguise, but there was a silver lining to the idea of without him, they were going to have to figure out how to make the offense work. And we saw OG Anunoby kind of rise as someone who could get his own shot and someone who could be better offensively. And he kind of took over a lot of the scoring that was missing from Jalen Brunson. And even Mikal Bridges, at times I was hoping he would be the guy who really stepped up and ended up being OG Anunoby. But even Bridges had his games, hit the game winner against Portland, played relatively well at times while Brunson was gone. This feels different to me because they're learning a new offense. They're learning how to play. They're not really even calling sets. They're working the ball around. They're driving and dishing. They're playing for the corner 3. They're finding things out. They're gelling as a group. And to have, if he's gone for multiple weeks, and again, that's why I don't know how long he's going to be gone. We haven't had a designation on the injury. We don't know what it is yet. But if he's going to be missing some time, it's time away from building the chemistry that is going to be so needed for this group moving forward. I still think there's plenty of time to do it, but any time missed, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about a team that, A, we have seen, and right now clearly plays great at home, you want home court advantage. You want to be able to win as many games as possible so that you can play these games in your building. And right now, the Pistons have got off to a great start at 10-2. The Cleveland's 8-4, and now the Knicks are right there with Philadelphia at 7-4. But these games are important because you want to be playing at home. So not only are you going to miss games with Jalen Brunson, which hinders your ability to win the basketball game, but also now just this new offense, new gelling, trying to figure things out. Cat has kind of started to figure it out after really starting the season confused about his role inside the offense. It's going to take some time, even with them playing well, even with them putting up 130 points in 3 consecutive games. It is a bit of a learning process. And without Jalen Brunson, that learning process is going to take a bit of a time out, because when he comes back, it begins learning anew. And last year I felt like there was a blessing in disguise because someone was going to have to step up. This offense is so fluid. This offense is so moving the ball around, and less of what we did see last night in a game where Jalen Brunson attempted to try and take over when the offense wasn't working. When they were being shut down by Orlando and the offense went stagnant and the three-pointers weren't falling, you saw Jalen Brunson attempt to take the game over. And we really hadn't seen that much outside of the road trip where they were losing games. So the offense was a lot like that last year at times. And so I looked at it as, hey, someone's going to have to step up and be able to be that guy. And it'll be good for Mikal Bridges, who could maybe use the fire under him. And it ended up being good for OG Anunoby. And it could be good for the team to learn how to play without Brunson being the savior. Now, obviously, that's still happening a little bit. It happened last night, and someone is going to have to maybe take that role if and when it's needed. But for the most part, this has been such a different style of offense and move the ball around and rely on everybody and play so many guys and everything that's going on with this team that I view it as less of a blessing in disguise. I view it less of, hey, this could really help them down the stretch. I just view this as weeks without Brunson building chemistry with this team. So until we know what the injury actually is and how long he's going to be gone, I can't imagine he would leave in a boot and crutches and not miss some time. But until we know better, it's both negative, obviously, just because their best player is gone, and you want to win as many games as possible to get home court advantage, because this is about winning an NBA championship. It's also wasted opportunity and wasted time of figuring out who they are. Despite a 5-game winning streak going into last night, despite the 130 points in 3 straight games, it is still under construction. And the foreman just went down for some weeks. So we're gonna try and figure it out with the Knicks, but just a game where you're not going to win all the games. They were on a 5-game winning streak, and Orlando came in. They've struggled at the beginning of the season. They've been playing better as of late. And they really found a way with their physicality to kind of get to the rim, get to the foul line, and slow down this offense. But plus, the Knicks just miss shots. And unfortunately, the Knicks, depending on how you view it, the way they move the ball and everything, part of it is it's a make-or-miss league. The Knicks are kind of right now a make-or-miss team. And if they're going to shoot 30% from the three-point line or worse, they're going to have a tough time winning basketball games. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. We could talk Knicks. We could talk baseball. We've opened it up to football. Everything is on the table now as we got you for another hour and 20 minutes till 5 o'clock. Tony in Montreal. What's up, Tony?
Listen, C-Mac, it's a little bit like the Clash song there, Combat Rock. When I was listening to that guy call in about the movie, I said, did I miss something in the last hour? Was C-Mac doing movie reviews, and then he starts attacking your call screener. And by the way, your call screener's the nicest guy in the world. I love talking to him. I don't know what his first name is.
His name is Michael. He likes Michael. Yes, he's a big fan of 24 Long Walks on the Beach. And he's one hell of a guy.
I am too.
There you go. But
listen,
I don't think his problem was that Mike isn't a nice guy. His problem is that you can't just call up and say, I want to talk to Chris and just get through. You're going to have to come up with something. You got to come up with something and bring something to the table. And if guys just, because it's 3:30 in the morning, they think they can get on, they're right. But Mike is a pain in the ass, so it doesn't always work.
It's funny. There's a Latin term for that. It's called non-compos mentis. You got to keep away from the non-compos mentis people because I think both of you and I were sitting here laughing. I don't know. It was kind of scary. I said, I don't want to laugh too much at the guy. That might show up at my door in Montreal and have me justify my feelings. But anyway, I just want to talk about Paul Skeene because you're absolutely 1,000,000% right on Paul Skeene. I wanted to play for the Rangers too, but that doesn't mean, I was going to leave the NCAA hockey and play for the Rangers. I loved it. But if I had Paul Skeene's talent, I'd certainly like to send out that balloon. But the thing is, why would Pittsburgh, the poor team that it is, give it up right now when you could keep them right to the doorstep, right? And the other thing, C-Mac, that I found interesting is what you were saying about the Yanks. I don't think the Yanks learned that they got a beating this year. And you guys in New York, you were like competing with Soto because you went to the Mets, and the Mets were competing with the Yanks. Mm-hmm. The Mets don't make the playoffs, and the Yanks get turfed in the playoffs by the sleeper team that everybody thought were, a fraud. Right?
I don't know about everybody, but me. I know Sal was in my corner. There was a couple of guys.
But that's okay. That's okay because I didn't think they could come through like that either. Okay, I loved Guerrero, but I looked at Guerrero's stats this year, and they weren't
great.
Sub.
They were solid.
They were okay.
They were okay. He's not a superstar. Okay. He had a decent year, but it wasn't very good. It wasn't excellent.
But in the playoffs, he became superhuman, and I don't know. He carried that team. But at the end of the day, like you want to take a Paul Skeene, right? And you think you're going to just bring him to the Yanks and they're going to become automatically the World Series champions. I don't think so. You got to start building those Clemens and those IKF. I don't IKF. I don't know. It's another story. But you know what I call that demolition crew of hitters that you saw in the playoffs. Clement come up with the most hits ever, and Vladdy was second ever. Like, that was something very different. And, I don't know what baseball has to do to produce a winner now. Before it was get 1,000,000 Judge-type hitters, home run hitters. That didn't work. Then you get a bunch of, good hitters mixed in with some home runners. That almost worked. And then the diabolical Godzilla of a team, Los Angeles, comes up and wins when they should never have won, man. And everybody, including everyone in New York, everyone in Canada, is like, we lost to the La Land. Like, the most despicable thing. I would have rather anybody but La Land win it.
I hear you, but unfortunately, they're the best team in baseball right now. And look, the Blue Jays had every opportunity to win those games. They went home up 3-2 and couldn't get one at home. And they had every opportunity. They absolutely blew it. They blew it. It's okay to say they blew it. But there is no, to your point about there is no way to win. There is no secret sauce. There is no formula. There isn't. Right now, the Dodgers are winning with spending the most money. Absolutely. We have seen teams, namely the New York Yankees, but others, Philadelphia is up there spending money. We have seen the top payroll in baseball not win. The Mets had the top payroll in baseball, did not win. Like, it's not a guarantee to just spend the most and win, despite what, Kelsey will tell you. And building a team around contact or some sort of approach that we think the Blue Jays have figured out. One, they lost. And two, that if, Ernie Clement had the most hits in postseason history. That's not just approach. That's a hot player. They went on a magical postseason run. I don't care what anybody says. That's what happened. That's what happened. They played their game, and they played it well. They went on a great postseason run, and they were all hot. Clement, and you just talked about it. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., look at his numbers. Like, Vlad last year had, 80 RBIs? Of course, I pull up his father. This regular season, Vladimir Guerrero he hit 292, which is a good batting average for him. He had 323 last year, so his average has been up the last 2 years after 260, 270. His great year in 21. But he hit 23 home runs. He played 156 games, so he had a full season. His WAR was only 4.6, which is less than Cody Bellinger's WAR. He hit, I know that because we were just looking at it, 23 home runs and drove in 84 runs. He had an 848 OPS. That's a good all-star caliber OPS, no doubt about it. And his OPS plus was 133. That's a good OPS plus, but it's not superstar. It's not what he was in the postseason. He went absolutely nuts. Clement went absolutely nuts. Let's see if they're back next year. There is no secret sauce. If the Yankees played their game and hit the home runs that they hit and get on base at the clip they get on base, if they played their game, they absolutely could have won the championship. The Yankees aren't built in a manner in which you cannot win. They have not. And that's what they have to figure out. If it's the pressure, and that would go to Aaron Boone. Is Aaron Boone not the right manager who puts them in the right frame of mind to perform like they do during the course of the regular season? You could have hung it on Judge the last couple of years. Can't hang it on him this year. And I do think they ran into a buzzsaw. I think that's part of it. It happens from time to time. I think last year the Dodgers weren't even a buzzsaw. Last year the Yankees didn't play well enough. They just didn't hit. They didn't play well enough. This year, although I don't think they played well enough, they certainly didn't pitch well enough, the Blue Jays beat them. The Blue Jays just played their game and beat the crap out of the Yankees. They were the better team in that series by a mile. They were. They pitched better. They hit better. They did everything better. And then they were right there. If Hoffman, doesn't hang a slider, the worst hitter on the Dodgers, they're world champions. I do think it's okay. It's not saying everything the Yankees did was fine or that I love Brian Cashman or Aaron Boone and everything they do, to say, hey, they ran into a team playing great. They ran into an absolute buzzsaw of a team who was on a magic carpet ride a little bit of a season and then certainly a playoff. It's okay to say that. It's okay to say when your Savage comes out of nowhere for his fifth major league start and becomes a dominant force in the playoffs. Or Ernie Clement has more hits than anyone ever in the history of the postseason. Or Vladimir Guerrero, off of a very nice year, went absolutely bonkers in the postseason after being a bad postseason player the early part of his career. It's okay to say all of those things. It's okay to say Barger, who strikes out 30% of the time. He's the one guy who hits the ball hard, doesn't put the ball in play, doesn't have the contact, doesn't hit for average. You can't get him out either. It's okay to say that. It doesn't mean everything the Yankees did was great or right. You can also say, man, the Dodgers just freaking found something and went on a crazy run. And next year, it probably won't look like that. That's okay. Chris in Syracuse. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you doing, Mackie?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good. Second-time caller.
Oh,
hey, I was
thank you.
Curious, what's your thoughts on the Rangers? They're finally scoring some goals.
Yeah, I mean, they really jumped out to the early lead with the 2 goals within the first, 3.5 minutes or so last night, and put up 7, and they are 8-1-1 on the road. 8-1-1 on the road. And so that means that they are 1-6-1 at home. That is insane. That is insane. And they go take on the Tampa Bay Lightning and jump out to that lead and put up a 7 spot. It is hard to figure out this team. What do you think of this team? I think it looks slow, tired, and bad at home. And then I think they look like the team that, could be a real threat inside the Eastern Conference postseason on the road. I have no idea.
Well, they got 8 goals last night with 1 open netter with Cooley. And, geez, I got to tell you, since Trocheck came back, Vincent, they look totally different because now you have a second line that's used to playing together, Lafreniere and Breadman, and they're looking good. Now they're putting points up, and I like Mike Sullivan's structure. I think the home wins are going to come. I think, and listening to Starman, because I listen a lot on the radio, because I'm a truck driver. He's saying that they get back on defense and they have a dice kind of formation, like a 5, where they're not. There's layers to them. That's interesting. I'm only able to watch the replays and whatnot.
Yeah.
Hey, I was just curious what your thoughts.
My thoughts are they're a hard team to figure out right now. I think, it's going to take some time for, Sullivan's style of play to take hold. I agree with you. Trocheck has come back and played well. He won 15 face-offs last night and at 68% clip. So that's helped. The young kid has come up and played, fairly well. He was a +1 in this game, Peralt. Cully has been really good. He got the empty netter, you're right. So 2 goals for him last night, 2 for Trocheck. JT Miller and Lafreniere with goals last night. Again, 2 guys who, JT Miller has looked older at times, especially at home again, and Alex Lafreniere is just a guy who on any given night, like last night, plus/minus of 3, he's got 3 shots and a goal, and there are games where he just disappears. Like right now, they are a Jekyll and Hyde team. And even in some of the games at home that they've lost, I feel like they've played relatively well. The first period against the Islanders, I thought they got the better of play and they're down 2-0. Like something has gone on where they just can't figure out a way to score at home. They won the last one against the Preds, against the Predators, and we'll see if that set them off. And they scored 7 last night. And right now, again, they are an extremely dangerous road team. 8-1-1. They're a dominant road team and an awful home team. And they are 9-7-2. And they have thrusted themselves back up into at least, playoff contention as they sit here today. Again, it's, 20 games in, not even 18 games in. But they were at the bottom of the division. They were at the bottom of the Metro. And right now they are 4th. So they have thrusted themselves back into it. That road trip really helped. And if they could ever find a way to play the way they do on the road at home, they could be a dangerous team. But it's still a lot of the same issues, right? It's still a lot of the same issues. Where are they physically tough enough? And can you win a postseason, a playoff series? Can you win an Eastern Conference final if you're relying so heavy on Panarin and so heavy on Zibanejad and being that kind of team that has not found a way to be physical enough to get through an Eastern Conference NHL playoffs? That's still there. And Igor's played well for the most part. He's had a couple of softies over the last couple games at home, but he's played relatively well. You got the goalie to be good enough. Are they physically and mentally tough enough? Because to me, the record at home speaks to mental weakness a little bit. And they've allowed that to snowball on them. And hopefully that win against the Predators and now this win against a Lightning team can kind of get them rolling in the right direction. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll have the update. We'll come back. We'll say good morning. And we will take you until 5 o'clock and the warm-up show. We'll get back into a little bit of baseball, a little bit of football. Everything's on the table for the final hour. Obviously, watch us on the YouTube channel. Send out some feelers on the chat. We'll see if we'll get to them as well. Plenty to do. Still an hour to do it. McMonigle here with you on The Fan.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Go back with the Yankees missing the postseason in 2023. What did they do that offseason? They made the trade and gave up everything they had to give up to get Juan Soto.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your debit card doesn't have to be boring. With the Cash App card, you can actually customize it to your specific style. On top of that, you're getting discounts on brands you already use and even early access to major concert tickets. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and get $10 back. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from HL Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to HL Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. HL Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shah at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Knicks sluggish from the start as they fell behind by as many as 21, losing to the Magic 124-107. They didn't shoot it well, just 31% from 3, but Mike Brown also saw something else he didn't care for.
In the first half, everything that happened on the court, we blame the officials. And that was disappointing to see because we were the culprits of a lot of stuff that happened out on the floor.
Now, worse, Jalen Brunson had 31 points, but left late after rolling his ankle, was seen in a walking boot and on crutches leaving the Garden. Knicks saw their 5-game win streak come to a halt. Jameis Winston expected to make the start for the Giants with Jackson Dart still in concussion protocol. Winston looking forward to showing the fans what he can do.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. Obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution.
Rangers dominate the Lightning 7-3. Vincent Trocheck his first 2 goals of the year. Will Cooley lit the lamp twice while Igor Shesterkin made 31 saves. And Simone Nemec with the hat trick, including the overtime game winner, as the Devils survived the Blackhawks 4-3. 46 degrees, clear skies, Citrus Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, good morning. How's your boy been? 402, McMonigle here with you on this Thursday morning, 888-808-1019. It's okay. Well, we started with a little bit of baseball, as we heard from both general managers over the last 2 days at the GM meetings, and we also heard from the great Scott Boris on his annual pun day, where he's out there making all the jokes he makes. But to me, it's interesting a little bit on the conversation around Cody Bellinger, who is clearly, if you listen to Brian Cashman and anyone who's reporting on the Yankees, their number one priority. They want to bring back Cody Bellinger, his ability to play center field. Right now, they don't have a center fielder unless, of course, Grisham comes back and takes that qualifying offer that the Yankees don't expect him to take. And his ability to play first base, his ability to play all the outfields, all outfield positions, the season he had last year, and then the difference in money between him and Kyle Tucker. And that's been a lot of the talk, too, about, Joel Sherman reporting that the Yankees want, and Hal Steinbrenner wants to get under the $300 million threshold for the luxury tax. And as I heard yesterday, Sal talk about it, I heard Evan talk about it on the Rico Bronya, the idea that Cody Bellinger fits the Mets perfectly, and he does, because they're waiting for a young kid to come up and play center field. They really don't have a center fielder. His ability to play first base, especially if they sign Pete and kind of want to do this most of the time at DH, there's a lot of things that he could help the Mets with, and right now they're one of the betting favorites to sign him. And it just made me think, I don't often get hung up on this owner not being his father. And George would do this, and George would be rolling over in his grave, and George this and George that. But there is a level and a line that this owner has to step up to. And I don't believe I don't think there's a mandate to Brian Cashman that he has to stay under $300 million. I think that's overall the goal. I think the owner believes that you can field a team that's good enough to win a championship and can win a championship for less than $300 million, that it shouldn't be, I have to spend over $300 million to compete. He doesn't believe that. He's yet to been able to build a team under $300 million that could go compete, and I don't think it's where he'll draw the line necessarily, as we saw him over that target last year. But clearly, he's looking to cut spending or be smarter with the money. And that's fine, and that's good. And I know he gave or offered $760 million for Juan Soto. But there is a level that he can't allow. And part of it would be, and one of the things for me would be, back-to-back seasons where their biggest option, their number one priority in free agent, to retain a player who had already played for them, been in their uniform, had a very successful year in their uniform, and is now, his return is the most important thing to the franchise. That can't go to the Mets in back-to-back seasons. That can't go to the Mets in back-to-back seasons. And I know Steve Cohen right now, coming off an embarrassing season where he went out and spent big money. And he went out and gave the biggest contract in North American sports at $765 million to Juan Soto. And it ended up not being able to beat out the Cincinnati Reds for the final wild card spot. That's an embarrassing season. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you put it, that's an embarrassing season for the New York Mets. And I have seen what Hal Steinbrenner does off of embarrassing seasons. And most of the time, outside of, maybe trading for Juan Soto, it's business as usual. I don't know how David Stearns is going to handle the embarrassment of last year. We're going to see with this free agency. We're going to see what he does with Pete. We're going to see what he does with Diaz. We're going to see what he does with the starting pitching market and Skubal and all this stuff. But clearly Bellinger is a guy who fits what they're trying to do. And he might be motivated, again, to have another big-time offseason. And this Yankee group, who doesn't want to go pay Tucker the big money, and I'm not sure he's much more worth the money than Bellinger is. And maybe we'll have that conversation. $400 million for Kyle Tucker, $180 for Cody Bellinger. Give me the $180 for Cody Bellinger and his defensive flexibility and the season he just had. I don't think Kyle Tucker, who is clearly the better player, is he double the player? And can he play center field? A need for both of these teams, but specifically the Yankees. They don't want to go swim in those waters because it's probably the end of their postseason. They go do that at the end of their offseason, rather, if they go do that. They want to bring back Cody Bellinger. You heard it from the general manager. You know that's what they want. This fan base is fed up. This fan base is practically toxic. They want everybody fired. They no longer believe this owner gives a damn. Every day it's about why can't he be his father? Why can't he be his father? And I try and push back on it, and I think it's nonsense. But there has to be a line somewhere, and it starts with not allowing the Mets, the crosstown rivals that his father hated, allowing them on back-to-back seasons to take the pinstripes right off of their biggest acquisitions, and the guy they want to bring back desperately and take the pinstripes right off of him and put him out in Citi Field. That can't happen back-to-back seasons. It can't happen, and I don't care if the owner wants to stay under $300 million, $250 million, or $10. I don't care. Cody Bellinger had better be a freaking Yankee. If they target him, they better make it so. Because we've said this for forever. When you could always say when the Yankees target a guy, they get him. That can't be undone back-to-back years to the New York Mets. Can't be done. Either that or go get Kyle Tucker. You want to miss on Bellinger? Fine if you get Tucker, but we all know that's not happening. They have got to bring back Cody Bellinger, among other things. But that one has to be done. I'm tired of hearing about what a great fit he is for the Mets. Can't happen back-to-back years. So we talked about that. We talked about Mike Kafka, the new head coach of the New York Giants, making his first decision, and it was a right one. It was a good one. It's the first time I felt, not embarrassed by the New York Giants for a day, as they decided that Jameis Winston is now the quarterback of this team moving forward. That was early in the morning yesterday, and clearly after watching the lifeless, juiceless, just absolutely practically half dead and half retired Russell Wilson take over for the injured Jackson Dart last week. This was the only move to make. He made it. I'm looking forward to the games again, now that we're going to get to see Jameis Winston singing Hamilton, having fun. And as we wait the return of Jackson Dart, but specifically just for this coach right now. And the only reason to me that you would fire Brian Daboll, and I still don't know if I love firing him midseason, because it's a lot on the plate of this young head coach now. As this coordinator, even while the offense was bad over the last couple of years, continued to get interviews. He was the finalist for multiple jobs over the last couple of years when the offense did nothing. So clearly, he is well thought of throughout the circles in the NFL. He interviews well. Clearly, people like what he has to say because, if you just base it on what he's done as offensive coordinator, outside of year one when they won 9 games and won a road playoff game, he's done nothing. They have done nothing offensively. They've been one of the worst teams offensively in the league, and yet he's getting interview after interview after interview, and he's got an opportunity now to show something. And I'll be honest with you. I know Mike McCarthy's name is out there. I know from Mike Tomlin to Bill Belichick and John Gruden to Lane Kiffin and all the different names out there. You know, Minter, Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator with the Chargers, whoever else. You know how I feel about the relationship to the quarterback. And he's been the play caller and he's been the offensive coach that has made Jackson Dart look the way he's looked and made us believe that he could be the next franchise quarterback for the New York Giants. And if Mike Kafka can stop this ball rolling in the wrong direction and not have them give up the way we saw last year with the New York Jets when they went to Ulbrich after firing Robert Saleh, if he can actually get this team to fight, if he can actually get this team to play well, if he can actually win a game or two over the last 7, and when Jackson Dart comes back, continue to make Jackson Dart look good, I'll be honest with you. I don't care what his name is. I don't care about his experience. I don't care about what Lane Kiffin's doing in Ole Miss. I don't care about what Mike McCarthy did for the Dallas Cowboys. Like, I'm going to be hard-pressed finding a better candidate for this job or a guy I'd rather see get it than a Mike Kafka who took over an impossible situation with a fan base that's flying, planes over the building and giving their tickets to 49er fans. An owner who is obviously dealing with his own health and doesn't know what to do with the general manager. A general manager's done nothing but lose and whip on first-round picks. And a team that has become an expert at finding ways to lose. If he takes over all that while still calling the play and trying to develop the quarterback and trying to win some games and trying to fix the defense and doing all that, and he finds a way to navigate through that in a manner that we all deem successful, hey, you're going to have a tough time telling me Cliff Kingsbury's a better man for the coach. And I like Cliff Kingsbury as an opportunity, or I like some of these guys, but I am more than open to the idea of Mike Kafka earning this job. More than open. I want the continuity with the quarterback, and right now, he's as good a chance to have that as anybody. 888-808-1019. We talked about Jalen Brunson and the injury off of the loss last night to Orlando. We don't know what it is, but he left the building in a boot and crutches. So the idea, I would imagine, is that he's going to miss some time. How much? I don't know. But a little bit different than last year where I felt like you could call it a blessing in disguise to allow that team to have somebody step up and be the Jalen Brunson and fill in for the scoring. And we saw OG Anunoby do it. This year, the offense is so new and it's such moving the ball and it's so incorporating everybody that it just feels like there's not that opportunity to step up and play that ISO game and take over a game because we really don't. The idea is not to see it with Jalen Brunson. And you're trying to win as many games as you can to get that top seed because you want to, with the road record, the home record they have right now, this is their first home loss. They're 7-1 at home. They had won 5 in a row and scored 130 over the last 3 in a row. So you're trying to win as many games to get Game 7 in your building. And you're trying to build this thing. You're trying to build the camaraderie. You're trying to build what you're trying to do here and get comfortable. And now you've lost your best player, and it's just most likely a week or weeks without that chemistry building with your captain and best player. So it's a tough injury. It looked like he rolled it pretty good. Ankle injuries are very, very fickle, and why would you risk bringing him back early? So it could be some time without Jalen Brunson, which is, it's tough. This team has aspirations to win a championship. Any time without Brunson hinders their ability to get that top seed, hinders their ability to play these games at home, and just hurts the opportunity of building this new offense and getting used to it. So not a great night for the New York Knicks as they got manhandled by the Orlando Magic and lost their captain. 888-808-1019. And we didn't even talk about the Jets playing tonight. As they go and take on New England in a Thursday night game against one of the hotter teams in football, this New England Patriot team, and what they've been able to do with May, and obviously the idea of this coach Vrabel coming in and changing everything. And they are playing excellent football. They are a 13.5-point favorite in this game against the Jets. And this isn't Cleveland. And this isn't Joe Flacco and the Bengals. This is one of the better and hotter teams in the AFC. And you're going on the road on a short week after, this coach, again, not giving updates on the quarterback, not giving injury updates. They've won 2 games and made a couple of good trades, and suddenly we can all behave like Bill Belichick. And we'll see how much he's not willing to answer questions after a game against New England. It's either going to be, hey, keep telling us nothing and spitting in our face and being angry because you know what? You're winning football games, and to go and beat New England as a damn near 2-touchdown underdog on the road would be as big a feather in the cap as you can have, and then you can say whatever you want. Like that's the thing to me. You want to handle the media this way? You want to be petty and ask, to not tell anybody anything and then get pissed when they go around you to find information? And you want to say, call Rich Cimini, you need updates on the injury. You want to be like that? Okay, go win this football game. Go find a way to go beat the Patriots. Then you can act however you want to act. But without Garrett Wilson, and with the quarterback they will roll out there, whichever one it is, this is going to be a tough game against the New England team with May playing the way he's playing. Vrabel's gotten them to play the way they're playing. They're coming off a big win against Tampa Bay. This is going to be a tough game. Tough game for the New York Jets. Again, 13.5-point underdogs tonight in Gillette.
What'd you pick?
Oh, that's right. I guess we should do it.
Doesn't have to count, but just for fun.
Yeah, just for funsies. Oh, just for funsies. It's a lot of points. I know. I know where you're going.
Of course.
I know where you're going. It's a lot of points. It's tough to say that it'll be. Where's New England going next week? New England will be playing on the road at Cincinnati. Okay. So it's not a look ahead.
You were
game.
really hoping for a tough game.
I was really hoping for a tough game next week for New England.
The Bengals, then the Giants.
The Bengals and the
Giants.
Then the bye. Okay, so against a Jet team, a divisional opponent at home, I don't think this coach has let down games, and I just don't know how this Jet team, they scored 2 touchdowns on special teams last
Celebrating
week.
Gronk retiring.
Offense, celebrating Gronk retiring, yep.
The annual homecoming game.
Yeah. That's a tough spot. What'd you say it opened up at?
I bet this game on Saturday. It was Patriots minus 9.5. I knew, and this is even when I thought the Patriots might lose on Sunday to the Bucs.
Yeah.
There's no way this doesn't get over 10. And we're up to 12.5, 13.5, depending where you bet it now.
Yeah. Yeah,
but that Jets win was so good.
It's hard to envision
Justin
right
Fields
now.
threw that one screen pass.
Oh, it's funny how much he hates the Jets right now. He just absolutely. I don't know. I've come across a lot of Yankee fans as of late who despise their team. There's no doubt about it. But Fleegs and the Jets right now is a special kind of relation.
Let me know when the Jets have 30-plus consecutive winning seasons.
I hear you. I'm just
make the playoffs one time.
Listen, I hear you. I'm with you. But I'm just saying, you've got a special relationship with your team right now. I'm going to take New England. I don't think you can make it high enough. I just think the way May is playing, the way the Jets' offense has looked, it's tough not to love New England in this game.
Here's a fun prop, too. Like, how many more passing yards does Drake May have than Justin Fields?
Yeah, a lot more.
Like, if I put that number at 150.
Right, yeah. You could argue at least 5 times more. Like, you could argue 5 times more.
Yeah, 50 to 250.
50 to 250. You absolutely could.
The Jets have done that like 3 times this year.
You could absolutely argue that he's going to have 5 times the passing yards. Just right now, they don't have an offense. And now, I know Garrett Wilson didn't have a catch for the first time in his career last week. But with him not there, I just don't know where the passing attack comes from. And if they stack the box, I don't know. I don't know. But we've seen crazier things. 888-808-1019. Let me get to a call or two before we break. Let's go to Jack in Lakewood. What's up, Jack?
Yeah, how you doing? This is my second time calling. The last time I called was when Cashman wanted Gleyber Torres to play shortstop.
Oh, it's been a while then, yeah.
That's been a while. I'm just frustrated. I listen to you every night. I'm driving my truck every day, and I'm just frustrated listening about the Giants situation.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody keeps focusing on the offensive side. Mike Francesa said on his podcast yesterday, and he's right. Dabble's downfall was when he got rid of Wink Martindale. I don't know what the situation was, but once he got rid of him as a known defensive coordinator, everything went downhill. He wouldn't delegate. All of a sudden, he had to take care of the whole team. If he would have just left Wink Martindale, especially look at this year, 4 games this year, they lost in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Martindale's facts, on third down, he was one of the top defensive coordinators. His team would get the team off the field, and Giants losing fourth quarter leads would never happen with Martindale. Who fired Martindale?
I guess Dable, and he kind of fired himself, to be totally honest with you. I mean, he stood up and told him to go F himself and walked out of the building. He also had his coaches undermine the head coach by leaking stories to the media. Wink Martindale is not immune of blame in that situation. All right, he's not the fall guy. It wasn't Brian Dable being just a complete jerk in every way. It feels like it was a bit of a petty kind of credit argument. I think Brian Dable got a lot of the credit, won Coach of the Year. I think Wink Martindale felt like you did in some ways, that his defense was the reason for their winning, yet Dable won Coach of the Year. And then when things started to go bad in year 2, Brian Dable's emotions got the better of him sometimes, and he was vocal and yelled, and Wink Martindale didn't want to hear it. Wink Martindale didn't want to be talked to like that. Wink Martindale didn't want to be yelled at by his head coach. He didn't like the way things were going, and so he undermined the head coach and leaked stories to the media. So, and again, I'm not saying that Wink Martindale didn't, or that Brian Dable didn't do anything wrong, because I think he did mishandle that relationship. But again, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Michigan, and he won a national championship there, but don't you think there's a reason he's not in the NFL? He's such a great coordinator. He's the greatest defensive coordinator ever. Oh, my God, he's just an absolute dynamo, but yet he's in Michigan. As a defensive coordinator for a college team, that head coach is back in the NFL, and they don't have, right now, it doesn't see in the near future of being a championship contender. Like, he was the head coach, and the coordinator undermined him. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Now, did the coach give him reason to and not read the relationship right and mishandled it, and Wink Martindale did what he felt he had to do? I guess. I don't know. But there's no doubt. Whatever the reason may be, Wink Martindale was far better than Shane Bowen, and they would have been in a far better situation had he still been the defensive coordinator. There's no doubt. And I'll tell you this, Wink Martindale would probably have been in a better situation and might be coaching right now inside the NFL. But the rest of something tells me the rest of the NFL doesn't love a coach who tells his linebacker coaches and the guys he grew up with and coached with forever to go leak stories to the media, and then leave a meeting by telling the coach to go telling the coach, the GM, and the organization to go bleep themselves as he walks out of the room. Something tells me there's a reason he's not in the NFL anymore. But totally agree with the premise that the team went downhill after that relationship fell apart. I just don't think it's all on Dable. But it doesn't matter now. Doesn't matter now. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. Continue to take your calls. We got you till 5 o'clock. And the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's an OG classic NFL meet and beat with the Giants and Packers. 1 o'clock Sunday.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
The home of Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com. When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 4:29. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Just another half hour. We take you to the warm-up show and get you started on your Thursday morning. Almost Friday. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. We've opened it up to anything. We've done a lot of baseball. It's just, how much can you talk about the losing football teams? I mean, just how much can you do it? How much can you do it? So as the GM meetings were there, and we heard from the great, we played some of the sound during the updates, and we know the Scott Boris puns this week as he gets ready for it every year, and all the P words that he put with Alonso. But we have plenty of time to get into it. I don't think anybody's signing anytime soon. We'll get into Pete. We can get into, again, today I focused on Cody Bellinger as I hear all these Met fans talk about how great a fit he is for the Mets, and I think they're the third betting favorite to sign with, and I don't usually get on this whole got to be your father, got to be your father, spend the money. I'm not usually that guy. You can't allow back-to-back years to lose the center of your offseason and the center of your free agency to the Mets. Can't do it back-to-back years. Can't. Well, there's plenty more. Skeens as well. We talked about Skeens and his want to be a Yankee, which to me means relatively nothing. He's under control with Pittsburgh for the next 4 years. I doubt very much they trade him before anytime in the next 2 years. I don't think the haul gets any bigger for 4 years versus 2 years. There's only so much you can trade, and Skeens is going to get a ton with 2 years of control left. I think Pittsburgh's going to want to just let him play out, sell tickets, and try and see if they can get lucky with him and the team they put around him to maybe compete for the final wild card spot once in the next 2 years. And then plus, even then, the Yankees got to come up with the better package to go trade for him. Like, there's reports out there that he wants to be a Yankee, and he's telling teammates he's going to be a Yankee. He's not the first. He won't be the last. Doesn't mean he's coming here. Jalen Brunson's injury, all on the table. And, of course, Jameis Winston starting for the Giants, Kafka's first decision, and the Jets in New England tonight on Thursday Night Football. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Kevin in Malvern. What's up, Kevin? Kevin?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm a Jet Yankee fan, and I'm calling this morning to give me two comps of 4 players because I really don't have the time. I found some time to call you this morning.
Oh, sure.
But I listen to you all the time.
Well, thank you.
My comps is there's a big first baseman, Japanese player, big Japanese pitcher coming over. Are the Yankees in on these guys, and what are their comps? And being a Jet fan, we don't hit until we hit a quarterback. I'm looking at Mendoza, and I'm looking at Ty Simpson, which I like Ty Simpson better. What are your comps as far as for a guy who works 60 hours a week to sum it up?
I don't know. I'm not. Kevin, thank you for the call. I'll tell you a little bit about the players, and then you can judge what the comp would be. I don't know if I have necessarily comps, but Murakami is the big one. He's been the big power hitter, first base, a little bit of third base. Was young and part of the team in the World Baseball Classic. He had an injury-plagued season. Last year, he hit a bunch of home runs. He strikes out a ton, and the thing that scares you about him is his numbers on velocity are unbelievably bad last year. Like, he hits 180 against any fastball higher than 93 miles an hour, and the velocity is much up, here compared to there. So to come over here to MLB and only be able to hit 180 against pitches 93 miles an hour and faster, that's a big time problem. But there's a lot of hope for him. So he's a big slugging, kind of high strikeout, high power contact kind of first baseman. Then you've got Okamoto. He's a little bit more of a contact hitter. He's a little bit more of just an all-around solid baseball player. Puts the ball in play, can hit some home runs, plays third base. Solid player. I don't think the Yankees are in the mix for either. I think Ben Rice is the first baseman on this team. I wouldn't expect them to be. Now, Ema is the starting pitcher, the right-handed starting pitcher who also posted recently, and he's very good. He's had a great couple of years. They kind of don't view him as Yamamoto. There's not going to be the real big fever pitch for him the way Yamamoto had such a huge contract bidding war between the Mets, Dodgers, and Yankees. I don't think he's going to get up to $300 million, but they say he can be Senga or better. And Senga went healthy up until last year, proven to be very successful. And the pitchers coming out of Japan have been relatively rather successful. Even Imanaga, who's now a free agent, had a down August and September of last year, but his first year and a half here with Major League Baseball had been really good. So the starting pitcher, maybe, unless the money gets crazy, but even that, I don't think the Yankees would be on with their rotation. I think they're more looking to just have a stopgap, fairly good fourth or fifth starter who can stem the tide until their guys come back from injury. I doubt they're going to be at the top of the market, considering they're paying Cole all that money, Freed all that money, Rodon all that money. I would be surprised if they go back and spend big on a free agent starting pitcher. And again, Okamoto, maybe third base for the Mets. If they lose out on Pete, I don't think they would go for another lumbering home run hitter. And I shouldn't say lumbering. I don't know how fast he is. I don't think he's overly good defensively. He's known for hitting home runs and striking out. That's what he's known for. And are they going to pass on Pete Alonso to sign an expensive or relatively expensive, similar, younger version of Pete? I doubt it. So I don't think any of the three are destined for these our two teams, but you never know. And the bloom is a little bit off the rose on Murakami, who was a big name a couple years ago. But I think Ben Rice has eliminated the need for a first baseman. I think they're gonna stick with the young, cheap, controllable Ben Rice, who hit the ball as hard. He was in top 5 in Major League Baseball of hard hit rate. So I know that doesn't mean anything to a lot of you, and you don't care about analytics and all that. But I don't know about you. I feel like hitting the ball hard was kind of like the point of baseball, and we all learned it pretty early. You want to hit the ball hard. I've always been baffled by people who get mad at velocity, exit velo. Like, yeah, I know it doesn't mean it's a hit. It's not as good as a bloop, right? A bloop single's better than a hard line drive right to the center fielder. But over time, the harder you hit the ball, the more successful you're going to be. Like, some numbers just make sense. And some numbers do play to what we learned as little leaguers and what Mickey Mantle was doing and what Joe DiMaggio was doing. Hit ball hard. Swing at strikes, hit ball hard. That's still kind of the point of the game. And Ben Rice hits it as hard as almost anyone in all of baseball. So I would imagine he's earned himself a full-time spot. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
You act like Wink going back to college was such a negative thing. He paired up with Harbaugh. Mm-hmm. They won a national championship. Had arguably the best team in college history outside of maybe the 90s Miami team. I challenge you to that. They sent a record number, 18 people to the combine. Yeah, you can cite that one. And also, he made almost the same money as he made with the Giants, $2.3 million, and they gave him $3 million. I'd take that, pal.
I'm sure you would. I wish you'd go do it instead of calling me. But I don't know. All I can tell you is I would imagine he wanted a job inside the NFL, and he went to Michigan. He's still there without the best team in the last. I don't know if I would view Michigan as one of the better teams in the last.
They're not better than the 2019 LSU with Joe Burrow.
No, they're not better than
nobody is.
No, they're not better with LSU and Joe Burrow. I mean, I forget what years he went back to, but some of the Miami teams, like some of the LSU teams, USC teams, I don't know, but whatever.
Alabama,
yeah, Alabama over the last couple of years, but whatever.
The Georgia team that won the championship game by like 50 a couple years ago.
I'm not trying to say that going to college is some sort of embarrassment on Wink Martindale's, resume or anything. I'm just saying that he's not in the NFL. He's a defensive coordinator at college. That it's different. He was up for jobs. He was up for the Giants head coaching job twice. He ran that Baltimore defense for years. Part of the reason, in my estimation, I would imagine, despite the money, despite what's going on, is that it didn't end well with it. He's not void of blame. I don't care what anybody says. I really don't care what anybody says. Right now, Brian Daboll's a terrible head coach. He just got fired. We all hate him. We all despise him.